people have used the SmartVestor program to find advisors who specialize in retirement planning, charitable giving, advanced investing strategies, and more. If you're ready to join them and learn how to put your money to work for you, get a SmartVestor Pro in your corner today. Head on over to RamseySolutions.com/SmartVestor to find the pros in your area. Again, RamseySolutions.com/SmartVestor.
Ramsey Solutions is a paid, non-client promoter of participating pros. Learn more at RamseySolutions.com/SmartVestor.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It is 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. A community in Minneapolis is in mourning following the shooting at a Catholic church as a school mass was underway. The violence left an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old attending that mass dead this morning. 17 others, including 14 children, were also struck by the bullets that penetrated the stained glass windows from the parking lot. The principal at Annunciation Catholic Elementary School, Matt DeBoer, addressed the press.
We intentionally chose a theme from the prophet Jeremiah chapter 29, a future filled with hope. There's nothing about today that can fill us with hope.
The injured, children ages 6 to 15, and the 3 adults who were parishioners in their 80s are expected to survive. The FBI has identified the shooter as 23-year-old Robin Westman, who was born Robert Westman and was discovered dead at the scene with an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. And now the questions have turned to why in the aftermath of this morning's shooting.
These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary.
That's Mayor Jacob Frey, who says it shouldn't happen in his city or anywhere else in America. Tonight, there's a special community event in Chandler called Common Ground, a teen safety forum, where police will talk with local authorities, advocates, and you about youth-based violence. Ryan Cody with Chandler PD says they want to find some real solutions.
Youth is not the problem. Youth is our potential in our community. And we really need to stop treating these acts of violence as isolated events. We believe that they're symptoms of deeper issue.
Tonight's event is at the Chandler Public Safety Training Center, which is near Dobson and Queen Creek Roads. It runs from 6 until 8 p.m. An employee of a Mesa juvenile rehab facility has been arrested after being accused of offering to sell Adderall to a 17-year-old former patient. Mesa police say 39-year-old Ashley Lutton was arrested Sunday and charged with 8 felonies, including drug sales and child abuse. 2 Colorado residents are pleading guilty to charges they defrauded Arizona's Empowerment Scholarship Account program.
Attorney General Chris May says the pair submitted phony birth certificates and other documents to get over $110,000 in ESA funding. They were charged with filing fraudulent applications for over 40 children, both real and fictitious. State School Superintendent Tom Horn took credit for his agency discovering the fraud last year and referring it for prosecution. Sentencing for the couple is scheduled for next month. Chris Havlick, KTAR News.
2 officers with the Phoenix Police Department were hospitalized after a crash with a suspected drunk driver early this morning.
Before the crash, the police officers were driving in a marked patrol vehicle in the area of 19th and Dunlap Avenues. Around 4:20 a.m., that patrol vehicle collided with a pickup truck. The 2 officers were hospitalized for injuries they sustained during the crash. Meanwhile, the truck driver was also hospitalized for both medical treatment and DUI processing. Stay tuned for updates. For more details, go to KTAR.com. This is Serena O'Sullivan, KTAR News.
Kroger, one of the nation's largest grocery store chains and owner of local Fry's, is planning to lay off more employees. The company, in an internal letter, says it's looking for ways to streamline its corporate operations. Here's more now from ABC's Rhiannon Alley.
According to reports, this is actually the 3rd round of cuts this year for the grocery chain. This time, Kroger is laying off 1,000 employees at the corporate level, so this will not affect employees who work in stores, manufacturing facilities, or distribution centers.
Time to check those roads for you as we get our afternoon rolling. We are in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center with a crash working right now at 99th Avenue and Northern in Glendale, and that's about the biggest problem we have at the moment. Traffic brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Weather-wise, partly cloudy, just a slight chance of some more rain today. 101 for our high, 82 overnight, and 103 tomorrow as we keep climbing up to 108 by Saturday. Right now in Peoria, 100 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga.
It's the Chris and Joe Show.
KTAR News.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. We are watching what's going on in Minneapolis. 2 children killed, 14 children, 3 adults hurt in the shooting that happened there. I'm going to say this is a sign of the times that we have on our monitors the different news outlets that are broadcasting. CNN's been on this all day. I've always said the CNN is... they're all about if it bleeds, it leads, right? They're kind of the sensationalist 24-hour news channel. Fox is on in front of us, too. And they have shifted to crime in D.C. And I just saw the end of the last program, and they were talking about an identity politics story they read in the New York Times. So they've even shifted away from their coverage of the shooting in Minneapolis. I think this is sort of a tacit acceptance that we live in a time when mass shootings are just going to happen. Churches, schools, synagogues, wherever it might be. It might affect children, might affect adults. But that happened this morning. Well, what else is going on? Well, and I find that to be very disheartening.
I said to you before we came on the air today, it wasn't meant to be crass or to be trite, but I said to you, what makes this one stand out in the news? And you made a number of good points.
It's got the political dog whistles involved. Yeah. If you missed it, it is you've got kids, one. They were in church.
2 individuals deceased, yeah.
Deceased, right. Yep. And 14 other kids hurt, 3 adults hurt. They were in a church, so you've got a religious aspect to it. Mm-hmm. The shooter was evidently politically engaged. The shooter had written messages that he wanted to assassinate the president, was asking, where is your God now? And the shooter evidently was trans as well. So it just feels like you've got almost a trifecta going on. The only thing we didn't get was an undocumented status. If we'd have had that, then, throw another one on the Barbie, because that would have ticked another box.
But the thing with me is it's the body counts. And I feel awful when I say that. But when you see, 2 kids dead or 2 people dead in a shooting, it's like, unless you hear a couple dozen deceased, it's like, okay, yeah, to your point, we see that almost every single day now.
Sadly.
That gun violence in America is just a reality.
It's just happening. I think, so there's one other reason I think that this is caught so many headlines this morning. Mm-hmm. And I think it got amplified a little bit more than it would have been had it been, say, next week. And that is because the Democratic National Committee is meeting in Minneapolis. So you've got media boots on the ground.
Okay.
All right. You've also had, obviously, the narrative of the Trump cracking down on crime in major U.S. cities. And here you've got a very high-profile crime happening with political implications.
Somebody calling out Trump with the shooting as well.
Yes, in the shooting in a major U.S. city that is run by Democrats in a Democratic state, the only Democratic state in the Midwest. Mm-hmm. So again, there's all these political left-right stuff that amplifies the tragedy, but it doesn't actually address the tragedy. It just sort of amplifies the division that we have going on.
Politicizing a number of issues sicken me.
Yeah.
But now that shootings are also politicized, and it's, well, this one is this group's fault or that group's fault, and Republicans or Democrats. It's like, well, I don't think anybody who goes out and mass murders individuals.
Yeah.
I don't like to associate them with the Democrats or the Republicans. I associate them with in need of mental help immediately.
Right.
And
but if you're a Democrat, you want to associate it with your opposition. If you're a Republican, you want to associate it with your opposition.
You do, but
because there's political expedience. As disgusting and as immoral as the tact is, it's effective.
And the problem is the team I play on, Chris, just wants to make the United States and Arizona a better place.
Well, it's only going to get better if you see things my way.
Well. Yeah.
That's how we are today, right?
I
want it to be a better place, and I'm not willing to compromise anything. I'm not willing to try your way because that would mean that I might be wrong.
That's how a lot of people are, and you just threw out the dirtiest of C words right there, compromise.
Yeah.
But that's kind of how I live my life. I like to get all sides together, or at least 2 sides together, and try to make a deal, where oftentimes neither side is really happy, but it moves the ball forward.
I would love to see something that we can agree on. I think that in this case, there was definitely an issue of mental wellness, right, with this individual.
I think so.
Okay. Can we say that with many cases, the right says it's not the gun, it's the mental illness, right?
Yep.
The left says it's the gun. There may have been mental illness, but the gun was there. Okay. So, but the one thing they agree on in that is that there's mental illness involved. Okay. Can we agree then that cutting funding for mental illness research and treatment is not beneficial to protecting people in churches, synagogues, schools, and other places where we're seeing these mass shootings?
You and I will agree on that, but no, they will not agree on that.
Right.
Because they...
Yeah, but how am I going to lower taxes if I have to pay for mental wealth?
They're going to constantly fight where all that money's going. And they have their little pet projects where they want every dollar to go to.
Yeah.
And no, they will not agree on that. Nope. And thus, tragically, we will see something eerily similar to this play out again.
Well, the question is, how long is this news cycle going to run? And then when does the next one happen? Is it tomorrow? Is it over the weekend? Is it next week that this shooting is replaced by the next one?
Well, we have a shooting almost every single day in the country, if not every single day.
I think there's already been 3 mass shootings this week.
It's the ones that are like this that, as you mentioned, have more of the markers that now get more of the attention. Or
and
it's
plus,
the
media
high
was
body
already
counts.
on the ground there. Yeah, high body counts.
So,
the other one.
yeah, how long is it going to be? I would suspect less than a week.
That's sad.
Yeah, it's crushing.
That makes me sad. If I'm being honest, I have experienced times in my life when these shootings have caused me burnout at work. I've told my wife knows the worst days for me in media are when we have mass shootings, especially when there's kids involved and we're covering it.
Yeah.
Because I feel like we just open the playbook and we go through the same thing that we did before. Who was the shooter? Who's saying what about it? What are the authorities saying? Where did they get their gun? What kind of weapon was it? Who were they targeting? Was there a history of mental illness? I mean, these are all the same questions we do every time. It's like when Christmas comes along and you already know the lyrics to the carols. You know, that's how I feel whenever we've got a shooting, and I get so burned out at that. And there are times, honestly, I have considered, if I'm not doing radio, what else could I do? And I really don't know the answer to that. And I hope to God that my industry is around for the next 20 years so that I can retire doing it because I love it. And I don't know what else I would do.
Do you feel like, when you say you're burned out, do you feel like what you're doing doesn't matter?
On days like that, yes.
Yeah, and
Yes.
I'm with you. That's the biggest frustration to me, is it feels like you can't get people out there to agree and find a consensus on things. You go around in circles and people just want to scream, it's the gun, it's mental illness, until they're blue in the face.
So what we're finding out, though, is that an awful lot of people are having some trouble at work. Now, it may not be because they have to cover these sorts of traumatizing stories, but everybody has their own work challenges. For me, that's the biggest work challenge. The biggest work challenge is always days where we have to cover shootings, and I just want to scream. I just want to scream at the clouds and say, stop shooting people, and nobody's listening, and I feel so ineffective. But at your job, there's a good chance you're feeling burnout as well. Maybe because you're doing something else. Maybe you feel stagnant. Maybe you feel like the boss isn't paying attention, whatever that might be. I happen to see this. More than half of U.S. workers say that they're experiencing quarter-life career crisis between the ages of 20 and 35. So we're talking about, what, the older Gen Z and the younger millennials, right?
Yeah, the middle of millennials on down to Gen Zs.
Okay, so what they're experiencing, though, is they're calling it a quarter-life crisis. Did you ever have that where you're 25 years old and feeling like, how am I going to do this for the rest of my life?
I will be very frank. There was a time here at KTAR. It was right about when I turned 30, and the show that I worked with, I got along with the individuals. I didn't feel like they got along so well with me, and I was strongly considering a career change because I thought I was going to be fired.
What would you have done?
Psychology. I would have went back to,
school.
ASU and get into psychology or counseling.
I could see you doing that.
Yeah.
I could see that.
Because I just felt like what I was doing didn't matter, and I was working so hard, and I felt like it wasn't making any difference.
So anybody that's experiencing that sort of situation today, you'd say, well, look, if you're unhappy, just find a new job. Except it's a little tougher. And people are not doing it. Why? Why aren't people who are unhappy with their jobs just finding a new one? That's next. The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 2:14. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Minneapolis morning following a shooting that left an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old attending the Catholic Mass for their school year dead this morning. 17 others inside the Annunciation Catholic Church, including 14 kids and 3 adults, were also hit by the bullets that penetrated the stained glass windows from the parking lot. Now, they are expected to survive. Minneapolis Chief of Police Brian O'Hara spoke of an alleged manifesto posted on social media by the shooter in an afternoon press briefing today.
This manifesto appeared to show him at the scene and included some disturbing writings. That content has since been taken down with the assistance of the FBI, and it now remains under active review by our investigators.
The FBI identified the shooter as Robin Westman, born Robert Westman, who was discovered dead in the back of the church with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Looking for a high temperature today of 101, just a slight chance of some more scattered showers throughout the day. Cloudy and 82 tonight and up to 103 tomorrow. But right now in Mesa, it's 97. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Our why today, as we were talking about how we feel burned out at work. For me, it's on days when we have shootings, we have to cover those things. But I'm not the only one. An awful lot of people feeling burned out, or they're feeling quarter-life crises. I've heard of the midlife crisis. What about that quarter-life crisis? Joe made a point that when he was 30, he felt like, is it time for a career change? I've gone through tough periods at work, but I'm terrified of doing anything different, Joe, because I just don't know what else I could possibly do. I don't know why anybody else would ever hire me. Maybe I could talk to Dr. Joe, the psychologist, who could get to the root of my own insecurities on that.
Buddy, look what I'm still doing. You and I are in a very similar spot. I tell my friends all the time, if, heaven forbid, this career comes to an end, I don't know what I would go do. And they always tell me, like, there's lots of options. And I say, like what?
What?
And then you get to the stuck spot.
And not only that, but the other options that might even be available are not really paying. I was reading the story about this 38-year-old woman in Buffalo, New York, Lori Shkufza. That's a fun name. Mm-hmm. Lori Shkufza has been out of a job for more than a year. Looking for income, she's turned to freelancing. She's accepting jobs at a lower rate that she feels she should be charging based on a decade plus of experience. All that, and she says she still feels the same sticker shock each time she comes home from a trip to the grocery store. She says, I have no bargaining power. If I don't do the job, there are countless other people who are willing to do it for less. It feels like a race to the bottom. Right now, I'm not seeing the trade-offs. If we take a look at what wages are doing, the wage to inflation gap is minus 1.2 percentage points, according to Bankrate, which means that since the pandemic, people are making less money than what inflation has gone up.
A little less.
A little less. Mm-hmm. It's actually improved slightly. It has gone, let me see, paychecks rose 3.5% between the second quarters of 23 and 24, down from a 4.1% pace. I'm throwing a lot of numbers out here. Basically, what you need to know is this. Your paycheck goes further right now than it did in 2022. That's when inflation was at its peak. Yeah. However, it does not go as far as it did in 2019.
I think you hit on the big one right there with your good friend Lori. Last name again?
Shkufza.
Yeah.
Shkufza.
Yeah. She was nailing it right on the head, where I feel like there are an awful lot of companies out there that are not willing to pay for the best. Instead, they are willing to just bring in another body and, in many cases, perhaps try to train them and make them as good as the person before. But I can point to a lot of companies that you look at how they do business, and there's constantly this 70% turnover. Someone leaves, the person they bring in is about 70% of the person who was there before. And you're constantly...
You mean wages or skill?
Skill.
Okay.
So you're constantly watering down the skills as you go on and on
and you're spending a lot of time training somebody up to the level of where the company was before.
If you're training them at all. Or perhaps you're just throwing them to the fire.
And a lot of people are saying that the reason they're feeling this crisis or burnout at work is because they're not getting more career training. They don't see new opportunities for... What do they call that? Upward movement?
upward mobility.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So our question is why? Why aren't people just finding new jobs then? Just go find a new one. I'm having this discussion with my son. He's 26, and his internship just wrapped up. He's like the oldest intern on earth. And so it wrapped up, and he thought that the company was going to hire him. And they said, oh, sorry, budget just came out. There's not going to be a position.
Okay.
And he goes, oh, I guess I'm not going to have a job. And then he says, oh, wait, they told me that there would be an opening in a different department. And I went, well, cool. And he says, so I'm gonna interview for that.
Good.
So he did. Yeah, very good. So me, being the old man fuddy-duddy, I'm saying, that's really great, but remember, you're interviewing for the job. They're not giving you the job. You should be applying elsewhere. You should be making contacts and sending your resume, sending letters.
Networking all over the place.
Send them right to HR. I think what's happening with a lot of Gen Zers is that they go on Indeed or they go on LinkedIn and they just click the quick apply button. And they go, oh, that'll send an application in. Oh, that'll take care of it. Rather than taking the time to actually apply for the job, they're just clicking a button where the computer automatically fills it out. Well, now you're just shuffled into a deck of everybody else that's doing that.
I would talk to a lot of individuals as well who would get frustrated with this process, and I would tell them, hey, okay, you applied. Did you reach out? To your point, did you try to get a hold to HR? Did you try to get in touch with a hiring manager? Did you follow up and let them know, hey, here's my skills. I submitted an application. Just want you to know, here's what I do. Here's what I did. I'm really interested. Not just otherwise, you're just a one-page piece of paper with a resume.
What it is. Exactly what it is. And what you're doing, what you're talking about doing is you are making yourself stand out.
Yes.
When I was applying to radio jobs, this is before I had an agent and was networking in a different way. I sent my stuff out in birthday mailers. Brightly colored plastic envelopes with pictures of balloons on it. And then the package inside was like my headshot, a CD. I put together basically, it looked like a book. You opened it up and it was like a book. And here's the story of the guy that wants to come to work for you. I had to stand out. I had to make everything from my envelope on the program director's desk to the package that I was sending stand out and pop because I wanted that job, right? And I got to tell you, I sent that package out to like 50 different stations. I got responses from 2, and I ended up working for both of them. No, 3. I did not get a response from 1, but I did end up working for it. It's the station that shall not be named, just threw it in the trash. Turds. But then I went to work for them later. But anyway.
Showed them.
I can't tell you how many responses I got that said, I don't have anything right now, but this is the best package I've ever received. So you're going to make yourself stand out, right? That's how you're trying to find a job. But people aren't hiring right now.
That's the big problem is if employers aren't seeking new or more employees, job creation's not growing, new companies aren't entering the market, you've got to hustle and find a gig out there, or you're just white-knuckling the job you have.
And this is what I was telling my son. I said, there's no guarantee you have that job. So he had his interview, and I said, how'd it go? And he went, I think it went well. And I said, well, good. Are they going to get back?
Is there another interview?
Right. He says, I don't know. They told me that they'd call me next week. And I said, okay.
What are you going to do in the meantime?
Well, here's the thing. He's young and he hasn't gone through this stuff. And he says, I can't believe how long the hiring process takes. And I went, this is why I was telling you a while ago to start, but I have to be careful of that because he doesn't want to be lectured.
I remember.
Right? He has to learn the hard way. Now, wait a minute. So then I'm so happy it set in because he said, well, they didn't, I think he expected them to go, you start Monday. But they didn't. They said, we're going to contact you next week. So he says, so I don't think I got it. And I said, okay, well, they didn't tell you no, so you're still in the running. And he says, but I better start figuring something out just in case. And I said, how about that? What a good idea. I led the horse to water, but it wasn't until he was really thirsty that he started drinking. So the last 2 days, this is blowing my mind. Joe, he got up before noon and started job hunting.
Wow.
Yes.
Proud dad moment right there.
Very proud. Definitely some suspended adolescence with that one, but it's happening.
No, I remember when I ended up getting my job here at KTAR, I started interviewing in the fall, like October. I didn't get hired until January, though, when I got here. It took the interview, and then I waited a few weeks. I called, didn't get anything back, played some phone tag.
Yeah.
Waited, and then finally, it was even then, I got the job, but then they said, okay, we're going to wait 2 more weeks to bring you in. And it was like, oh,
but that's
is
not
ever
abnormal.
Gonna happen. Yeah, but it felt like forever, and it was 3 months.
Yeah. Yep. I'm with you, which is what I try to express to my son, who's a Gen Z. and hasn't gone through this before.
Hey, he's up before noon. That's a big first
I'm
step.
very excited. I heard him get up, and he cracked a caffeine seltzer water this morning by about 7:30. I thought, wow, he's really serious right now. He's getting up early for him. So I was excited to hear that. I do think there's a little bit more to why companies are hunkering down right now. And also, you've got employees that are doing the same. But because it's 2025, we give it a different name. Yeah.
A fun name?
Yeah, we've come up with new words for keep your job. So that's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Oh, I got my walk in this morning, Chris, actually. Usually it's late at night.
You got a morning walk?
It was
proud co-host moment right now.
It was 1 a.m. But
okay,
I got the
no,
walk
get
in.
out of here.
No. It was after the rain. The rain was done. I wanted to wait for some things to dry out. I don't like that wormy scent out there. I don't want to subject my Good Feet personalized inserts to that fresh rain smell that so many love here in Arizona.
Smells so good.
No, it doesn't smell good. And I didn't want to get my shoes soaked in that downpour that we got last night. You don't want to do that. No, that's no good. Goodfeet.com. That's the place you need to go right now if you're dealing with any kind of foot, ankle, knee, hip, or back pain. Because Goodfeet.com, Good Feet, they've got free personalized arch support fitting for you. And you can go online, goodfeet.com, or visit any of the 5 Valley Good Feet stores in Gilbert, Glendale, Goodyear, Scottsdale, or Ahwatukee. And they could bring you pain relief in as soon as 4 weeks. Good Feet personalized arch supports, they're engineered to help you live the life that you love without pain. You remember that life? Remember how great that felt? You'd get up, you'd go for a walk, get off the couch. You wouldn't have that the awful noises. You know
anything to make it so you don't make those noises again.
Exactly. You don't want to make those noises. For over 30 years, Good Feet have had the pleasure of helping thousands of people just like you and me discover the comfort that you've been dreaming of. Keep moving and keep cool all August long, and don't make the hideous noises with the Good Feet store. Good Feet, good life.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com. Viking.com.
Hi, Jamie West here with Bob, one of the amazing Life Plan residents at Beatitudes campus. What does it mean being a Life Plan resident at Beatitudes?
To me, it kind of means that they start out with independent living and you stay in independent living as long as possible. That was one of the things that we looked for when we were looking to move, was a Life Plan that had all the different levels of care.
Learn more about the Life Plan community by visiting beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit SonoraWestDev.com to get started. Again, that's SonoraWestDev.com.
Don't get beat by the heat. Get the $79 AC tune-up special from the best in the biz. Day and night, air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. Paul Calvese here. We do it every year. We save money now with the AC tune-up special. Only $79 to save money later on summer energy bills. We avoid costly repairs, extend the lifespan of our AC units. Day and night is our AC's best defense. Go to dayandnightair.com. Schedule that $79 AC tune-up at dayandnightair.com. Conditions apply. Limited limited time offer.
It's another hot Arizona summer, so keep your home cool by blocking out the heat with my friends from Window World. If your windows or patio doors are hot to the touch and warming up your home, then it's time for new Solar Zone SunShield glass windows and doors from Window World. According to Window Nerds, these windows have a 0.14 solar heat gain coefficient, which means these windows keep the heat outside where it belongs. Plus, every Window World window is backed by a true lifetime warranty. And this summer, Window World will install 6 large premium sliding windows, all with Solar Zone SunShield glass, tax included, for one low upfront price of only $4,725. No gimmicks, no hassles, just the best value in replacement windows and doors, period. Call or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. An 8 and a 10-year-old are both dead today following a shooting at a Catholic mass for a school in Minneapolis. 17 others who were inside the Annunciation Catholic Church, 14 children, 3 adults, also hit by the bullets that were fired through the stained glass windows from the parking lot. Here's Police Chief of Minneapolis, Brian O'Hara.
The coward that shot these victims took his own life in the rear of the church. That coward has been identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman. No prior criminal history.
The 17 injured are expected to survive. Tonight in Chandler, a chance for you to gather with local authorities and help come up with solutions for youth-based violence. As the Maricopa County Attorney says, youth violence is rising. Ryan Cody with Chandler Police adds,
not just the youth, but also the adults in our community, to educate them on some of the trends that we're seeing in teen violence, some of the causes, obviously some of the repercussions.
Common Ground, a teen safety forum, runs from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Chandler Public Safety Training Center. That's off Dobson Road, just south of Queen Creek Road. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office arrested a suspect after rescuing 12 dogs found living in what officials call horrific conditions.
Deputies rescued 12 dogs last week from a Tonopah home they say had no electricity or running water. The animals were reportedly underweight and lacked proper access to food, water, and medical care. The suspect, Brittany Rose, is now facing multiple charges, including animal cruelty and abandonment. According to investigators, the residence was filled with debris, and one dog was suffering from a severe, untreated injury that caused what they described as protracted suffering. Serena O'Sullivan, KTAR News.
Immigration advocates say airlines are cloaking aircraft tail numbers in an effort to hide the number of deportation flights. One advocate tracked 1,214 deportation-related flights in July, the highest level since January of 2020. The FAA allows airlines to block data like tail numbers from public flight tracking websites, but volunteers have been monitoring flights at various airports. Let's check out the roads now. John Roller joins us live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, good afternoon, Becky Lynn. The afternoon drive getting underway, and we've got slowing in both directions of the I-10 in the downtown. Coming in from the West Valley, you've got brake lights starting at 27th Avenue in through the Deck Park Tunnel, and on the east side, westbound Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, 32nd Street. It slows down this time of the afternoon as you make your way into downtown Phoenix. We do have some Avondale crashes, 101st Avenue and McDowell. Also another crash at 98th Avenue and Thomas. Camelback in 43rd Avenue, look for a crash there, and a crash at Priest and Washington in Phoenix. Traffic is brought to you by AZ Trimlight. If you think it's too hot to think about Christmas, not for AZ Trimlight. The pros with the best warranty. Book now for hassle-free holiday lights. Just tap and glow, aztrimlight.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
If you got hit with another lick from a monsoon storm last night, you may not see it again for a little while. We only have a very slight chance of rain today and tonight, with a high expected at 101, and then no rain in our forecast for about 5 days. 82 for the low and 103 tomorrow. It's 98 right now in Paradise Valley. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
KTAR News is more than radio. Watch all of your favorite KTAR shows and personalities. Get exclusive interviews and videos. Subscribe to our KTAR News YouTube channel today. We've been talking about the job markets right now as some people are looking for gigs. My son is like, man, nobody's hiring out there. I'm looking everywhere. He's never really had to, in earnest, go out there and find something. And he is right now. And I'm actually really happy to see him doing that. And there seems to be a little urgency because I think he knows you don't get to just live here for nada.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's not paying much in rent, but he's paying rent. And if he stops paying rent, enjoy your car.
Is there something to be said for that find something mentality having disappeared somewhat over the millennials and the Gen Z generation?
I think the economy has generally been really good for the last decade and a half.
Well, that and also more millennials and Gen Zers go to college and they kind of have that life path prepared of,
oh, that's
hey,
a good
I'm
point.
done with college. I'm going to launch into this career. There's not so much like, I just need to find something.
I have to have a paycheck for now.
What am I going to do?
Yeah. Which is why job market is weak. You heard that the feds are talking about lowering interest rates, and a lot of that has to do with the softening of the job market. So employees are hugging, they're calling it, current positions. Didn't we just call this like just
white knuckling?
Yes, I was going to say white knuckling. Yeah. Head down, nose to the grindstone, just bear it out,
Hanging
get
on.
through. Yeah. Now we're calling it hugging. Although I don't hate hugging. I don't hate that term as much as I hate like quiet, whatever you want to call it. Quiet cracking, quiet rusting, quiet
quitting,
quiet firing, whatever. I hate
Yeah,
all of those
hugging, I'm not a big fan of, but sure.
I don't
guess
hate it
it
as
makes
much.
sense.
According to Matt Bone, who's the senior client partner at the consultant firm Korn Ferry, I just wanted to make sure I give him credit. All those words didn't mean anything to me. A sense of global events as unpredictable and unprecedented, combined with looming AI disruption, is making workers increasingly unsure, which can lead them to stay in holding patterns rather than developing their skills and careers. This is something my son was talking about with me last night. He says a lot of the jobs that I could do, they're starting to fill those entry level positions, which is what he would be to come in, right?
With AI?
With AI, yeah. I mean, he's got an associate's in business and some toward his bachelor's in business, and he's just concerned, like, nobody wants to hire me because they can get AI to be their project managers.
They don't have to pay the AI.
Right.
So how do you get around that?
That's his challenge right now. And I think the way you get around that is by networking and showing your value beyond just the X's and O's on the spreadsheets, right? How do you contribute to the culture is what I think. Pay raises for people who are switching employers are the same for those who stick around. So the slowing job market, especially for professionals, is giving employers the upper hand on pay. I was thinking about this job market, and I was thinking about employers and why they aren't hiring. Because you've seen, stock market has been pretty good. We set like a new record earlier this week or late last week, right? I know we had a little bit of a dip earlier this week, but it's been new record highs, and there's talk about lowering interest rates. Normally, when the market is clicking along and then you're about to lower interest rates, that's a time that companies look to expand.
But I think companies are actually trying to cast some foresight out there, and I think they realize, hey, some dark times could be ahead. We want to hang on to as many people as we have. We don't want to have a mass firing. So we'd rather hang on to what we have as opposed to, hey, let's bring in a bunch of people only to have to can 10, 15% above what we even bring in.
I think this comes back to the word of 2025.
Uncertainty.
Right. We are in an employer market, but it's not a clear employer market. It's only an employer market because the employers are the ones who are unwilling to budge right now, right? We have things clicking along for the economy, generally pretty good for jobs, but they're hunkering down. And I was thinking economists are an awful lot like the weather forecasters. All right?
Okay.
You want to follow me on this one?
All right.
All right. Let's go for a ride. Get in. Follow me. It doesn't happen so much here in Arizona, but elsewhere in the country, you hear this all the time. The weatherman or the weatherwoman, they come on and they tell you about the potential for severe weather. And Joe, you grew up in an area that had a propensity for severe winter weather, of course, but severe thunderstorms, tornadoes, all that stuff, right? So what do? They tell you, they go, listen, we've got a blizzard coming. You got to stock up on groceries. They tell you there's an ice storm headed our way. Limbs are going to break. Trees are going to topple. If you're in Florida, they go, you got to board up your windows. We've got a hurricane on the way in. And then half the time the storm passes and there's not nearly as much fanfare. Or it doesn't even materialize at all. I can't tell you how many times we'd have forecasts for, we could be seeing 10 to 14 inches of snow, and you wake up in the morning.
Dusting.
Yeah. And you go, what in the world happened there? So the community then starts, we start to bag on the forecasters because we go, oh, okay, they're alarmist. In fact, we had a weather forecaster in Traverse City. We used to call him Blizzard Bill because it didn't matter what there was in the forecast. He was going to tell you there was a blizzard on the way. We say they're bad at their jobs. We say they're nincompoops. But the next time a storm system builds, they issue the same warnings.
Some boy who cried wolf going on here.
It starts to feel like it, but the rationale, of course, is that you always err on the side of caution. So what we don't want is for a severe storm to hit and they downplayed it, right? Because now you're talking about the potential for lives lost, okay? And the weather analogy, we also get frustrated when they say there's no chance of rain. And then, like half the valley had yesterday, we get another severe thunderstorm that rolls through, and we wonder, where was that warning? I mean, I checked the weather yesterday when we got off the air, and it was like, there's probably not going to be any rain. And the next thing I know, I'm getting alerts that there's like severe thunderstorm is here. And I went, what in the world just happened? And some people are going to crazy. They're going, wow, the weatherman told me that there was no rain, and I left my sunroof open, and now my upholstery's ruined, and he didn't tell me to close it. Now, the only science that is less accurate than meteorology is the economy. Economists are sounding the alarms right now because all the data points to a storm that's brewing. And yet, we have yet to see anything really materialize. The closest that we can come to in our analogy is that inflation is like getting a few sprinkles. But economists are still saying, we still got Blizzard Bill, the economist out there, that are saying there could be a downpour soon. So businesses are boarding up windows. They're battening down the hatches. They're covering their plants. They're heading to the storm shelter or any other weather prep metaphor you want to use because they're worried about the storm of brewing. Uncertainty. There you go. So while it's generally a partly cloudy day, economically speaking, there's still this threat of severe economic weather. And the goal of any business, of course, is to weather those storms, to come out unscathed on the other side. We may be missing out on some potential right now for increasing our margins, but ultimately, we want to make sure that we're playing it cool, right? So by expending resources and expanding the business now, that's a risk they're not willing to take because the risk doesn't match the reward. Better that they hit the pause button, maintain that steady course, prepare for the worst, hope for the best. And that's actually what we should all be doing too. It's just smart financial risk management. We are in an uncertain time, as Joe told you. So build that emergency fund because what's the worst that happens? Think about this. We get through the rough adoption of tariffs and the potential for inflation. We're only at 3% right now. Heaven forbid we end up at 7%. Let's say we don't. Let's say 3% is where it caps, starts coming back. Tariffs work out great. Everything's working out wonderful. And you built up your emergency fund. Good. You got a nice big number in your savings account and you got no credit card debt. That's great.
No, it's just awful.
That is a pretty good consolation prize for being prepared for a bad storm, right?
Yeah, you've got a nest egg.
Exactly. Think about your next vacation. That's going to be nice. Or how you can send your kids to an even better, more prestigious college because you've got all that cash on hand. But if that storm hits and you haven't prepared, you're screwed.
Mm-hmm.
If you do prepare now, you're going to be awfully glad that you did so. And that's what the businesses are doing. We're going to make sure that we're happy that we prepared. And if we over-prepared and we didn't have the economic tumult, good for us. That's what they're going to say.
Hey, Chris, KTAR News is more than radio. Watch all of your favorite KTAR shows and personalities and get exclusive interviews on video. Subscribe to KTAR News on YouTube right now.
Hey, speaking of the video, did you see that there's a new episode of Amazing Arizonans? That's Broomhead's podcast. That just came out. Amy Van Dyken was in with him, and she, if you're unfamiliar with Amy, she lives here in the Valley. She's
phenomenal story.
She is an Olympic gold medalist. She had an accident, broke her neck. She is in a chair now, and she is very open about her hard days, but generally, I got to tell you, she continues to be an inspiration to people out there. So there's a new season of Amazing Arizona's podcast on KTAR.com, wherever you get your podcast. Amazing Arizona is brought to you by Resolution Copper. All right. For some entering the workforce out of college, they're running into real challenges because of the job market. They're trying to navigate their way to self-sufficiency. Some are getting creative, and others are relying on the bank of mom and dad to float them. What's working and what isn't for the youngest workers? That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. So an awful lot of people are concerned. They've got uncertainty, and they go, I don't know if I want to move right now. I think I might just stay where I am. I don't know if I want to put my house on the market. I don't know what's going on with real estate. I get that. But did you know that as more people are taking their houses off the market, more people are investing in the homes? They go, if I'm not moving to a new place, I want to make this one feel brand new. And that is why they're remodeling. What's going to give you the best return on your money? Might I offer brand new, custom-made, top-quality vinyl windows from Advanced Window Products. Right now, when you buy 10 windows or more, you get $2,500 off. Now, what are you getting for that? You are getting the absolute top name in glass in the entire business, Cardinal Glass. And it's actually made right here in the Valley. The factory's in Buckeye. Now, the windows themselves, also made right here in the Valley. Advanced Window Products manufactures their own windows, and then they install the windows. That cuts out all the middlemen who are also taking a cut. That's how they keep their prices low. So low, lower than 95% of all the others in the Valley. And with that, you get a lifetime guarantee, including glass breakage. So if a monsoon comes through and throws a rock through that window, you call them at 480-764-2002. They come out and fix it for free. Windows made in the Valley for the Valley. Call Advanced Window Products, 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. It's 480-764-2002 for Advanced Window Products.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta letting you know that Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking off Labor Day savings all month long. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before. Like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV, save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of low 2.9% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR financing on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. Need an SUV? Got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. Hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals can't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9225.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:47. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Police have now identified the 23-year-old shooter who opened fire at a Catholic school in Minneapolis today as Robin Westman. An 8-year-old and a 10-year-old were killed. 19 other people, mostly children, were injured.
The children were targeted sitting in the pews of the church. Bullets went through the stained glass windows. The principal of Annunciation School with a message to the students.
I love you. You're so brave. And I'm so sorry this happened to us today.
He says older students were heroes, shielding younger students from the gunfire, and teachers took students to safety. Alex Stone, EBC News.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Y-Refi. 101 should be our high. We've already hit 100 in Phoenix, and right now it is 99 at Sky Harbor Airport. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
Recovery is deeply personal and can look different for everyone. Recovery takes more than persistence and resilience. It takes support. It's normal to go at your own pace and to lean on others during your journey. Research shows that individuals with substance use conditions typically make multiple attempts at recovery before achieving long-term sobriety, and those who continue to engage in treatment and support services, even after relapses, are more likely to achieve sustained recovery. Get help navigating your recovery journey, no matter where you are. Every step you take to navigate substance use and mental health challenges can help you reach your recovery goals. Peer and online support communities can offer a sense of connection, belonging, and shared understanding. Finding community support is a powerful, proven way to help support long-term recovery. Get connected to SAMHSA resources and create a plan that works for you by visiting samhsa.gov/recoverme.
Native American tribes have been here for generations. At Resolution, listening to local leaders has really guided our plans and how we think. We're protecting ancestral sites like Apache Leet and native species like the Emery oak trees. Tribal members are helping monitor that work. I believe we can coexist, and that this project will help communities like the one I grew up in thrive.
Responsible mining is essential to Arizona's communities and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
Hey, this is Matt Dagus with Bright Wealth Management. If something happened to you tomorrow, would your family know what to do, where to go, who to call, or what you wanted? If you hesitated, even for a moment, that's exactly why we created our legacy planning checklist. It's free, it's simple, and it walks you through everything that your family would need before they even have to ask. From legal documents to personal wishes, it helps you cover it all. Download your copy today at brightlegacyquiz.com. Again, that's brightlegacyquiz.com.
Happy Wednesday. And cancel your afternoon plans so you can join us in the War Room. 5 p.m., we fill the studio with differing opinions, and we have at the political stories of the day. War Room, 5 on Outspoken. Be there.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. On air, online, and on the KTAR News app. A reminder, we've got the Dreamy Draw Music Festival coming up November 7th and 8th at Scottsdale Civic Center. Don't miss the Lumineers Vampire Weekend, Father John Misty, and more. Tickets on sale at dreamydrawfest.com or head to the contest page at KTAR.com for your chance to win tickets. There you go, my friend. Zoomers are making do. About 60% of parents with kids ages 18 to 34 say that they have helped their kids financially in the last year. That, according to a Pew Research study, the job market for entry-level workers is in a continued slump. Unemployment rate for new college graduates is nearing 5%. That, according to the Federal Reserve Bank in New York, that's compared with just 4% for all other workers. And so what are Zoomers doing now, Joe?
Getting money from mom and dad.
They are getting money from mom and dad. For those that are not getting money from mom and dad, they are exploring other careers. One of the conversations I had with my son, who's applying for jobs, and he's worried about being replaced by AI, is what am I going to do? He says, I'm not good with my hands. Now, my son works out like a madman. He's kind of a gym rat, so he's physically capable of doing things. He's just not mechanically inclined. So he's concerned about some of those jobs that we've discussed in the past as being almost AI-proof, which is mostly manual labor, essential workforce manual labor. AI isn't getting on the roof to fix the shingles, but you also don't want my son putting a roof on your house.
No?
No, it would have come off in the storms this week.
Construction, don't want him doing that.
I don't think you do.
No trade work?
I don't think you do. I don't think you do.
Okay.
I mean, I always like doing projects with him. But, Joe, you've seen me do projects. I can screw them up enough on my own. It's not good when I have him.
I try to have you stay away.
Yeah. And he turns to me for advice. That's how bad he is.
Wow,
You're
he's learning from the most mediocre.
Exactly. Now you're catching on. So Zoomers are ditching 4-year degrees in favor of doing work that unchains them from desks. It puts money in their bank accounts, and many of them are, in fact, turning to the trades, like HVAC servicing, wind turbine installation. Some are starting to change once hot professions like software engineering, consulting, and marketing into other new and trendy ventures like influencing and side hustles. Oh, God, Joe.
Your son's going to become an influencer.
Oh, God.
Oh, it's your dream.
I cannot
You're going to
stand
come
that
home
crap.
and he's be like, Dad, I'm on TikTok.
I'm an influencer now.
Oh.
I'm an influencer.
I'm going to tell everybody what stuff to buy. Oh, man. This is amazing. It comes full circle.
God, wouldn't
totally
that be miserable?
Become an influencer.
I'm an influencer. I'm a social media influencer.
Well, you already said he popped the top on some drink today.
Yes.
Maybe.
Oh, his ice sparkling water, caffeinated sparkling water. Oh, that's a good idea.
They need a brand ambassador.
You're right, they do.
Hey, if you want to wake up before noon, get your ice sparkling seltzer.
And get to the gym.
Yeah.
Get pumped.
Get swole with Ice Sparkle Seltzer.
Now you're getting it. Yeah. This is not a bad idea. Maybe I should help him cut a demo reel. That's a good idea. The other thing they're doing is some of them are getting their licenses in real estate or insurance. Now, that's interesting because I try to think of any time I've dealt with a real estate agent, and it's always somebody who's at least 40. I don't think I've ever had a real estate agent under 40.
The average is like 55, white woman, college, education, kid or two.
Well, you just sound like you just laid out the demographics of listeners to adult contemporary stations.
There you go.
That's it. Yeah.
It's not late teens, early 20s.
If you love hearing Christmas music all over your radio starting in the middle of October, you're going to love real estate radio.
Yeah.
So now we're seeing younger people who are getting their licenses. Does that give you confidence, or would it worry you?
It does not worry me. It does give me confidence. Like you're just selling a good, and if they're really good at selling
a house.
Well, no, I'm thinking something obscure. I mean, if they can sell some random T-shirt, why can't they sell a house if they've got a 40,000 person following?
Not only that, right? They've got the following, right? That's the other thing, because I got to tell you, the 55-year-old, the middle-aged white woman probably is not going to have that kind of following. Yeah, might actually work better. I'm going to continue being the lone voice willing to holler about the future of water in Arizona. It's not a sexy topic, certainly not one that the family wants to rally around the dinner table to discuss, and yet there won't be anything on that dinner table if we can't grow the vegetables and feed the cattle in Arizona when we run dry. The latest update on where the water levels are and how it may be more than just faucets being affected is next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp here, and a while back, Gleason Roofing repaired the underlayment on my roof. I'm glad I didn't wait until now during the monsoon. And listen, if you got a tile roof, the tiles aren't waterproof. It's the underlayment that protects your home and keeps you from living in a motel while someone fixes your mold problem caused by a leak. Get a free roof audit at GleasonRoofing.com, and right now you'll get 10% off any repairs they find that needs fixing. GleasonRoofing.com. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son, Mike. In addition to the comp case, there's a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Want to remind you why I love Bulldog security screens. Here's why they're my top choice in home security. Bulldog security screens are custom made to fit your home. Not only do they help block out the sun, they keep out the heat, they also are tough as nails. Trust me, I personally went to their factory right here in Arizona. I tried to break through all of their security screens, and I couldn't. The screens are the real deal. Handmade with military-grade steel, keeping intruders outside and withstanding Phoenix's harshest weather. Plus, they look amazing. They fit your home's design without eyesore ugly bars or giant rolling shades on your windows. Take the vacation worry-free, knowing Bulldog security screens are guaranteed to keep your home safe. And isn't that what this is all about? Real home protection. Get all the details and schedule online at bulldogsecurityscreens.com. That's bulldogsecurityscreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Seeing top-notch quality vitamins and supplements at always affordable prices? Look no further than Natural Grocers brand supplements. Amidst the online haze of quality, they shine through with potent ingredients and the best manufacturing standards. Their name stands for trust, proven through time and generations. So enjoy your food and supplement the rest with Natural Grocers brand and supplements. Visit naturalgrocers.com to find a store near you.
It's Gatos, and there's never been a better time to try Connecticut Water's multi-tank, non-electric water treatment systems. But you have to act fast. Through the end of August, Connecticut is offering homeowners a free trial. They'll even waive install fees on homes pre-plumbed for water treatment, making it a true no-cost, no-obligation offer. This is their best deal ever. Connecticut's hybrid combination system softens and removes chlorine that makes your skin dry and itchy and fades your laundry. You can have great drinking water at the tap instead of ever messing with bottles. You'll enjoy that their American-made systems are low maintenance and super efficient, so operating costs are cheaper than a traditional water softener. Why wouldn't you try a Connecticut? Call today, 602-910-6570, or visit aquazona.com. Free trial of a Connecticut system. Must mention Gatos. Connecticut Water, very refreshing. Aquazona is the exclusive authorized independent Connecticut dealer for Phoenix and Tucson.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The FBI has now identified the shooter in this morning's shooting at a Catholic church in Minneapolis as Robin Westman, born Robert Westman. The body of the 23-year-old was discovered in the back of the church with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Authorities on the scene say bullets from 3 different weapons fired by the shooter from outside the church had pierced the stained glass windows, killing 2 school children ages 8 and 10 and wounding 14 more students and 3 adult parishioners inside as a mass was underway. Mayor Jacob Frey has been at the scene all day, offering support, calling for action on gun violence, and pleading for restraint on anyone looking to retaliate.
Anybody who is using this as an opportunity to villainize our trans community or any other community out there has lost their sense of common humanity.
A driver's license belonging to Westman, as reviewed by ABC News, shows Westman as a female, born on June 17, 2002, and a court filing for a name change application from Robert to Robin. Authorities are staying focused on youth violence, and tonight you can head to a public forum and talk about the issue.
Youth-based violence has become a major conversation in the Valley since the 2023 Queen Creek death of Preston Lord. Now Ryan Cody of Chandler Police says there's a chance for the community to help come up with solutions.
That there's definitely a heightened sense of understanding and awareness surrounding teen violence. You can't shy away from the obvious tragedy involving Preston Lord in our community in the East Valley.
Tonight's Common Ground, a teen safety forum, brings Chandler PD, county prosecutors, and the Preston Lord Foundation all together. It runs from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Chandler Public Safety Training Center off Dobson Road, south of Queen Creek Road. Ballin over Stoles, KTAR News.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company has a plan in the works to reuse nearly every drop of water needed for chip manufacturing. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center to explain how.
TSMC is building its very own industrial reclamation water plant. Sarah Porter with ASU's Kyle Center for Water Policy says it will allow them to reuse between 85 to 90% of their water.
They have to wash the chip in the process of producing them, and they need to use ultra pure water because water that has impurities in it put flaws in the chips.
TSMC is already reusing about 65% of their water now. The plant will be operational by 2028. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's August 27th, and back on this day in 1965, the Beatles met Elvis Presley for the first and only time. The two acts, who are considered the kings of their respective musical eras, spent about 4 hours together in a historic yet informal and awkward hangout session, arranged by their managers Brian Epstein and Colonel Tom Parker. The meeting was kept private with no photos or recordings made. They reportedly jammed together, and the event is considered a sort of symbolic passing of the torch in music history. The meeting took place at Elvis's Bel Air mansion, where the Beatles arrived in the late evening and stayed for several hours. The personalities of the four Beatles were noted during the encounter. John Lennon was curious about Elvis's career, but expressed disappointment with his later musical direction. Paul McCartney was enthusiastic. George Harrison was intrigued by Elvis's multiple televisions, and Ringo Starr played with Elvis's dog. And it all happened when the Beatles met Elvis Presley for the first and only time, back on this day in 1965.
Well, they said you was Let's check on the traffic right now with John Roller. He's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, Becky Lynn, working a crash southbound I-17. This in the North Valley. This is right near Peoria, and it is blocking the left lanes. Looks to be some rather significant injuries there, so fire is on the scene. Lean to the right, you've got stop and go slowing starting at Thunderbird. In the West Valley, northbound Loop 101 Agua Fria Freeway, we've got a car fire off to the right near Glendale, and Glendale Fire responding to that scene. Also working a crash in Chandler this afternoon, Alma School Road in Fry. That's right in between Chandler Boulevard and Pecos. And also a crash in Avondale this afternoon, 100 First Avenue and McDowell. Traffic is brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Summer plays on with Toyota's national sales event. Choose from the best sellers like Camry, Tacoma, RAV4, and Tundra. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today. John Roller, KTAR News.
Just a 20% chance that we'll see some showers throughout the day into the evening. 82 overnight. Tomorrow, partly cloudy and 103. Climbing to 108 by Saturday. In Surprise, we've hit 101. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Thanks for spending your afternoons with us. I'm Chris Merrill. He's Joe Huizenga. On air, online, and on the KTAR News app. Also, find us streaming on the YouTube channel. You can stay informed, stay ahead, and subscribe to KTAR News on YouTube. Watch all of our shows, get exclusive interviews and expert analysis on Arizona's biggest stories, all in one place. Just search KTAR News on YouTube and hit subscribe. What is it I tell you is the biggest issue facing Arizona, Joe? I tell you this all the time.
There's two things you tell me on this show, Chris. One is the word of the year is uncertainty.
Uncertainty.
And the other thing, what you were just hinting at?
Water.
H2O.
It's all about the water. Now, we had an expert on a couple of weeks ago. You remember?
I just heard Heidi Hommel mention her in Becky Lynn's newscast.
She's very smart.
Sarah Porter from the Kyle Institute for Water Policy.
Yeah.
I could be butchering the name, but...
She's very smart.
Mm-hmm.
The takeaway I had from the conversation that we had with her was, there's plenty of water. How much are you willing to pay for it?
Yeah, Arizona will get its water, but it's going to have to open up the checkbook.
Yeah, we're going to have to crack that open. Mm-hmm. How soon are we going to have to open that checkbook?
I think soon.
I do too.
Like in the next couple years.
Did you see what the water levels are going on right now with Lake Powell? Lake Powell is dropping. Lake Mead is dropping. And the question is, how much water do you allow to flow down from Lake Powell through the Glen Canyon Dam into Lake Mead?
When you just drove up to Vegas, what was that, a week ago?
Yeah.
2 weeks ago?
Yeah, a week and a half, yeah.
How'd Lake Mead look? Because you can see
Low
the
as
water
always.
there.
Yeah.
So, but it's definitely dropped over the last 10 to 15 years.
Oh, my gosh.
Well.
Yeah. It is slightly higher than it was. And actually, I looked at the stats, too, and it hit the lowest point in 2022, I think.
We had a really good year in, like, 23.
Yes. So now, though, the river shortage is become such an issue. And remember, the Central Arizona Project gets the water from the Colorado River. Mm-hmm. And not only that, but Lake Powell has to have a certain amount of water in it, or else the flow dries up going down River. And if you hit, they call that dead pool, whereas the water's coming out, and there's not really, the water's going in, flowing into Lake Powell, but it's not really flowing out. If it's not flowing out, that means it doesn't hit the Glen Canyon Dam. And if it doesn't hit the Glen Canyon Dam, that means it's not generating electricity through that hydropower dam, which means tens of thousands of Arizonans, as well as others in California, Nevada, and elsewhere, don't have juice.
Well, you've got 7 states, 30 Native American tribes, and 2 Mexican states that all count on the Colorado River. And yeah, Arizona's going to be taking it in the shorts when it comes to the Colorado River here.
We are. So we are already operating at, 18% below normal because of cuts that have triggered because of low water levels and low replenishment levels.
And that's going to happen again.
Because we didn't hit those new stats. Now, the other thing about this, too, is that we end up in another tier because we are less than 1 foot of Lake Powell elevation, to triggering the next cutback. The elevation is 3,500 feet. Now, that doesn't mean that the lake is 3,500 feet deep. It's 3,500 feet above sea level. The elevation right now at Lake Powell is 3,500.94 feet. So not 3,594, 3,500. 0.94.
Almost 3,501.
So we are less than a foot from that trigger, and the expectation is it will drop below that in the September reading.
So Arizona losing 18%. You've got Mexico losing about 5%. Nevada also substantial losses. Now California, no cuts for California.
No, California is priority on the Colorado River because of the last negotiation, which is a sticking point as they're looking for the new Colorado River compact. Let's also keep in mind that what's going on with Lake Powell, I told you, Lake Powell, they don't want to let this the flow go so low that you're not feeding the dam.
I expect more rhyme time out of you.
You will not get it.
Oh.
So if the flow cuts off, all of a sudden you're losing power. Not only do we not have water, we also don't have power being generated by that water, and that is one of our power generating facilities, major ones here in the state. So they say, well, why don't we just open up some of the reservoirs that are farther upstream from Lake Powell? Problem is, those are the ones that go to Colorado, Utah, Wyoming, and they're going, you're not taking our water. You can't take our water just because you didn't manage yours. But now what happens if we're not pumping water through to Lake Mead and it's not making its way down the river to Yuma, where so much of our vegetables come from in the wintertime?
Farmers are going to lose crops.
Well, what is that going to do to me at the grocery store?
You're not going to be eating those vegetables. You will be eating other things.
Couldn't we just import them?
For a cost.
For a cost. And a tariff on top of the cost. So not only is it going to cost us to make sure that we get water from somewhere, it's going to cost us because that water is going to cost the farmers more, or the farmers are going to have to cut back, which means the price of my produce is going to go up. Now, there is a strange situation. This is something that happened when we talked with Sarah Porter a few weeks ago. I think she discussed this. And that is that as we continue to develop in the valley, development, counterintuitively, actually helps us save water. Because a house uses a lot less water than a spinach field.
Yeah, a farmer with his crops.
Yeah, the farmer uses a lot more water in order to feed those crops than it would to build a development, So actually building uses less water. And you always think the valley's expanding, we don't have enough water for all these people, but as you are replacing fields with developments, you're actually using less water. It feels very counterintuitive, but when you think about it, you go, okay, I get that now. But that means there are fewer farmers producing. So what's that going to do to the price of my produce when I go to the grocery store?
Up.
Supply and demand. You've got more people demanding more food. You've got fewer producers of the food. What does that do to it? Pops it up. And then what do I do when I can't get my fresh produce?
Panic.
I go eat ultra-processed produce and I get fat. And then when I get fatter, I get type 2 diabetes, and then I have to have my leg amputated.
Oh, or you just die. They'd probably like that if you die.
So basically, we got to fix this water problem if you want to keep walking on 2 legs or survive.
Do we have any options to fix this water problem?
We do have some options. I'm so glad you asked, Joe.
I didn't ask. I guess I did ask.
You did literally just ask.
I did ask.
Because everything we've talked about so far about the water in Arizona is that we don't have enough. And that we won't have enough. And it's all this doom and gloom. So, what are those options? Can we do anything about it? I mean, this water expert told us, yeah, we don't have to worry about running out of water. There are options. What are those options? You might find out next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Before that, though, we've got Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
3:14, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Officials in Minnesota say there's still no motive for the deadly mass shooting that took place today at a Catholic school in Minneapolis. An 8-year-old and a 10-year-old were killed, 17 others injured. That shooting took place at the school's church during a service marking the beginning of the new school year. This 10-year-old was in the church when the shots were fired.
My friend got hit in the back.
Did he go to the hospital?
Yeah, he went to the hospital.
What went through your mind when you saw that?
I was super scared for him. I was like 2 seats away from the stained glass windows. So the shots were like right next to me.
All of our top stories only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Getting a check on traffic for us now, it's John Roller live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. New crash in the Scottsdale area, westbound Loop 101, Pima Freeway, right near 64th Street. This just coming in. Southbound I-17 crash right near Peoria. Troopers and ADOT able to get this crash off to the right, but you've got leftover slowing starting at Thunderbird heading southbound. And lean to the left as you head northbound on the 101 Agua Fria Freeway. We've got a car fire. Fire still on the scene. This is right near Glendale. Also working a crash in Chandler this afternoon, Alma School Road and Fry. That's the half-miler between Chandler Boulevard and Pecos. Traffic is brought to you by the Barrow Neurological Institute. Researchers in Phoenix are studying how COVID impacts the brain. If you're between ages of 55 and 90, text study to 620-620 to see if you qualify. John Roller, KTAR News.
82 tonight, tomorrow partly cloudy and 103 as we climb to 108 by Saturday. Right now in Maricopa, it is 100. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
LaDonna here. Today we told you about how Valley rent prices could drop soon and why. Tomorrow might be getting more affordable as well. Find out why tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News with Jim Sharp and me, right here on KTAR.
On air, online, on the KTAR News app. When you're on that app, you'll see a little microphone icon. When you click on that button, it says call us. What it does is it actually opens a record screen, allows you to record us a message, say something we like. Could be insightful, could be funny, could be off the rails. We might even play that on the air. So we asked about solutions. We know that the Colorado River is low. There's going to be more restrictions, and we know that we have to have a new Colorado River compact by 2026, and none of the states want to give even an inch, let alone millions of acre feet of water. So what is the solution? The solution, I think, is probably to find new sources somehow. But groundwater is drying up. Groundwater is drying up. According to ASU and NASA, they've been evaluating the groundwater resources, and they are vanishing. They're going away very, very quickly. A lot of that water, they say, leaves the continents and ends up in the ocean. It is driving up sea levels. It is now a bigger contributor to sea level rise than either Greenland or Antarctic ice sheets. So it's not just groundwater in Arizona. It is globally. So the oceans are
sucking in the groundwater.
It's more like we're sucking out the groundwater, and then when we get rid of it, it enters back into the atmosphere, and it doesn't go back into the ground because we're just not into the rain.
Ocean,
it ends up in the ocean.
Which raises the water in the ocean.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So sea level rise.
So the solutions, though, man, these really cool people at the Arizona Water Infrastructure Finance Authority.
WIFA.
Doesn't that sound neat?
Okay.
They have 6 proposals.
What's your WIFA password?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
They have 6 proposals that could fund projects that could eventually import billions of gallons of water into Arizona.
All right, so we're finding new sources of water, which is something that we talked about with Sarah Porter from the Kyle Institute of Water Resource Management, Finite Solutions for Infinite Problems, whatever the name of it was. Yeah. So anyway, she said there is water.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, we know that water. Think back to chemistry. Your parents paid a lot for your high school education.
Yes.
And I know that you got great grades because certainly it had nothing to do with how much of a donation they made to the church for you to get those grades.
I graduated high honors.
At Father Gabriel Ahmad Rashad Iglesias's
throw in your favorite part.
High School of
Wayward Boys.
Mechanics. Institute of
believe me,
Technical
there was
Repair
no mechanics
and
going
Wayward
on
Boys.
there. No.
Right, okay. So anyway, when that happened, you got a great grade in chemistry.
I did well in chemistry.
All right, good. How much water are we losing into the universe?
I don't know. How much water are we losing into the universe?
Yeah. I mean, we've got all this water on Earth, right? So if we're worried about water going away, it must be going out of the universe, right? It must be evaporating into space somehow.
I don't know. Is it?
No, it's not. In other words, if there's a drop of water here, we're not losing that drop of water. The hydrogen and atom carbons remain on Earth.
You are being very nerdy right now.
I know I am.
The hydrogen and atom carbons?
The hydrogen and oxygen, I'm sorry.
The hydrogen and
oxygen atoms. Sorry. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. No, it's 2 days in a row. I've completely
I'm
put my foot
already
in my mouth.
confused, and I'm like, huh?
My point is...
You got H2O.
You drank a bottle of water.
Yes.
Eventually, that water is going back out somewhere, right?
Kinda, yeah.
Joe.
Yeah.
Did the water disappear?
No.
Did the water turn into something else? Has hydrogen turned into something else? Has oxygen turned into something else? The elements that we have are still here, okay?
Yeah.
We're just moving them around.
Yeah.
So they're under the ground now, and then they end up in the ocean. So we got to be able to bring them back somehow.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
The water hasn't vanished.
Well, and that does involve two of the proposals.
Okay.
They want to involve desalination.
So we take it back out of the ocean.
Yes.
Problem solved.
The other four, we don't really know what they involve. They come
What
from...
do you mean we don't know what?
Well,
we have 6 proposals.
4 of the 6 proposals came from water and utility services provider EPCOR. And we've heard of EPCOR before when we talk about Rio Verde foothills.
Yeah.
They're building that standpipe district up there.
Yes.
But they don't tell us anything about the proposals.
It's got to be pumping more groundwater then, right?
I don't know. 2 came from Acciona Bengate Water Augmentation Alliance and Zarata LLC. They sound cool. They came up with the desalination proposal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Desalination ain't cheap.
No, it's not. And also, if we're talking about ocean water, the ocean ain't close either.
No.
So then we're going to have to get the water from, I presume, the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, I was when I was doing radio in San Diego, there was concerns about water for some of the inland cities. And one of them was about 10 miles inland. And the question, why don't we just, we've got an ocean, why don't we just take the water from there? Just desalinate it. And what they figured out was it was cheaper to build water treatment plants. Some would call it toilet to tap. It was cheaper to build those than it was to build a desalination plant.
Well, here's my other question, too, with any of these proposals.
And that was only 10 miles that they would have had to move it.
Yeah, not hundreds of miles.
Yes.
So with any of these proposals, too, I don't know who owns the Pacific Ocean water, but I know Arizona doesn't. So it's not as though we can just go out to the Pacific and lay claim to the water, I'm guessing also. Even if we want it, we can't.
Yeah, there'd have to be an international conversation about that.
Which, again, money.
Yeah.
None of these proposals are going to be cheap.
Well, speaking of international conversations about it, if you did want to, even if you could say that water is ours, we're just going to pull water in, which I don't think that would be all that hard to get that consensus on. I think they would take a conversation, but I think you'd be able to do it. The closest is Puerto Penasco.
Rocky Point.
Rocky Point.
Details on the 6 proposals.
But wait, do you know where that is?
I know it's a few hours away.
In
Mexico.
Yeah. Now you're talking about another international treaty.
Yeah. So details on these 6 proposals are not even going to become public until the board decides which ones will move forward. That's a little peculiar to me, too.
So we have 6 proposals. We have a board that's weighing them. We don't know what the proposals are.
And we won't know which ones were rejected. We only know
which ones they take.
We may know which ones were rejected after they decide which ones they're going to take.
And you wonder why people don't pay attention to the water issues in Arizona. Because even if we did want to pay attention, you're not allowed.
Yeah, you have no say.
You don't have, I'm sorry, you don't have authorization to discuss the water. So what are we supposed to think then? As long as my tap is working, I'm fine?
That is exactly what they want you to think.
I mean, this is kind of what I've said is the biggest problem with the Arizona water is that the people aren't paying attention to it because we have this willful ignorance. As long as I turn on the tap and I've got water, we don't have a water problem.
That's right.
And yet when we want to draw attention to it, they go, don't worry about it. You still got water in your tap. It's fine.
Yeah, no, and we're not going to tell you anything about it until we decide which direction we're going to go. And then we're not going to tell you about the directions that we're not going to go, only the directions we are going to go.
I'm telling you, I'm worried. Because how many times did you hear about California's drought in the 2010s? I mean, it was
lot.
Constantly, right?
Yeah, you had one side of the street watering or only this part of the alphabet watering.
Yeah, and then Jerry Brown was saying if it's brown, flush it down. If it's yellow, let it mellow, right? I mean, that was a government position. That used to be what the rural kids used to say when I was growing up in northern Michigan. They used to say that was because we didn't want to fill up the septic tank, right? That was California's governmental position.
Well, and you keep dropping this triple T on everyone, too, the toilet to tap. But that's not exactly appealing, too, to the stomach.
You know, that's the biggest issue. It actually is fine. I don't have any problem with it, but I know a lot of people are freaked out by it.
I get it that it's fine, too, but...
Yeah.
That's not easy either, is it?
My dog drinks it. He doesn't even wait for it to get back to the tap.
There you go.
The dog just drinks it right out of the toilet.
Hey, if it's good for your dog, it must be good for you and me.
I'm worried about the water situation because even if we can find new sources, it's going to cost us. And it's not like we're going to be able to shovel that cost off to somebody else. It's going to come out of our pockets. Although, you know what? We're just going to ask the federal government to bail us out, I guess. Unbelievable. All of us want to feel powerful, some iota of control in our lives, but nothing makes us feel more powerless than when the lights go out during a storm. For tens of thousands around the valley this week, storms have knocked out the juice, and they were left wondering when their AC, their refrigerator, their lights, or their internet might come back. You're going to have a chance to question your mettle in today's Headline Volley. It's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Hey, I want to tell you about a smart move that could save your life and save you some cash. Lifeguard Imaging is offering you a free heart scan, $599 value for first-time patients. I got mine. I'm so glad I did. The process took 4 minutes tops. You sit down, you lay down. Machine tells you exactly what you have to do. You're in, you're out. There's no, claustrophobic MRI machine. It's very open, very easy, simple process. Heart disease and cancer, they're the leading causes of death in America. They often show no symptoms. But Lifeguard Imaging's advanced high-accuracy CT scans, they can detect them early when it really counts. This is a ultra-reasonable, very simple step that will give you peace of mind. You've always taken care of your family, your finances, and your future. I want you to take care of your health. Don't wait until it's too late. Book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging at lifeguardimaging.com and get your free heart scan, $599 value, or call them today, 602-483-4837, 602-483-4837. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
At Farm Bureau Financial Services, we don't say two birds with one stone. We say two damages with one deductible. With us, if your home and auto are both damaged in one storm, you only pay one deductible. And we should probably stop using stones for that sort of thing anyway. Talk to a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent about our one deductible advantage at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
The Labor Day sale is on at Brooklyn Bedding. Everything in-store and online is 30% off now through September 3rd. And an additional 5% off for active and retired military. And if you're looking for luxury, be sure to check out the Elite collection from sister brand Helix Sleep, available at all 12 Brooklyn Bedding locations. The Helix Elite offers unmatched luxury, made with 5 high-density foam layers. It's all 30% off during the Labor Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All 3 offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No-charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale, up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Plus free premium delivery with any smart bed and adjustable base. Ends Labor Day. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Lowe's has the Labor Day deals you need to give your home a new look. Buy one, get one free select interior paint via Visa gift card rebate. Then, add the final touch with 2 for $8 on select 2.5 or 3-quart mums. Refresh your home and save big while doing it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 9/3. Mums offer in-store only. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details.
The Texas Rangers visit Chase Field for a 3-game series starting September 1st. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The questions have turned to why in the aftermath of this morning's shooting at a church in Minneapolis, which killed at least 2 students and injured more than a dozen others as they prayed to mark the start of a new school year.
These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary.
Mayor Jacob Frey says it shouldn't happen in his city or anywhere else in America. The alleged shooter was found dead inside the back of the church after the children, teachers, parishioners, and clergy ran to safety. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz asked for support and for action following the violence.
So I ask the rest of the folks around the country who are watching, keep us in your thoughts and prayers, but also keep us in the thoughts for action. Keep us in the ideas that we can work together.
The anti-gun violence advocacy organization Everytown for Gun Safety logged this as the 5th shooting at a K-12 school since the school year began on August 1st. Before today, there were 57 deadly shootings recorded at K-12 schools in 2025. Intel warning it may lay off more employees at its Chandler plant. The company is telling state officials that nearly 100 more jobs can be in jeopardy after announcing nearly 700 layoffs last month. President Trump recently announced that the U.S. government would take a 10% stake in Intel to help the struggling chip maker. There's friction between the U.S. and Denmark once again over Greenland.
The Danish Foreign Ministry summoning the American ambassador to Denmark for talks after one of the country's main broadcasters reported that at least 3 people with connections to President Trump have been carrying out influence operations in Greenland. In a statement sent to ABC News on Wednesday, the Danish Security and Intelligence Service said Greenland has been the target of, quote, various types of influence campaigns aimed at creating discord in the relationship between Denmark and Greenland. Inez de la Cuetara, ABC News, at the Foreign Desk.
Let's check the roads this afternoon with John Roller, who's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you, Becky Lynn. Crash in the downtown area. Eastbound I-10, the inner loop right near 7th Avenue. Heading out of town, westbound I-10. You've got a crash blocking the HOV lanes right near 35th Avenue in Scottsdale this afternoon. Westbound Loop 101 Pima Freeway. Crash blocking multiple lanes up there right near 64th Street. Little bit of good news. Southbound I-17 had that crash right near Peoria. That now is fully off to the right. Working a crash in Chandler, Arizona Avenue in Queen Creek, and 59th Avenue in Beardsley. Look for a collision there as well. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement, Sundays at 2 p.m. right here at KTAR. John Roller, KTAR News.
Cloudy skies tonight with an overnight low temp of 82. We'll climb to 103 tomorrow and still see some clouds, and up to about 108 by Saturday. Currently in Tolleson, it's 102. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
More deals with nations, this time South Korea. We've got the details on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15.
Every day, right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 News and a check on traffic with Roundabout Roller, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
Yosef. Nearly 50,000 APS and SRP customers lost power on Monday when the Haboob rolled through. How long could you deal with no power at Hacienda de Huizenga before you look for another place to lay your big, beautiful bald head?
So I didn't have power the other day. Now, not Monday, but it was like a week prior.
Oh, okay.
And I lasted a couple hours before I texted my buddy and told him, hey, can I come to your place? Because he wasn't there.
Okay.
And crash at his pad, and he was cool with that.
So a couple hours.
It depends on the time of year, too.
Yes, it does. Suppose it were this week. If you got word from APS and went, hey, your power is out, of course you would already know that.
Mm-hmm.
I will say the power companies are pretty good at notifying you that, you know, somebody is on it, we're trying to get to it, you know, that kind of thing. I like that, the estimates of when it's going to be done. But could you go all night?
This time of year, I would not want to. I could, but I would not want to.
Okay.
And
would you pay for a hotel? How soon before you paid for a hotel?
I mean, my buddy has a house. I mean,
nope, your buddy doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, my buddy doesn't exist?
Nope, he just got vaporized by Thanos. He's gone.
That's terrible.
Yep. Along with his house. You can't just go sleep in his empty house because I know what you're thinking. Can I just squat?
Yeah. I could do that, right?
Yeah. Would you set up a tent and sleep in the backyard? I don't know how much you like camping.
I hate camping. I do not like camping. No. How long before a hotel? Not long. If my buddy's, you take anybody in?
No,
I'm coming to stay with you.
I got Thanos too. Dream come true.
For you?
Yep. I'm gone. I just got vaporized.
Well,
it was
then I'm
great.
going to your place and I'm staying there.
No, I told you I got vaporized too.
Oh, dang it.
Yep.
Man, I guess, yeah. I mean, I probably would go to a hotel eventually.
Well, how long is eventually is my question.
A day.
A day. All right. You'd get through one night.
Yeah. But if it was fall or winter, as long as I've got water, I could make it,
yeah, a lot longer.
A week, 2 weeks, no sweat.
So this is the funny thing is that my folks are on a well, and which is great. They don't have to pay for water or sewer, right?
Mm-hmm.
The trouble is if the power goes out, the well pump doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's
like
no
my
power,
parents' place in Michigan,
they got the same thing.
Yeah.
So no power means you're not getting any water.
No flush.
No flush. Yeah. So we had
and no shower.
We'd have to go down. Yeah, no shower. That's the stinky part.
Mm-hmm.
And it only goes out in the winter when there's an ice storm. So we'd have to huff it with 5-gallon buckets down to the river just so we could come back up and flush the toilets.
No, we made it at least 3 days in Michigan without power
and no water.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Not fun.
No, not fun at all.
Chris from Business Insider. Well, how long would you make it? I know you always
I'm kind of in that same. Well, no, we did have to go without for a few days there in Michigan. I think the longest we went was 2 days. I think my folks said they had to go through 3 or 4 once.
Okay.
It's pretty awful, but it's all about the water there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with you. As long as it's not an air conditioning situation out here, if I have water, I can deal with it. I'm not going to be happy, but I can deal with it. But you wouldn't have internet either, and that would stink. Because how am I going to watch football?
You watch a lot of TV.
I wouldn't if I didn't have power.
You would be reading a lot of books.
I don't even know how to do that.
We hinted at this earlier in the show. Headline, your next real estate agent may be a teenager. The typical American realtor, 55-year-old white woman who went to college and owns a home, according to the National Association of Realtors.
What's her name?
Beth or Judy.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
But Marmo is not your typical realtor. She's 24 with a 40,000 person TikTok following.
Oh,
and she pokes fun at stereotypes of her generation and leverages her following to get leads on homes. She loves it because, like fellow Gen Zers, she's over the typical 9 to 5. Chris, what job would you most and least likely want a teen working for you?
I actually do like the real estate thing. We discussed this earlier because they're going to be
I'm at least intrigued by that.
They're going to be able to tap into a different market. The people who are on social media.
Yeah.
They'll get your house in front of other people.
Mm-hmm. So realtors most?
But also, well, no, I don't know, because I'm also concerned that they don't have experience with things like contracts and real estate law and things like that. But if they're licensed, they should at least have a concept of what they're doing, even if they don't have a lot of experience.
Mm-hmm. They're licensed. They're totally legit.
Yeah, and they're going to work for a broker who does know the ins and outs of all those things, too. So I would be okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
What job would I least likely want them?
So realtors most.
Yeah.
Okay. Least.
Probably proctologist.
Yeah, I was thinking something in the medical field.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then specifically which.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because
you don't need to say that
I would
word
take
again.
a heart surgeon as a teenager, like a Doogie Howser situation, over the proctologist. Because even if they're medically able, there's still a maturity issue, and I don't need anybody laughing at me.
Think about...
See, if they've gone through medical school, they've gotten to a certain point where they're not laughing at you any longer. They understand the medical conditions. But if you've got someone who's like 18 or 20, even if it's Doogie Howser, the minute that they have to examine certain parts of my body, they're going to snicker.
So think about your kids. What would they have been most qualified and least qualified to do when they were teens?
Most qualified to be professional leeches. Least qualified to work for anyone.
Yeah. I understand why you don't want them in the medical field then.
Yeah, I do not want that. No, my daughter is very creative. She's very talented. And she wants to be a writer. She'd like to write screenplays, but I don't know if you've noticed, not a lot of those job openings on LinkedIn. Come right next Blockbuster. It's not really there, so it's kind of tough to get that gig. So that's
you got to kind of do it on your own,
and that's hard too.
Then sell it to somebody who wants it.
My youngest son has always been like entry level jobs. You know, he's always had like teenager jobs. And my oldest son, he joined the military out of high school and did a couple of years as a Marine Reserve, and then worked some odd jobs, but now is doing computer security, which I'm really proud of him for that. But as teenagers, I mean, that's a learning time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you worked in maintenance when you were a teenager, and nobody would even trust you to turn a wrench today.
Yeah, I was spraying wasps and picking up offices.
Trash.
I was setting trash ablaze.
Yes.
Yeah.
You did.
Well, I didn't. Somebody left their cigarette butt, and that did it.
Why would they do that?
Oh, terrible person.
Terrible person.
Don't throw your cigarette butts in the trash, people.
All right, you want to get one more in here?
Yeah.
Chipotle announced it's going to be partnering with Zipline.
I love Chipotle.
Zipline is a drone delivery company. They're going to start delivering orders by drone to certain customers. The new delivery option, dubbed Zipotle, will use the company's fleet of quiet zero-emission aircraft to make deliveries. For now, the drone delivery option is only available in the greater Dallas area, which has emerged as the drone delivery capital of America. But we do have limited drone delivery from Amazon in certain pockets of the West Valley. I haven't heard much about things going awry there. If food delivery turns to drones, will it work, Joe?
Sure. Why not?
Because I would shoot the drone out of the sky and steal your burrito.
No,
That's
you
why.
would not.
I absolutely would.
How would you know it was my burrito?
I'd just assume that any burrito going over my head could be yours, and I wouldn't take the risk of letting it go by.
No. Yes, seriously, this would work. Yeah.
You don't think there's going to be any hoodlum teenagers that are going to just be stealing burritos out of the air?
Why aren't hoodlum teenagers shooting down drones now?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why they're not.
Because they're busy TikToking.
Oh, you think that's what it is? Because the drones are overhead and they've got their faces looking down into their...
They're training to be
into their
realtors.
phones.
They're
I don't
not
think they
concerned
are.
with shooting
I don't
down
think the hoodlums shooting down drones are training to be realtors. I don't think that's happening.
I also don't think they're in the big cities. The hoodlums shooting down the drones are where the tumbleweeds blow.
Nah.
Yeah.
Think so?
Yeah. A little more on the outskirts.
I need one of those Batman guns that shoots one of the cargo nets. You know? I think the military has some of those too. That's what you need.
No.
They said that these drones that deliver the Chipotle, they fly 300 feet in the air. It's like a 30-story building.
That's not very high, though, too.
You don't think so?
I mean, we've got 300 feet in the air.
Yeah, just for comparison's sake, our studios here, our studios are on the second floor. We're about 20 feet up.
I'd just be nervous that one would fly into a mountain or something, trying to get to my place.
Oh, heaven forbid the mountain take my burrito.
I don't want that. I want my
Now,
burrito.
that would be a disaster,
Yes,
wouldn't it?
it
Wow.
would.
Boy, you really talk about a catastrophe.
Hey,
don't
listen
you?
to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos during their 6 o'clock hour for your chance to win hoops tickets to see the Mercury take on the New York Liberty and Indiana Fever. Tonight, they're giving away a pair of tickets to see the defending WNBA champion, New York Liberty, and Sabrina Ionescu. Tune in to 92.3 FM or the app for your chance to win, and check out Stewie, Brianna Stewart.
You've probably been tempted to dip into your emergency fund for something that isn't an emergency, like that quick weekend to Vegas or splurging on a new sofa. For some, the temptation is too much, and for the unlucky few, it comes back to bite them. You're going to be surprised to find out just how many of us have experienced a bit of remorse over some silly decisions. The worst way to spend is next on The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donald Automation.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Got a leak? Don't wait until that drip turns into a disaster, especially when Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, they're offering $75 off right now. Any plumbing leak repair. Paul Calvisi here, $75 off any plumbing leak repair. Whether it's in the kitchen, the bath, or deep in your walls, fast service, trusted pros for more than 40 years, and real savings before the damage adds up. Visit dayandnightair.com. Your leak stops here at dayandnightair.com. Limited time offer. Conditions apply.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:47, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. A community in Minneapolis mourning today after the shooting at a Catholic church as a school mass was underway. The violence left an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old attending that mass dead this morning. 17 others, including 14 kids, also hit by the bullets that penetrated the stained glass windows from the parking lot. The principal at Annunciation Catholic Elementary School, Matt DeBoer, addressed the press.
We intentionally chose a theme from the prophet Jeremiah chapter 29, a future filled with hope. There's nothing about today that can fill us with hope.
The injured, children ages 6 to 15, and 3 adults who were parishioners in their 80s are expected to survive. The FBI identified the shooter as 23-year-old Robin Westman, born Robert Westman, discovered dead at the scene with an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a check on traffic now with John Roller, who's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Right now, Becky Lynn, still have some slowing in the Scottsdale area, all due to a crash on the westbound Loop 101 Pima Freeway right near 64th Street, and you still have stop-and-go slowing starting at Scottsdale Road. Westbound Loop 101 Pima Freeway near 64th Street. There is some debris off to the left there. That's the heaviest slowing we're seeing there. Also a crash on westbound I-10 in the downtown area, coming out of downtown actually, right near 35th Avenue. It is blocking the left lane. Scottsdale Road just south of Thunderbird, a new crash coming in there, and a crash at 7th Avenue in Highland just south of Camelback. Traffic is brought to you by AMWA. From 10 Valley cities to millions of taps, delivering the water security that Arizona communities depend on. John Roller, KTAR News.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Have you noticed lingering cognitive changes after a COVID-19 infection? Or have you been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease? You could help researchers learn more about the impact of COVID on the brain. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 55 and 90 for a research study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
Representative Juan Ciscomani stopped a massive tax hike by voting to make the 20% small business tax deduction permanent. This means Arizona's small businesses can grow, hire, and invest in our communities. Visit smallbusinessdeduction.com and thank Representative Ciscomani for protecting America's small businesses. Paid for by the National Federation of Independent Business.
As the nation follows that awful Minnesota Catholic school shooting, we'll talk about a spike in Valley school violence and threats of violence that may not have yet peaked. I'm Jim Sharp. That's coming up Thursday on Arizona's Morning News.
I hate the idea of thinking that we're not peaking on our school violence. That terrifies me. I don't like that at all. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app. We've got the show Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos is coming up here in just a few moments. And you heard Joe mention here before we went to break that they are going to give you a chance to win tickets to see the Mercury take on the New York Liberty. And who would you say was in there?
For the Liberty?
Yeah, did you say?
Sabrina Ionescu, Brianna Stewart, Stewie.
That's what you said.
Yeah,
Stewie.
Brianna Stewart. Stewie. That's what she goes by. Yeah.
So does the crowd like boo her and go, Stewie?
No, I think they probably cheer her in New York and go, Stewie. Yeah.
All right, Stu.
Yeah, I know a little about the WNBA.
Joining us in the studio is star of Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gatos. It is Bruce the Great. Good to see you there, my man.
It's a pleasure to be here.
New survey says...
Ready. Top 5 answers on the board.
That's right. Hold on, I'm prepared for this. Survey says... There we go. More than 3 out of 4 Americans have a financial regret.
Oh, God.
So, like not saving for retirement early enough, taking on too much credit card debt, not saving for emergencies, that kind of thing.
Bruce doesn't like regrets.
Does that mean that we've got a quarter of us that have never made a financial mistake?
Wow. That means you never had any fun.
Right?
I mean, let's get it straight. Racing is a horrible financial decision.
Yeah. As a professional race car driver.
Absolutely insane. You know how you be a millionaire racing? Start with $2 million. It is absolutely a way to get rid of money. But man, it's so much fun. I wouldn't trade it for the world.
No, I mean, that's a great hobby. I think there's nothing wrong with spending your money on things that bring you joy.
Here's what I never understood.
You don't regret it, though.
No.
Right? That's not a mistake.
Listen, saving for retirement, being able to plan for that makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't get the people that, like, save money, preserve themselves till they're 70. And, like, look at all the money I have when I'm 70. I go, yeah, and you don't have any knees. You can't go do anything.
My parents are in this situation right now.
I don't want to die in a rocking chair.
Yeah, my dad wants to do all kinds of things. Whatever his body will let him do, he wants to do right now.
Do it now.
My mother's like, nah, I'd rather just hang out.
Yeah.
She's like, I'll just read my Kindle.
I'm going to do it all while I can.
She goes, no, I just want to relax. She goes, this is my twilight years. I just want to be quiet.
Twilight years.
Yeah. She's
oh God.
I just want to take everything slow. Dad's like, no, we've only got X amount of years left. We got to get moving.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Bruce. We'll keep strapping you in that car.
Don't worry. We'll be in DeQuoin, Illinois this weekend. No, you can't come. I know what you're saying.
Booming metropolis.
Yeah, DeQuoin, Illinois.
I'll wave as I fly over you
Please
this weekend.
do.
I will. What do you guys have going on today, starting at 4?
Well, we've got the War Room coming up at 5.
Yeah.
With ESAs, the ESA voucher program kind of going to be front and center in that debate as we have some dueling banjos, some opposing views on the ESA program. But we're going to have to start the show talking about
another
school shooting / church shooting. I don't know exactly how to describe it as such. And, welcome to the new normal. It's just so frustrating.
100% agree with you. All right, Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gato starts at 4 o'clock. Joe Heising, anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
When was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back screaming at you? Or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning, step by step? Let me guess, this is in the back of your mind. Maybe it'll disappear. I'll just tough it out. But nothing changes. It's time to call and schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics. There are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turned around their lives with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills. Bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Give QC Kinetics a call for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
These days, there's nobody more important than my guy Robert from All Pro Shade Concepts. My backyard stays cool and private thanks to the roll-down shades he installed. Robert, you're saving backyards, man.
That's what we do, Wolf. We block the brutal Arizona sun so you can actually use your backyard even when it's triple digits.
Absolutely. Your team did an awesome job from the console to the install. I can't thank you enough.
We're happy to help. help. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate and free installation. That's allproshade.com.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Since we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see and hear lots of lawyer ads. It seems that most are bragging on what they got their clients. But be careful. If you heard that someone sold their car for $500,000, you would be impressed. But if you later learned that it was a rare $10 million Ferrari, would you say that person got screwed? And that's before you even know if it's true. Who is fact-checking? And how much went to medical bills and lawyers' fees? If you want to get an idea what your case may be really worth, visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts. You will see what a law firm like ours is capable of. And fact-check for yourself. All that glitters is not gold. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won big, a lot. At Morgan & Morgan, we represent consumers. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. Just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News, now.
It's 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Minneapolis in mourning following a shooting that left an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old attending a Catholic Mass for their school dead today. 17 others inside the Annunciation Catholic Church, including 14 children and 3 adults, were also hit by the bullets that penetrated the stained glass windows from the parking lot. They're expected to survive their injuries. Minneapolis Chief of Police Brian O'Hara spoke of an alleged manifesto post on social media by the shooter in an afternoon press briefing.
This manifesto appeared to show him at the scene and included some disturbing writings. That content has since been taken down with the assistance of the FBI, and it now remains under active review by our investigators.
The FBI identified the shooter as Robin Westman, born Robert Westman, who was discovered dead in the back of the church with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Tonight in Chandler, it's a chance for you to gather with local authorities and help come up with solutions for youth-based violence. As the Maricopa County Attorney says, youth violence is rising Ryan Cody with Chandler Police adds.
Not just the youth, but also the adults in our community to educate them on some of the trends that we're seeing in teen violence, some of the causes, obviously some of the repercussions.
Common Ground, a teen safety forum, will run from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Chandler Public Safety Training Center off Dobson Road, south of Queen Creek Road. Mesa police arrested an employee of a juvenile rehab facility on drug charges.
Police say 39-year-old Ashley Lutton offered to sell Adderall to a 17-year-old boy who had recently been discharged from the rehab center. The boy's mother contacted the facility after seeing text messages between Lutton and her son. Police say Lutton went to the boy's home but fled when she was confronted and was arrested later. She faces 8 felony counts. Chris Havlick, KTAR News.
2 Colorado residents are pleading guilty to charges they defrauded Arizona's Empowerment Scholarship Account program. Attorney General Chris Mays says the pair submitted phony birth certificates and other documents to get over $110,000 in ESA funding. They've been charged with filing fraudulent applications for over 40 children, both real and fictitious. State School Superintendent Tom Horn took credit for his agency discovering the fraud and referring it for prosecution.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company is building its own industrial reclamation water plant. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live in the news center with the details.
This will allow the chip manufacturer to be less reliant on the City of Phoenix water supply. Sarah Porter with ASU's Kyle Center for Water Policy tells KTAR TSMC needs ultra-pure water without minerals to wash the chips with.
They've talked about magnesium and calcium or other substances that are perfectly safe in tap water, but they don't work if you're making semiconductor chips.
The water reclamation plant will allow TSMC to reuse about 85 to 90% of the water needed for chip manufacturing. It will be operational by 2028. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Time to check on those afternoon roads with John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. All lanes back open in the Scottsdale area. We had the crash westbound Loop 101 Pima Freeway right near 64th Street. That is fully off to the right and in the clearing stages. Same thing with the crash coming out of the downtown area on the westbound I-10 just past 27th Avenue. That is still off to the left, but again, all lanes are back open. Surface streets busy this hour. 19th Avenue just north of the I-10. We've got a crash there. Scottsdale Road just south of Thunderbird. Look for a collision there. And in Chandler this afternoon, the intersection of Arizona Avenue and Queen Creek is closed at this hour due to a very serious crash. Traffic is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Join KTAR News as we congratulate Cars for Kids on 30 amazing years of charity excellence. Donate your unused car today at carsforkids.org. Join over 1 million proud donors. That's Cars with a K. John Roller, KTAR News.
82 overnight, cloudy skies, and just a very slight chance of rain again. Partly cloudy on Thursday with a high of 103. And in Chandler, right now it is 100 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, our #1.
A lot of people call it the best hour, Gatos.
I don't know, man. #2 coming up with the War Room.
That's
it
right,
is
5 o'clock.
Wednesday. We've got a fantastic panel. We're going to go inside the War Room at 5 o'clock for 1 hour, so make sure you are here.
Yeah. Cancel cable. You'll want to be there.
Okay.
We have to talk about school shooting, don't we?
Well,
is it a school shooting or a church shooting?
I think it's a school shooting.
Okay.
Becky,
it's
a
kind
religious
of both.
school, a Catholic school.
But they were in the church portion, the chapel.
Having mass.
Right. Yeah.
You know, you ask a good question.
But I don't know if it matters. I'm just saying.
No. Before that.
Yeah.
Do we have to talk about it?
Do we have to talk about it?
Well, I mean, because how many years have we sat here? At one point you were on a different show. I remember you talking about Sandy Hook
literally happened on our show.
What happened on your show?
Like it started to. We've talked about this. Like how anytime a breaking news story, it just starts evolving.
When you were doing the morning,
and I just remember the most sickening feeling,
no doubt,
as that story just kept evolving. It went from there was a school shooting to 2 hours later learning what it was.
You asked at the beginning, are we going to talk about this?
Yeah.
And I go back and forth on this. Part of me says we shouldn't.
Okay.
Because talking about it doesn't get anything done. Talking about it doesn't change anything. Talking about it almost, I think, makes people out there say, "Hey, I'm going to go and shoot someplace up, and they're going to talk about me for a day." And I'm like, I've said this for many years. Maybe we shouldn't talk about it. Maybe we don't. I hate to say,
I know. I see where you're going with that.
Like, don't acknowledge it. I know how awful that sounds.
But then is it just dismissing the ones who were killed and the ones who went through the trauma?
Yeah. Are you focusing on the person that did it? Or are you focusing on the victim?
Right.
Yeah, but people always. Yeah, but all right. I'll ask you.
Fair.
I'll be real
go
honest.
ahead. I know where you're going.
So you want to know about the know about the 2 kids who died, or you want to know about the shooter? So I'm just asking people that are listening right now. Do you want to know about the 8-year-old and the 10-year-old who were killed? I'm dead serious when I say this. Do you want to talk about those 2, or do you want to talk about who killed them? Because I know the answer. The answer is you want to know who killed those 2 kids and shot. How many?
It was total of 17 injured.
Right. So I understand that some people, let's talk about those who died. Okay, but you don't want to hear that.
I think a lot of it is because
you want to know about why this person decided to turn evil and shoot. That's what people want to know.
Well, I also think that people want to know who the shooter is so they can run it through their political lean and use it as a bludgeon against, quote unquote, the others.
Okay. Yeah, you're probably right.
I hope it wasn't one of ours.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that seems to be the reflexive thing, at least on social media, which isn't the real world.
It's not the real world, and that's another reason I don't like talking about school shootings, because you see all this on social media, and it's very nasty and it's very mean. If we were to look at televisions that we have up in the studio, well, we've got one cable network that said that the shooter's manifesto is riddled with left-wing rants.
Of course.
Okay.
By the way,
I'm not saying that's false. I don't.
Well, can I add to it?
Please go ahead.
The shooter also praised Randy Weaver and Timothy McVeigh.
Okay.
Commemorated their deaths and cited Waco as an inspiration. He praised anti-Muslim mass murderer Andres Breivik and Brandon Tarrant.
All over the map.
Absolutely all over the map.
Right.
And by the way, had on one of the weapons or on one of the magazines said something about Trump, anti-Trump slogan on there. Had something about Jews. 6 million wasn't enough or something was written on one of the guns. Hatred of everyone is about the best that I can come up with.
And I guess, we jumped into it, I maybe assuming that all of you know what happened today. Because, you and I are looking at this and we're upset by it. Becky Lynn makes a great point. Is it a school shooting? Is it a church shooting? Well, you had a guy. Sorry, that's not even the case.
Technically not true.
Because you have to be very clear here. This is someone who apparently is transgender. So I'll be honest. I don't know if this person was born male or female.
I believe born male.
Okay.
Transitioned to female.
Okay. Does it matter?
No, I don't think it's relevant
maybe
to
it
the
is.
shooting. But
I don't know. Maybe it is. I'm not sure. I don't know. So we start there. Okay. Now we got to talk. Well, it's a transgender. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So this person decided to take a bunch of guns and shoot through a window and try and kill a whole bunch of people
while they were praying.
Who were at church. Right.
Yeah.
Little kids. Right. And there were elderly there, too.
There were adults as well.
So it's a lone gunman, killed 2 students, injured 17 others. At least that's what it.
Then turned the gun on himself.
Right.
Brought 3 weapons to the church.
Yeah.
All of them legally purchased. Stop me if you've heard this one before.
Right.
And no criminal background.
So let me stop. Where are we getting right now?
Right. No.
Where are we getting? It goes back to my point. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm not trying to dismiss the people, the kids who are gone. I'm just, we're 10 minutes in to the show.
Mm-hmm.
Where are we getting? Where have we gotten? Have we gotten anywhere? Because I don't know what to do with this story anymore. I don't know what not the story. I don't know what to do with this situation because I'm not going to talk about guns and I'm not going to talk about the Second Amendment and I'm not going to talk about
it's not going to change.
Transgender. What? Like, where do you want me to go with this that's going to change anything?
Sometimes it's mental health. We talk about mental health. But
yes.
we're not doing anything about that either.
No. So why are we sitting here and discussing it? That's my thing. Don't believe me. I don't feel good about saying that.
No, I know it's true.
My wife is traveling. She's flight attendant.
Right.
She gets a call. She calls me today. Did you see this? I go, of course I did. Yeah. And she's like, well.
As a teacher, this must strike her a little differently.
Right, right. And she goes, well, you're going to have to talk about this. And I go,
are we?
Why?
Yeah. To what end?
And I'll even say this. Like, I really do think I'm pretty numb to this stuff now. And I don't feel good about that. I am so used to these type of killings. I'm not surprised.
Whether it's schools or a Home Depot or a library or a whatever.
And it doesn't mean for a moment after I find out something about this that, well, I don't care. And I move on. Like there's a moment, I think, for all of us where whether you pray for the kids and the families just for a second or a moment, but then you do move on. And by the way, we'll talk about another shooting next week.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm just trying to ask, where do you want to go with this? Because this is America. We've accepted this. Some of us, certainly, we don't like to see anybody shot and killed. Nothing will change.
No.
And so I just wonder why we discuss it. That's all.
I think it's also one of those things, until it happens to you, it's not real.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just something that happens on TV.
Yeah.
Unless it affects you.
It's at this point, it happens so often.
Well, yeah,
that I don't know. I don't know what I don't want to sit here and talk about guns and AR-15s, and I don't want.
I don't even know. But I know. I don't even know what he had. He had a pistol and a shotgun and something else. But
I mean, it obviously seems that this was anti-Catholic church.
Certainly had a problem with religion.
No
yeah.
But
went to school at this place.
Yes.
Had gone to school there.
But when you take a gun and you put it through a window and you see children that are literally praying in their pews and you shoot at them, that's a different kind of evil, man.
Agreed.
And at the end of the day, how are we going to fix this? Because that's the question. And I'm telling you, it's not fixable. You can't fix it. It can't be fixed. There is no solution. You either have guns in America or you don't. And we have guns. And so this is going to happen. And it doesn't make me feel good. But no one's going to ban guns. No one wants to ban guns in the United States.
Well, and no, it's not going to happen.
So this stuff,
even if you want it to happen, it's not going to happen.
Right. This stuff is going to happen. And we've accepted it.
And we've
Sorry,
seen that,
but we have.
And here's what might be along those lines. There were, as far as we know, as of right now, there were no red flags.
Right.
The person didn't have a criminal history. They purchased guns legally.
Right.
We've seen this before with these shooters. The first crime they committed was the first person they shot.
So tell me how you want to stop that.
Yeah, I'm being serious. How do you stop that? The first crime they committed was when they pulled the trigger and shot the first kid through the window.
Part of that is, how did the parents not see anything?
He apparently was living with his father.
Okay, but you can't just turn on a dime like that and shoot kids at a church. You have to see it coming. And I know we all look at our children, love our children, see the best in them.
Yeah.
But wasn't there something where mom and dad said, not right?
That's weird. Yeah.
That's not right.
We got to do something.
And I'm going to tell you, there was probably a moment and they ignored it.
But so many, and I can understand, parents want to see the best. They want to believe in the best.
Do I think that these parents, in their mindset, that guy's going to shoot up
He's
a church?
going to go shoot up the church?
He's going to shoot up a school.
His mom used to work at this school.
Right. Probably not. But there had to be something about this 23-year-old that
somebody
saw,
noticed something.
Whether it's mom or dad or that said, I'm a little concerned.
Mm-hmm.
And we never saw that. We never saw that. So I don't mean to be crass. I don't know how to handle these shootings anymore. And
I get it.
I really don't know why we talk about it anymore.
Well, they have to be spectacular to talk about them. They have to, right? They have to be uniquely bad,
right,
because just a mass shooting isn't enough.
Right. One kid in a school, let's say today, that was shot and killed isn't going to be talked about.
Wouldn't, but quote unquote, make the news.
But if we're being honest, and I think we've been very honest, if you want to look at why people are really talking about this, the way it happened, right? The way it happened, you're shooting from outside in. You didn't even go inside the church. You're shooting from outside through a window.
Literally.
In to children.
The whole thing lasted 2 minutes?
Yeah.
I think is the timeline I saw.
Killed himself, right?
Yeah. Turned the gun on himself.
And it's awful. But we are not strong enough to say, let's tackle this issue and do something about it.
Got it.
Never happen. Sorry. And that's sad. All right. Remember, we got the War Room coming up, 5 o'clock. Coming up next, though, if you could only use one app for the rest of your life, which one would you choose?
Oh, I know.
I know Bruce's. I'm going back and forth.
Oh, really?
Talk about it. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, if you have great credit, my question to you is, why do you finance your home the same way people with not so great credit do? You know, a traditional 30-year fixed mortgage. I mean, let's be honest. The entire product was created for people with poor credit, people who the bank doesn't trust. It's why they stretch payments out over 30 years. It's why you pay all that interest first to the bank. Oh, they're getting their money. And you have no access to your equity. It's in the contract. Well, shouldn't your mortgage reflect your credit and the way that you've handled money? Well, that's exactly what a Life Changer loan can do. That's right. A Life Changer loan replaces the traditional 30-year mortgage and puts you back in control. You can pay down, pay off, even borrow back, and you can do it on your timeline. All right? You've earned it. You have good credit. You're trusted. You got great credit. You're good with money. You should not be in a traditional mortgage. Find out more at lifechangerloan.com. Lifechangerloan.com. It's not magic. It's just math.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:19. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. An 8 and a 10-year-old, both dead following a shooting at a Catholic mass for a school in Minneapolis. 17 others who were inside the Annunciation Catholic Church. 14 children and 3 adults also hit by the bullets that were fired through the stained glass windows from the parking lot. Minneapolis Chief of Police Brian O'Hara provided the latest info on the alleged gunman in an afternoon press briefing.
There was a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. All 3 had been lawfully purchased by the shooter. At this stage, we believe that the shooter had acted alone.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. With a check on traffic for us now, John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, Becky Lynn, things getting busy. We've got a couple of crashes coming out of the Broadway curve on the westbound side of I-10. One crash near 24th Street, and then up ahead you've got a crash off to the right, just right at the split as folks come northbound on the I-17, and you've got slowing all the way back to 32nd Street as you come through the Broadway curve. Also seeing some slowing now on the westbound Loop 202. Looks like we have a crash right near 32nd Street. We don't need a crash to slow things down there most afternoons. Also working a crash, Dobson and Ocotillo and Chandler. 27th Avenue and Van Buren, you've got a crash there. 19th Avenue and the I-10, a crash there. And Scottsdale Road just south of Thunderbird, look for a crash there. And again, Arizona Avenue and Queen Creek shut down this afternoon due to a serious collision. Traffic is brought to you by AZ Trimlight. Forget the ladder. AZ Trimlight's got your holiday lights on lock. Permanent, stunning, and the original pros with the best warranty. Book fast. aztrimlight.com. John Roller, KTAR News, back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
And this portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping their customers and community. Call Parker. All right. Don't forget, coming up at 5 o'clock, the War Room. You won't want to miss it.
It's going to be good.
We're going to have a bit of a debate around the ESA program, I have a feeling.
Yes, I think we're going to kick it off with that.
Okay.
Because there's just a ton of fraud, and some people don't think it's a big deal.
This is interesting. We talk about a changing world, and there's no argument that what we call TV has changed.
No question.
You know, you and I grew up with, 3 channels and PBS. You know what I'm saying? Like, now we have media companies, if you will, that own multiple channels, et cetera. But there's something kind of crazy happening out there. For the 6th month in a row, YouTube is the #1 TV channel.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's not even close.
No.
It's running away as a percentage of people watching TV, any TV. Over 13% are watching YouTube. Isn't that crazy?
No.
I don't know. Really? I don't know if I would have guessed that.
If you look at the breakdown, like what, YouTube's the top, then Disney is second.
Disney comes in second, okay. Netflix comes in third.
All right. So when you look at all that stuff, yeah, that's kind of how we're watching television. We all know that. Are you really watching a network TV show?
I couldn't tell you the last network TV show. It's been over 10 years.
No, The Bachelor for me. Yeah, I love The Bachelor.
Okay.
That's a solid show.
You may be watching a network television show, but you may be watching it on a streaming platform.
Or Hulu. You can watch it on a Hulu.
Without a doubt. But NBC Universal's in there. I mean, Fox is in there with their programs that are considered channels, where they do it.
I do think the Hallmark Channel is awesome. And I can't wait for Christmas and all the schmaltzy movies.
They're all the same.
I love it.
You realize the script is identical. They just changed the guy and the city.
And most of the actors and actresses are the same.
Same ones. I don't even know if
I will watch it all day during the holidays.
They don't even have to learn new lines. But it made me think, like, so my pitch to you was, if I could only have one channel.
Yes.
I might be late to the party, and I acknowledge it.
Yeah,
but I consume YouTube now as my primary thing. There are icons, on my little thing that I never even go to anymore. Why? I'm watching YouTube.
I'd probably go Netflix.
Really?
Yeah, I'd probably go Netflix.
Yeah, I like watching 8 to 12 minute long videos.
I know, right?
Or shorter.
Let me give you a quick one.
Yeah.
Forget how you watch TV.
Okay.
Because I'd probably watch Netflix if I had the one app, and you'd probably watch YouTube.
I'd pick YouTube.
If you only had one app on your phone.
Oh, God.
So that's a YouTube app. That's what you would take.
Yeah, YouTube.
But in all the dozens and dozens of apps we have, if you had to delete all of them except one, is it YouTube?
Oh, man. I'm going to say probably. Probably?
Okay. Well, I have my fantasy football app.
You fantasy football app. That's wow. Right? Why'd you have to bring that in?
I know.
Oh, I'm going.
Can I tell you what I would do?
You know that I have literally every streaming app there is known to man.
If you had one app on your phone, it would be YouTube.
I'd probably go YouTube.
For me, I'll just admit this, and I know it's not very cool.
No.
Mine would be Google Maps. I don't know my way around.
Wouldn't be able to get anywhere. You'd be lost constantly.
My brain doesn't work that way. I get turned around. I'm awful. I have to have them on, or I cannot get home.
Wow. Yeah.
That's how I roll.
YouTube, I see somebody else click. YouTube has Sunday Ticket. Just saying.
Maybe it's YouTube.
You got the Red Zone channel.
Maybe it's YouTube.
Again, once they got the Red Zone channel, I was like, what? Literally, why do I need anything else?
Seriously.
6 months. I mean, for 5 months, I'm booked on the weekends. I'm not accepting calls on Sundays.
Why would you?
But don't even try.
I'm unreachable on Sundays.
Unreachable.
I've got a team to manage. I've got a fake team to manage, okay?
You and I both manage fake teams.
There's a lot of championships between us.
There's a lot of championships in this room.
I think I have more.
I don't know. Tell you what, checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for us. And why your Gen Z coworkers are labeled lazy.
Is it fair, too? That's the other question. All right.
We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
I want you to call my friends at Advanced Window Products. Best windows in town, hands down. We're talking 39 years in business. An A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. There are a lot of ways you can go when it comes to your windows where you can really improve the beauty of your home, okay? They've got all these different window types, okay? I'll run through a few. Custom window designs. They've got the classic charm of double-hung windows, beautiful. The versatility of sliding windows. They have something that's going to complement every taste and style, okay? And what you will also experience is an increase in a level of comfort inside your home. Because, especially during the summer, these high-quality, energy-efficient windows, you're going to definitely get a return on your investment through lower cooling bills. So, go to advancedwindows.com. I want you to call them at 480-764-2002. And their summer special, which is only a day or so away from being completely done, must mention Gatos, buy 10 windows or more, get $2,500 off. advancedwindows.com.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon, or at newnordicusa.com.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Summers in Phoenix can be hot, and if you hate to paint, do what your neighbor Judy did. She called Rhino Shield.
The house that Rhino Shield did for my husband and I, after having the house painted with kind of usual house paint, I was seeing cracks appearing about every 3 years and just wasn't very satisfied with that.
Rhino Shield's better than paint specifically formulated for our climate.
I can't speak highly enough about the Rhino Shield crew. They also were great at working with me to get the exact right color because I was very particular.
Phoenix, you too can get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield right now for 10% off the regular price.
I would not hesitate to call Rhino Shield, and I am just thrilled to recommend Rhino Shield to my friends and neighbors and family.
Rhino Shield owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Got a question? Did you buy your home in the last, say, couple of years? Well, here's the deal. You could be throwing away thousands on a high interest rate. Whoa, who knows anybody who wants to do that? The Lund Mortgage Team, Arizona's trusted family-run lender, just launched a powerful new refinance program that can lower your rate and boost your savings. It's fast and it's local, and it's available for you right now. Don't wait. Lund Mortgage. That's LUNDmortgage.com. Where Arizona saves.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta letting you know Earnhardt Lexus on Camelback is rolling out some of the best deals of the season during the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales event now through Labor Day. Experience amazing in a 2025 Lexus TX 350, a spacious 3-row SUV for only $599 per month on a 36-month lease with $49.99 due at signing and 0 security deposit. Or how about the dynamically sleek 2025 Lexus ES 300 Hybrid getting an estimated 44 combined miles per gallon for only $449 per month on a 36-month lease with $39.99 due at signing. That's with $500 Lexus lease cash and, again, zero security deposit. Stop in and experience the no bull difference or shop fully online at EarnhardtLexus.com.
At Earnhardt Lexus, most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package to protect your investment at $579 unless otherwise noted. After all applicable offers on select styles. Lessee responsible for maintenance, excess wear, and 25 cents per mile for all mileage over 10,000 miles per year. On approved credit through Lexus Financial Services. Excludes tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/2/25.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The FBI has identified the shooter in this morning's shooting at a Catholic church in Minneapolis as Robin Westman, who was born Robert Westman. The body of the 23-year-old was discovered in the back of the church with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Authorities on the scene say bullets from 3 different weapons fired by the shooter from outside the church pierced the stained glass windows, killing 2 school children ages 8 and 10 and wounding 14 more students and 3 adult parishioners inside as Mass was underway. Mayor Jacob Frey has been at the scene all day offering support, calling for action on gun violence and pleading for restraint on anyone looking to retaliate.
Anybody who is using this as an opportunity to villainize our trans community or any other community out there has lost their sense of common humanity.
A driver's license belonging to Westman, as reviewed by ABC News, shows Westman as a female, born June 17, 2002, and a court filing for a name change application from Robert to Robin. The alleged shooter was found dead inside the back of the church after the children, teachers, parishioners, and clergy ran to safety, and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz asked for support and for action following the violence.
So I ask the rest of the folks around the country who are watching, keep us in your thoughts and prayers, but also keep us in the thoughts for action. Keep us in the ideas that we can work together.
The anti-gun violence advocacy organization Everytown for Gun Safety logged this as the 5th shooting at a K-12 school since the school year started on August 1st. Before today, there were 57 deadly shootings recorded at K-12 schools in 2025. The Intel plant in Chandler could be shedding some more jobs. The troubled chip maker told state officials about 100 employees could be laid off this month after announcing nearly 700 layoffs last month. The U.S. government recently took a 10% stake in Intel, making it one of the company's biggest shareholders. Ukrainian officials are coming to the U.S. this week for additional talks with their American counterparts. Here's ABC's Inez de la Catera at the Foreign Desk.
A Ukrainian source telling ABC News the meeting on Friday will be a follow-up meeting to General Kellogg's visit to Kyiv earlier this week, all part of efforts to end the war in Ukraine. The focus will be security guarantees and the Russians appearing reluctant to commit to another meeting. This comes as the Kremlin said on Wednesday Russia and Ukraine's negotiating teams are in contact, but no meeting has been set yet. Inez de la Catera, ABC News, at the Foreign Desk.
Let's check the ride home now with John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, Becky Lynn, getting word from Chandler Police right now that serious crash at Arizona Avenue and Queen Creek has cleared away. So that intersection is back open. We are working a couple of crashes just south of Sky Harbor today, westbound I-10, right near the split there, 24th Street. We've got a crash off to the right, and then right there at the split, we've got a crash right at the transition to the northbound I-17 just south of Sky Harbor. This crash is off to the right. Chandler, Dobson, and Ocotillo, look for a crash there. 27th Avenue and Van Buren, a collision there, and a crash in the clearing stages, 19th Avenue and the I-10. Traffic is brought to you by AMWA, from 10 Valley cities to millions of taps, delivering the water security that Arizona communities depend on. John Roller, KTAR News.
82, our overnight low temp with cloudy skies, and tomorrow partly cloudy and 103. Right now it's 99 in Apache Junction. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
More deals with nations, this time South Korea. We've got the details on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15.
Hey there, don't forget, coming up in the 6 o'clock hour, we got chances for you to win tickets to see the Mercury take on the WNBA champ New York Liberty. All right? Tonight, 6:15, be there. We got tickets. All right? Deal?
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Big Caitlin Clark fan.
Yeah,
nobody bigger than me.
You are
number 22.
Yes, very
the
good.
Indiana Caitlin Clark.
The Indiana plays for the Caitlin
Love
Clarks.
it, love it, love it.
Yes. You've heard the rap, right? That these damn kids today, they're lazy. They're disinterested.
Mm-hmm.
In the workplace, maybe not the kind of workers you want. Well, there's an NYU professor that said there's a reason behind some of this. Now, again, painting with a broad brush. I can acknowledge that. And she says they've been branded lazy now for a while. They like to log in from their couch. They don't want to work past 5.
Mm-hmm.
They want to kind of make up their own schedule.
I think they're smart.
She says,
everything you just said makes them smart.
Well, here's that. She said, the reason behind this? Because they don't see any payoff to hard work. They don't think there is a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. So they don't understand, nor do they believe, why working 70-hour week and going above and beyond is going to fundamentally change their situation.
It's interesting. My grandfather had a great saying.
What's that?
That I still say. He often would say, and he would pull this saying out at a specific time.
Okay.
He would say,
What was your granddad's name, by the way?
Raymond.
Granddad Ray.
Doctor.
Doctor.
Yeah. What are we working for?
What are we working for?
And he would say that at, let's say, a football game.
What are we working for?
Because he went and bought tickets. This is what we're working for.
What are we working for?
Right. If we go to a Yankees game, hey, what are we working for? We're working to get to the Yankees game.
Working
this
to
is
get
fantastic.
the Yankees. This is outstanding.
If he said, hey, you know what? I want to take you guys out to a really cool dinner in New York. We'd get there. Hey, what are we working for? We're working for the dinner.
Working for the dinner.
And so I always thought that was a pretty a pretty cool thing. If you were to ask Gen Z right now, what are you working for? Well, are you working for a house?
Yeah.
Are you?
Again, according to her, and she has some data to back it up, they have absolutely no reason to believe they're ever going to have economic security. She made the point, and I think you would agree, I'm old enough to remember that when I was in college, I thought, well, of course I'm going to do better than my parents. I'll have more money than them. And, I'll buy a house someday. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that didn't sound weird to say out loud.
Right.
That sounds weird for these kids to say out loud.
I think it's tough. I've said it before. I think you got to be married. You got to have a 2 income. You got to have 2 incomes. That's how you're going to afford a house.
Yeah.
You might need a little help from your parents. By the way, you might have to live in your parents' basement until you're 25 and save money. And it's just different. I don't think any of us wanted to. The last thing I wanted to do was be in my parents' basement at 25. I couldn't wait to get out of there at 21.
Yeah.
But I know a lot of Gen Zers who are living at home, and they're smart because they're not dumping $2,000 into. And it's not that it's smart. It sucks they have to do it, right?
Well, but you can understand how that
$2,000 into an apartment every month. They're waiting 3 or 4 years,
trying to save up for a down payment or something.
Stinks too,
right? Well, I can understand how that could affect your outlook,
right?
How you could see this quote unquote American dream as being kind of laughable, like the opportunity. I saw a guy do math. There's a TikTok on this, by the way. I'm on the TikTok. It's where I learn all my dance moves.
Oh gosh, that was terrible.
I'm going to do aura farming right now.
No. All right.
So anyway, he figured it out like in 1975 or whatever. What was the minimum wage?
Yep.
How much was the average price of a house? Kind of like to do a comparison. Okay, so even if you had a minimum wage job, could you buy a house? Well, yeah, here's what you would need to do. Okay. And he compared it to today. Do you know what the minimum wage would have to be for them to afford today's house? $66 an hour.
Ish.
That is the comparable to the 70s.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so this younger generation is looking at that math problem and saying this is never going to add up. It's not going to add up.
They also don't want to kill themselves at work like their parents did.
Well, they saw what happened.
They saw what happened with anxiety issues, heart issues, right? From stress. I mean, stress issues. And they're like, it's not worth it.
Yeah.
It's not worth it. So I'm going to put my time in. I'm going to care. But I'm done after I'm done. Like, I put in my 8 hours. That's what you paid me for.
Yeah. Whoop, whoop. like when the whistle blows, like
gone.
Fred Flintstone, you go right down the tail of the dinosaur and go home.
I don't necessarily think that's a stupid idea. Like what are we working for? If
what
you're
are we
not
working for?
Towards a home,
what are you working for?
Why am I going to spend 10 hours in here if I know I can't buy that?
If it's not going to get me to the goal.
Why am I going to stress out and put my health in jeopardy? I'm going to, what is it, the workplace balance thingy?
Work-life balance.
They've got it, and I don't think it's a bad idea.
Yeah.
They're trying to improve on the mistakes of their parents. That's
while acknowledging the financial realities that they are not growing up in the world their parents did.
Yep.
Yeah.
I wish that Gen Z had more opportunity or more choices like we did, and they don't. And I think that's not. Is
it unfair to say they have different choices?
I don't think they have as good choices.
Maybe not as good.
Yeah,
not as.
I
good.
don't think so.
Are you telling me we had it good?
I think we had it pretty good. Yeah, I really do believe that.
Really?
Yeah.
I go back and remember. By the way, you kids that are in high school right now, and a lot of them listen.
Oh yeah.
It's as good as it's going to get right now. By the way, it's all downhill after high school. I hate to break it to you. Yeah. You're living the life right now.
We were telling kids that you and I went to a school today.
Yeah.
We were paying tribute to a teacher.
Yep.
And we were telling some of the high school kids.
Yep.
This is good as
this is good. Like, you think this is bad? Wait till you get to the real world.
This is good as it
Have you paid an electric bill today? Okay, then. You're doing good. Why are more and more people performing their own medical procedures? And by the way, should I care how this turns out? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
I want you to hire my friends at the Arizona Painting Company. I've hired them. They are 98% done painting the inside of my house. And I am telling you, it looks awesome. It looks awesome. So we have them paint baseboards, walls, ceilings, closets. We also had them paint some cabinets, and they turned out incredible. We also had them paint the railing to our staircase that leads upstairs. Wow, does that pop? It's incredible. I am so happy. And my wife is super happy. And so I want you to hire the best painting company. And I want to give you a discount. We are almost out of August, so you need to text the word paint to 620-620, and I'm going to send you 20% off in August only, okay? So if you want to get your house painted inside or out, text the word paint to 620-620, and I'll send you 20% off. August only. Must mention Gatos, the Arizona Painting Company.
Wow, it's so good to finally be back home.
Is it me, or is it musty?
Oh, damp. Check the bathroom.
Damp!
The basement?
Damp! Wait!
Yeah?
I'm ordering damp bread!
So we don't have to move?
Eliminate damp, musty smells by trapping excess moisture. Get rid of the damp with Damp Rid.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Have you noticed lingering cognitive changes after a COVID-19 infection? Or have you been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease? You could help researchers learn more about the impact of COVID on the brain. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 55 and 90 for a research study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
KTAR News Flash.
4:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Bullets pierced the stained glass windows of Annunciation Catholic Church in Minneapolis this morning. Inside, the students who attend the elementary school on the campus were celebrating a back-to-school mass. An 8-year-old and a 10-year-old were killed. More than a dozen others inside, including 14 children and 3 adults, were hurt. Here's more with ABC's Alex Perez in Minneapolis.
A community in anguish.
And I heard something like really loud, like I thought it was fireworks in the church.
5th grader Clarissa Garcia.
And then I saw the shooting, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so scared.
After a mass shooter killed 2 children and shot many more as they prayed in church. The police chief breaking the tragic news.
The coward that shot these victims took his own life in the rear of the church.
Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry angry and emotional.
Don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying.
The White House confirmed Governor Tim Walz and President Trump did speak after the incident. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking the road home this afternoon now. It's John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. To the West Valley we go. Couple of crashes on either side of the I-10. We've got a crash coming eastbound on the I-10 just past the 202 transition right near 59th Avenue. On the westbound side of I-10, our second crash of the afternoon right near 35th Avenue. That is off to the right, and still working that crash right at the split, northbound I-17, right at the split as you come northbound on the I-17. Your slowing is all the way on the westbound I-10 approaching the split, starting at about 32nd Street. 35th Avenue in Dunlap, look for a crash there, and a crash in Chandler this afternoon at Dobson and Ocotillo. John Roller, KTAR News.
Hello, I'm Joe Hendel from Hendel's Air Conditioning Showroom. The other day, a lady visited our showroom and asked for a price on a new air conditioning unit. Upon presenting her proposal, she inquired as to why our price was drastically lower than a price she received from a home improvement store subcontractor. We explained that at Hendel's Air Conditioning, there is no middleman to jack up the price. At Hendel's Air Conditioning, all work is performed by Hendel's top-notch employees. A little common sense goes a long way in this situation. Whether it's air conditioning or floor covering, you're always better off dealing with specialty contractors. It doesn't make any sense to deal with subcontractors who align themselves with middlemen in order to get work. Stop by Hendel's Air Conditioning Showroom 7 days a week. We're a half-mile south of Guadalupe Road on Arizona Avenue. Or you can call us at 480-813-1700. That's 813-1700.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Shop incredible end-of-summer savings at the Scandinavian Designs Labor Day sale. For a limited time, take up to 70% off select modern furniture and decor for every room in your home. Stop by our Phoenix or Glendale showrooms today or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com.
Hey, it's Joe Huizenga. Think back to last year when we were still baking at 100-plus degrees in October. That wasn't a one-off. Summer Perdue is here to stay and getting worse. We'll tell you why tomorrow at 2 on the next Chris and Joe show.
Summer's almost over, Joe.
Well, it's getting, yeah. Although, well,
it's not part
like
summer's
over, like on the calendar.
Yeah,
but that's for other places.
I know.
Like, it doesn't suddenly stop being 115 here when, quote-unquote, summer's over.
Hadn't been 115 in a while.
It's like not wearing white after Labor Day. That doesn't hold here.
Not here.
Not here.
Not here.
It'll be warm September and October, but it won't be summer.
It'll be warm.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, it'll be warm. Mm-hmm. So I got a question. If you're going to perform your own medical procedures,
jeez,
strictly for vanity's sake.
What?
Do you kind of deserve the bad things that happen to you?
Like, what are we talking?
Leave it to the TikTok where people are doing their own Botox injections.
Oh, gosh.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, gosh.
at-home Botox.
How do you get it?
Well, there is a Botox alternative. Apparently, it's very popular in South Korea.
Okay.
I'll take their word for it.
Let's not go with the real thing.
You can order it online.
Let's go with the knockoff version.
You can order it online.
Is this Temu Botox?
Temu Botox
right.
gets shipped to your front door.
No.
Don't need a prescription.
Oh.
It has, what is it? It has basically kind of the same stuff, kind of, that Botox has.
Jeez.
And people are injecting themselves with it. By the way, doctors say, have you lost your minds?
No, but they will soon. They put that in there.
If you don't know what you're putting in your body
that you ordered from Korea,
my goodness, are you the dumbest human being on the planet?
Yeah, when this goes poorly, I mean, we kind of knew that.
So, do you remember the Seinfeld?
I might not laugh directly at you.
Do you remember the Seinfeld episode?
Which one?
So George Costanza, bald, right?
Yes.
Wants to grow some hair. So he hears about a company in China, and he orders this cream.
Okay.
I don't know if you remember that. He ordered this cream from China.
Yeah.
And I remember he got it in the mail, and he was so excited. And they said, well, what's in it? He goes, I have no idea.
No.
Well, wait a second. Why would you put that on your head? I'm desperate. So I remember he put this white foamy stuff on his hair, and he walked out of Jerry's bathroom, and Kramer's like, you stink, right? And he goes, is it really that bad? He goes, that stinks. It smells bad, and it's going to kill you. Like, people become that desperate. Like, whether it's Botox and they want to get rid of their wrinkles, or it's this new hair growth, foam that, George Costanza puts on the top of his head.
Apparently, 42% of women have used Botox at some point.
Not a surprise.
And apparently, I'm going to have to take your word for it because I know what you're saying. I must use a lot of Botox.
That's what I
don't.
thought.
Just naturally pretty.
Remember, I want to use Botox. I'm ready.
That it can be kind of pricey if you go to wherever it is they inject Botox R Us.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, people are because of the TikTok. TikTok's going to kill a lot of folks. But again, it's going to be kind of like weeding out the herd. It's going to be the slow gazelles that get eaten.
There's a person out there that refused to take the COVID vaccine.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And I'm fine with that. I don't care anymore. But you're going to give yourself...
Inject yourself with
Temu Botox, right?
Korean off-brand Botox.
I needed to know every ingredient that was in the controversial COVID shot.
Yes.
But if I can save a few bucks, I'm going to Korea I'm grabbing some of this Botox.
Absolutely.
Botox Light, whatever it is.
Like doing your own procedures.
Oh, my gosh.
And injecting into your eyebrows and lips and whatnot.
Yeah, you're going to turn out, you're going to look bad.
It's going to end poorly. Right. It already has.
There's certain things that you pay full price for, okay?
Medical procedures.
That's one. Yeah.
If you had to have heart surgery, would you go on Temu?
Can I have the guy...
Where's the cheapest heart surgeon I can find?
That's never done a procedure before.
First timer.
But might just be able to crack my chest open.
Looking to practice.
Save about $5,000. I want that guy or gal.
Coming up next, it is time for the War Room.
Here we go.
A political symposium, if you will, Gatos.
That's right, if you will, if you won't.
We're going to start it off. ESAs, a good use of taxpayer dollars and one of the biggest scams in Arizona history. The War Room kicks off next, right here on KTAR.
All right, earlier today we were talking about can the younger generation purchase a home, right? And let's be real about this. It's not as easy as it used to be. It's just not. But it's not impossible. When you call the Lund Mortgage team, it's certainly not impossible. When you call the Lund Mortgage team, you've got decades of experience on your side. You've got people who will treat you like family. That's been their motto for well over 30 years. When you call their office, everyone there will know your name. You're not just another number on a file. There are 18,000 homes vacant in the Valley, and you could purchase one. Maricopa County added more housing units than any other county in the nation this past year. You could purchase one. You got to have the right team getting you the right mortgage. 623-875-9940. I want you to go with the Lund Mortgage team. 623-875-9940. LundMortgage.com.
Hey, it's Joe Huizenga with a smart move that could save your life and save you money. Lifeguard Imaging is offering a free heart scan, a $599 value for first-time patients. I got mine, and I'm so glad I did. Heart disease and cancer are the leading causes of death in America, and they often show no symptoms. But Lifeguard Imaging's advanced, high-accuracy CT scans can catch them early, when it really counts. You've always taken care of your family, your finances, your future. Now let's focus on your health. Book your consultation at lifeguardimaging.com and get your free heart scan.
The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
The Labor Day sale is on at Brooklyn Bedding. Everything in-store and online is 30% off now through September 3rd. And an additional 5% off for active and retired military. Check out the best-selling Aurora Cloud Pillow Top. Comfort, value, and advanced cooling technology. Or the budget-friendly Signature Hybrid Cloud Pillow Top. Superior comfort at a factory direct price. It's all 30% off during the Labor Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Plus free premium delivery with any smart bed and adjustable base. Ends Labor Day. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News on 92.3 FM.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Plus free premium delivery with any smart bed and adjustable base. Ends Labor Day. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
I was opening my pet supply store in 2 days and needed a grand opening banner.
Hold on to your hat. Here come the rush charges.
So I went to Staples. Staples Print Pros were able to print it same day, and I saved big.
Same day, save big? Give that dog a bone.
I'll take it.
For the expert printing your business needs, Staples.
That was easy.
Now at Staples, save up to $125 on custom print orders. Valid in-store and online. It's 9/13. Order by noon for same-day banners. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Investigators searching multiple residences linked to the 23-year-old suspect in Wednesday's shooting at a Catholic church that was filled with school children in Minneapolis, Minnesota. ABC's Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas tells us that agents are focusing on what could be a video manifesto left by the alleged shooter, Robin Westman.
And police are studying a troubling video Westman allegedly posted on YouTube, timed for release after the horror would have unfolded inside that church. The video depicts someone obsessed with violence, In one chilling moment, a suspect is seen driving a knife into a sketch of church pews. You also see a suspect handling bullets, magazines, and an arsenal of guns. And there are numerous references to previous mass shooters.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company has a plan in the works to reuse nearly every drop of water needed for chip manufacturing. KTAR's Heidi Hommel joins us now live from the News Center to explain how they're going to do it.
TSMC is building its very own industrial reclamation water plant. Sarah Porter with ASU's Kyle Center for Water Policy says it will allow them to reuse between 85 to 90% of their water.
They have to wash the chip in the process of producing them, and they need to use ultra pure water because water that has impurities in it put flaws in the chips.
TSMC is already reusing about 65% of their water now. The plant will be operational by 2028. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
And a new semiconductor packaging and testing facility is a step closer in Peoria. The city has won an auction for 834 acres of state land near Loop 303 and Lake Pleasant Parkway. If City Council approves, part of that land will be used by Amcor Technologies, creating an estimated 2,000 new jobs. Peoria is purchasing the state land for $47 million. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office arrested a suspect after rescuing 12 dogs found living in what officials call horrific conditions.
Deputies rescued 12 dogs last week from a Tonopah home they say had no electricity or running water. The animals were reportedly underweight and lacked proper access to food, water, and medical care. The suspect, Brittany Rose, is now facing multiple charges, including animal cruelty and abandonment. According to investigators, the residence was filled with debris, and one dog was suffering from a severe, untreated injury that caused what they described as protracted suffering. Serena O'Sullivan, KTAR News.
Two people pleading guilty to a scheme to defraud Arizona's Empowerment Scholarship Account program of more than $110,000. Attorney General Chris Mays says the two Colorado residents pleaded guilty to using fake birth certificates and other documents to submit applications for more than 40 children, both real and fictitious. School Superintendent Tom Horn says his agency discovered the fraud last year and sent it to the Attorney General for prosecution. Let's get you home now. Checking the roads ahead. It's John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, crash in the Gore Point, southbound Loop 101 Price Freeway, right at the Santan. The Loop 202 transitions there. Lean to the left or lean to the right if you need to catch the transition ramp. Also westbound I-10 right near 24th Street, right at the split. Still working that crash off to the right just south of Sky Harbor. 7th Avenue in McDowell, we've got a crash there. Broadway Road and the Loop 101 Price Freeway, we've got a crash there as well, and a crash at 35th Avenue and Dunlap. Traffic is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Take advantage of free upgrades with the end of summer special at Dolphin Pools. Visit dolphinpools.us. Life is better in a Dolphin Pool. John Roller, KTAR News.
Tonight we'll see cloudy skies, about a 20% chance of a shower, and a low temp around 82. Partly cloudy tomorrow with a high of 103, and still climbing heat-wise. By Saturday, about 108 again. It's 101 right now in Glendale. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents The War Room. A political symposium cutting through the noise from the Arizona State Capitol to Washington, D.C. The War Room starts now.
Hey, we're live on the KTAR YouTube channel. You can watch The War Room if you wish. Certainly listen to it. We've got a great war room here, Bruce. Let's get to everybody.
Please.
We've got Arizona's GOP chairwoman. She is back, Gina Swoboda. Gina, nice to see you.
Thank you for having me. Good to be back.
We got KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson. Barry, nice to see you.
Great to be here, guys.
And we have Jenny Clark, first time inside of the War Room, founder and CEO of Love Your School. Jenny, nice to see you. How are you?
Thanks for having me. I'm doing great.
Welcome, welcome.
All right, so let's kick it off with ESAs.
There you go.
Okay. ESAs, controversial, not controversial. For those of you out there, ESAs, it's the voucher program here in Arizona. Any Arizona family, regardless of income, can obtain an education voucher, and it's typically about $7,000 to $8,000. Now, We know that some parents are using the taxpayer money to buy drones and dog food and naughty lingerie. So when you
as opposed to unnaughty,
right, that is true. So some people are saying no big deal. I don't see the controversy. We've seen some folks say this. Nothing to see here. Is there nothing to see here? Who should we start with? How about Jenny?
Let's start with me since I know the most about this program. And I actually have 5 kids that are on the Arizona ESA program and run a nonprofit that helps families with the ESA.
Okay.
So let me tell you this. And you know what, guys? I think it's going to blow your mind. And I think your listeners are going to be shocked. But the Arizona ESA program is actually the most accountable government program in the entire state. Less than 0.1% of ESA transactions were accounted as misspending. There is no other government program that is that accountable and that transparent. Arizona Public Schools, they don't even give you transaction level receipt data, and they do not even put their information on Arizona's Open the Books platform. ESA is accountable, and it should be spent according to the law.
Barry?
Okay, so let's talk about some facts now.
Yeah, let's do it.
There have been over the people who've submitted their bills to be reimbursed have purchased over 200 iPhones with state money. They purchased over 50 big screen televisions. They purchased luxury clothes, gift cards, airline tickets, resorts, gasoline, Omaha steaks, which of course I used a lot when I was in school. So we can
tell.
The issue. Careful. The issue is. Are you okay with that?
No, I'm not okay with that. No amount of government misspending is acceptable.
Okay, so then
tell me why. 1/10 of 1%.
That's not the question.
Most
the question
accountable
is
program.
Why, it's not the most accountable
yes,
program.
Yes, it is.
They created a program that has $1 billion in spending. $1 billion.
Not $1 billion, $882 million.
So
but thank you. You care about facts.
Here's how we do this, Jenny. I talk, and then later you talk.
Okay,
because if you want to interrupt, I can do that too.
Okay.
Okay. So the way this works is they created $1 billion program that the state pays for, and they put 12 people in charge of reviewing the 90,000 applications that come in. 12 people. And because it's because it's set up that way, the State Department of Education has said anything submitted under $2,000 is automatically accepted. Now, what that means is there has been millions of dollars paid for bills that just say Costco on them, or just say Best Buy on them, that just say Amazon on
Jenny
them.
is shaking her head at you,
I'm
Barry.
shaking my head.
I'm
not interrupting, guys.
I appreciate you didn't interrupt, but those are facts.
Okay, so let's get Gina Swoboda in here because Gina,
you're in the middle of this, aren't you, Gina?
She is, right in the middle.
In more ways than one.
Yes, literally and figuratively.
So the other day you said, "Hey, how about some guardrails here?"
Yeah, so
crazy talk.
Some Republicans, then some Republicans said, "We want you removed." Did they not remember losing all the elections before you got there?
Maybe not. There are third-party organizations that want to wear the Republican Party of Arizona like a skin suit. They can't do that while I'm in the chair.
Turning point.
Perhaps they. Oh, well, thank you.
Are we allowed to say that?
Love those guys.
Hashtag just saying. So here's what I said, and I stand by it, and I will articulate it further. I believe the Republican Party in the state of Arizona have made great strides in school choice. We are forerunners in the field. I do not believe that the voters will continue to support the expansion if we continue to see stories about this kind of misspending. I support audits and guardrails on any taxpayer-funded government program. That includes, all the usual series of benefits, and that also includes school choice. That being said, I think we have what I would call radical transparency in the ESAs that we don't have in the public school system. So where we have like Dysart School District, I'm in Scottsdale Unified School District. I actually moved here from New York. I looked ahead of time at where was the blue ribbon school. I wanted to have my kids in a good public school. Years later, they had a superintendent that, there was a problem with the spending, and they kind of walked away, and A.G. Mays knocked it down, the charges. The Isaac Elementary thing's a disaster, okay? So I would wish that we would have the same level of transparency in the public school spending that we have in the ESA. And that being said, there is an issue. The House budget had additional funding for additional staffing so that the Department of Education could keep up with what Barry is describing as a surge. You're going to have a surge. I would have used this program for my son had it been available. I am very happy that parents have the option. What I don't want is to lose the expansion because the public won't support it if they think that there's inappropriate spending on a vast scale. That's the position.
Arizona GOP Chairwoman Gina Swoboda is with us. KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson. We have the founder and CEO of Love Your School, Jenny Clark. We're talking about ESAs. Where's the money? All right, so now we're going to see what I guess Chris Mays is going to go after some of the parents, and are we going to see parents give this money back?
We always see parents give this money back, and that's what I've been trying to share.
So they're going to give the $16,000 cello back? Or
The $16,000 cello was actually never purchased, so I'm glad to correct you on that. So here's the point. This program is so accountable. Piano? We actually find expenses and misspending in this program.
How about the dog food?
Instantaneously. We find these missing transactions within weeks, and then we're able to shut down these accounts. That's why, once again, less than 1/10 of 1% of ESA expenses are considered misspending. And of course, we don't agree with that. But in the public school system, we don't even have an accurate number to compare it to because they don't produce that transaction level data. And the public is not used to this level of accountability coming so quickly with the ESA program. That's the truth.
I like the parents spending it on Ninja Warrior train centers, Barry.
Yeah, look, the reason there's a couple of things here. First, it is a small percentage, and I'm glad it is. But let's say why it is because it's grown to over $1 billion. Right. That's why it's so small.
Well, the money figure is big.
The thing I don't. Right, it's millions and millions of our dollars, tens of millions of dollars. The question is this okay with you that this stuff is being spent on jewelry and diamond rings and
non-education related things?
Absolutely not. Arizona families should spend dollars according to the law. The law, the rules, and the handbook outline approved expenses. What I want to say just as an ESA parent is that I upload a receipt for every single transaction. I have to upload therapy licenses and different documentation for every single transaction. I don't think you'll find anybody who says that misspending is acceptable. What I'm trying to do is frame it and put it into context. Again, we are discovering it so quickly and shutting it down so fast. The public isn't used to that because it takes 5 to 7 years to find misspending in the public school system.
I appreciate that you do that. And I'll say this. I think 99% of the parents who are using the program probably are using it right.
Using it properly.
I absolutely agree with you.
Thank you.
But you're incorrect that there are it is. I agree that everybody should say we don't want this type of misuse, but that's not the case. And the people, for example, Jake Hoffman, who's coming after Gina Swoboda right here, is the chair of the Arizona Republican Party. It's literally because she said what she just said on the air today. I support school choice. I support this program, but we should put guardrails so we don't have this fraud. And as a result of that, he called for her resignation or to be fired. So there are people in this state, there are people like Jake Hoffman and Turning Point USA who are making an awful lot of money off of this type of thing. They don't want any questioning of this at all. And they're pressuring. That's why there's only 12 people to deal with 90,000 applications for money.
They've had a chance to change some of these rules.
Yes.
We had it in the House budget.
And why? What happened?
So the House budget, didn't make it past El Gubernador. I respect the governor. That'll also get me in trouble. There I go again with my mutual respect for people of different views.
There you go.
But yes, so the governor didn't approve that budget, but we did have additional funding in there to expand the staff. It's common sense that if you expand eligibility and you don't expand staff, you're going to get an overwhelming volume of claims that can't be processed.
You have 52 budgeted FTEs. Why would we be trying to grow government even more than that?
This fact sheet says there are 12 employees.
There may only be
overseeing
12
the
employees
spending.
right now reviewing questionable expenses, but there are 52,
over $2,000.
There are 52 budgeted FTEs, and the other thing that we're looking at, and
52 budgeted FTEs just to deal with this program?
Yes.
Well, that's not what Tom Horn says.
Yes. Correct. Well, I don't know. I don't know where he got his information.
Well,
but
he's in charge of the department.
But all I want to tell you guys is that there's 52 budgeted FTEs. They're struggling to hire just like everybody else. But I'm not a big government gal. I believe that there's programs, there's technology, there's other things that we can do to help make sure that the program is accountable,
like
and that
the
we
risk-limited audits
and
that I
we
called for
avoid
in my commentary
and fraud
that led
in the
to
program.
the brouhaha.
There's lots of technology out there that we can use, and we should use, because I agree, we don't want misspending in this program, and thankfully it's as small as it is with 12 employees right now.
So do you think when Tom Horn came out a few weeks ago and said and turned down requests for Rolex watches and some of the applications for things that didn't appear to be education related, do you think that was a good thing or a bad thing?
Oh, I've already said this is a good thing. Do I need to repeat myself?
Yes.
We should not be misspending in this program.
Because
we should be spending on educational approved items.
So just so I'm clear, you disagree then with Jake Hoffman, who lambasted Tom Horn for doing that?
Well, I didn't see the tweets. I haven't seen the posts. I can't speak to that.
Well,
but what I know is this.
You're on Twitter all the time. I'm surprised you didn't see it.
Oh, well, thank you for following me. But what I know is this. This program is the most accountable program in the entire state. We do not see transaction level data in the public school system like we see in the ESA program, and that 99.97% of families are spending money appropriately. The public schools right now are flush with cash, guys. They're sitting on $12 billion of empty real estate. Taxpayers are spending $1 billion upkeep on empty buildings, more than the ESA program, by the way, Barry. And in addition to that, we just recently discovered they're sitting on $7.8 billion of cash.
Let me give Barry the last word here.
Sure.
Is there, I'm just confused why you can't say that people who are upset with people like Gina and Tom Horn, who are simply trying to put with things you agree with, to say we shouldn't have misspending, we shouldn't have fraud in this program, and they're attacking those people, why you can't say, I disagree with those people, I stand with Gina, I stand with Tom Horn.
Do you want me to respond?
Yeah.
I'm a mom of 5. I'm a busy lady. I run a nonprofit. I don't follow all the Twitter
You're
controversies.
standing right here right now.
Sorry,
say
guys.
Say it right now, that you disagree with people who are attacking
I
those
haven't
who
even
just...
seen the things that they've posted.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right, ESAs, we're going to continue to talk about them, certainly on the War Room. Bruce, what do you want to talk about next? Let's see. How about this? Arizonans. What is happening with the Democratic Party? Okay? Because Arizonans are running away from it. Are we about to see a red wave in 2016? There's Gina. She's smiling right now. She's smiling.
That's the Democrats. Wah, wah.
All right.
You just underhanded it to her, didn't you?
It's a new poll, and that's exactly what it says. So we'll talk about it on the War Room next.
Hey, I want to talk to you real quick about retirement. There's no reason to be terrified of it. There's no reason that you put off planning for it because you're afraid. Listen, my friends at Trajan Wealth can help you make some sense of it. First off, they're going to sit down with you. And as fiduciaries, they put your interests first, okay? Your needs come first. They are going to ask you questions. They're going to take a look at what you have currently. And they're going to give you options. All right? You're going to get to make some decisions about what retirement looks like for you. Timeline, expectations, etc. If you haven't had that conversation with somebody, today's as good a day as any. 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300. You'll also find them online. It's TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
KTAR News Flash.
At 5:18, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. In the wake of this morning's mass shooting at a church and school in Minneapolis that killed 2 children, ages 8 and 10, and injured 17 others, tonight in Chandler, a chance for you to gather with local authorities and help come up with solutions for youth-based violence. As the Maricopa County Attorney says, youth violence is rising. Ryan Cody with Chandler Police adds.
Not just the youth, but also the adults in our community to educate them on some of the trends that we're seeing in teen violence, some of the causes, obviously some of the repercussions.
Common Ground, a teen safety forum, runs from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Chandler Public Safety Training Center. That's off Dobson Road, just south of Queen Creek Road. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check your ride home this afternoon. John Roller is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Right now, Becky Lynn, new crash in the West Valley, southbound Loop 101, Agua Fria Freeway. This is right near the Camelback off-ramp, and it is partially blocking that off-ramp. And we've got some slowing coming southbound. Once you're past the Camelback off-ramp, you are good to go. Crash in the clearing stages in the East Valley this afternoon. Southbound Loop 101, the Price Freeway, right at the Loop 202 Santan transition ramps there. It's in the Gore Point, but that should be out of there shortly. 7th Avenue and McDowell, look for a crash there. Broadway Road and the Loop 101 Price Freeway, there is a crash there. That's on Broadway Road, not on the main line. We have our normal slowing on the 101 southbound from the 202 down to the 60 this afternoon, and a crash at 35th Avenue and Dunlap. Traffic is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Chevy drives America. See your Valley Chevy dealers today for great offers on all vehicles, and don't forget the EV tax credit in soon. Stop by Freeway Chevrolet in Chandler today. John Roller, KTAR News.
Now, back to the War Room. Insight and analysis about the biggest political stories in AZ and DC.
And we are inside the War Room as we speak with the founder and CEO of Love Your School, Jenny Clark. First timer? We also have Arizona's GOP chairwoman, Gina Swoboda. And KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson is here. Look at that. We've got them all.
Bruce, isn't Hoffman a pill? Can I just Gina,
yes, I believe my exact quote was low rent grifter.
Low rent grifter.
Yeah.
All right. I just had to get it out there. Why is that guy such a pill?
I don't know. I don't think. I think there are some people that really don't want to win. They want to be right more than they want to win. They have to have it all their way or it's the highway.
Well, we've seen that in the past, haven't we?
And we have. And the party was very united, and we won more than we've won since like 2010. And we don't all have to think the same way and, walk in lockstep. And Republicans historically have been proud to say they're independent thinkers. And this is the opposite of that. If you are going to punish people for having a different viewpoint, then you are not, in fact, an individualist that supports the rights of the individual.
Here.
I just wanted to get that out there
All
because
right.
you're here, and I know that he was not happy with what you said about ESAs, and we're going to talk now about the Democrats and why they're not doing bad. So let's talk about that.
Well, what we've seen is, and again, this is voter registration numbers. I won't bore you with the specific numbers because they go in one ear and out the others. But Democrats are losing registered voters. Republicans are gaining registered voters. But even I think you'd admit, independents are also gaining a heck of a lot, right?
Correct.
So people are leaving the Democratic Party, it looks like, and becoming independent. Is that how you read that?
I do. And so I said all year last year when people would ask, what's your program? I'm listening to the voters to see what they care about. I do not believe that the Democratic Party is doing that. They're still apparently not doing that. I just saw the coverage of their DNC meeting with their, new chairman, the National Party. They are continuing to talk about things that the average American, they don't care. They don't care about your acknowledgments of what's gone on. It doesn't mean you have to be insensitive and hurt people. They care about how things are impacting their everyday lives. So while we have seen an increase in border security that is enormous and very helpful, I have seen inflation come down. That's in the data. People are still looking to know. Young people are still beside themselves, wondering how they will ever be able to buy a house and form a family. Where is the conversation from the left on that? So, yes, I think people will continue to be attracted to either the Republican Party kind of entrepreneurial spirit and, we're the party of solutions for what ails you, or the Independent Party, which is just like, you know what? A pox on both your houses. No one's talking to me. I don't want to be affiliated with any of you. Yeah. You don't understand me. But the Democrats are going to keep hemorrhaging as long as they refuse to listen to the voters. It's that simple.
Yeah, and it's on both sides. You just mentioned, Jake Hoffman, Attorney Point. They don't want to hear from people who are successful or people who have different ideas but still within the Republican tent. And the Democrats have the same problem. They have a lot of people, if you're not going all the way to the left, if you're not saying awful things about Israel, if you're not saying, if you're not in the Bernie Sanders and that far and that part of the party, they don't want to hear from you. And
they're purity tests.
And I keep saying this to both parties. If everybody would move a little bit to the center and just, it doesn't have to be so far to one extreme, so far to the other extreme, I think you'd actually pick up even more people. The Republicans were doing that. We'll see if that keeps happening. It's easier to do that when you're the party out of power. We'll see if they can do that when they are the party in power.
Who's the leader of the Democratic Party right now? Can someone tell me?
It's me, and I'm a Republican. No, it's I think it's
Gavin Newsom.
It is Gavin Newsom, and that's not good.
Pritzker made a point.
I think it's great. Are you kidding me?
That's because you're. I know why you think it's great.
Let me just tell you this. I'm a mom.
Yeah.
I got 5 kids. I got a house that thankfully I bought 10 years ago, so I'm already in a house. But the things I think about as a mom, as a millennial, as all these things is, are my kids safe? What's groceries looking like? Is my son going to be able to afford to go to college? To Gina's point, is he going to be able to buy a home? Those are the things that I think are on the minds of the younger generation. Those new voters. They're certainly on my mind and the moms that I talk to on the playground.
See, what's not on people's minds is Gavin Newsom trolling Donald Trump. Nobody cares.
No,
I think
and
right.
he should cut it loose. Yeah.
Nobody cares.
All cap tweets.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree. I think it's finally somebody. He's not going after Donald Trump. He's holding a mirror up to Donald Trump. So if you don't like what Newsom is doing, then you should also be able to say I don't like what Trump is doing, because it's the exact.
He's pointing
same
out the
thing.
hypocrisy.
Yeah,
is what he is.
That's what he's
people that get outraged at his tweets and love Trump's tweets.
Right.
So no new.
That's an inconsistency. At least you're consistently inconsistent.
So the Democrats are going to run once again on "We hate Trump." How'd that work out?
It's probably not going to work very well.
I think it's going to be the Democrats are going to have an opportunity here. We'll see if they take it to be the party that wasn't in power. And you said inflation's going down. I think the numbers actually show inflation rising a little bit. A lot of the things that Trump said are going to get better are not. Employment numbers are down. There's things that are not great right now, but some things are good.
Some things are looking up.
Midterms are about who's the most angry.
Yep, and about the economy at the time. So we'll see. Last time Trump was in office, the Republicans lost a whole ton of seats in the House at the midterm.
Because Trump wasn't on the ballot.
Correct. I have that issue. I have low acuity working class voters, and I've got to get them out.
Yeah. Okay, first it was Washington, D.C. Are Chicago and New York City next? How many American cities will Trump take over? At least the police force, by the end of the year. We're talking about it inside the War Room. It's next up right here on KTAR.
Rosie on the house, every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
On the House means home improvement and repair advice is free of charge when you listen to Rosie, helping Arizona homeowners for over 30 years. That's Rosie on the House, Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Hey, Red Mountain has specialized in medical weight loss for 30 years. They've helped over 1 million people lose weight. This is not just a hobby for them. The doctors there, they will give you the medical supervision that you need. You can lose weight fast and easy under their medical supervision. And that is what happens at Red Mountain Weight Loss. So if you got 15 pounds, you got to lose. You got 100 pounds, you got to lose. There's a program for you at Red Mountain. You can visit them in person. You can visit them online. Sometimes, certainly, you can even skip the doctor's visit altogether. They will ship you quality medication directly to your door. So, all you have to do is this. Very simple. Book your appointment at redmountainweightloss.com. Just go to redmountainweightloss.com and tell them Gato sent you.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Ready to elevate your everyday? Quince has the luxe staples insiders swear by, minus the markup. From 100% European linen styles and 14-karat gold jewelry to gorgeous leather bags and elevated home finds, Quince has it all. And by partnering directly with top artisans and ethical factories, Quince delivers premium quality at half the cost of similar brands. Discover everyday luxury without the markup at Quince. Go to quince.com/style upgrade for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/style upgrade.
2 years ago, Bobby Carpenter completed treatments for knee pain at QC Kinetics. So we're checking in with the former college and pro football player to see how he's doing.
I've been asked a lot, like, how long does this last? How long does it work? I go, I've had mine for a couple years, and everything feels very good. It feels just as good as it did when I started to turn the corner.
Bobby's an active husband, dad, and business owner. That's why 2 years ago, he heard about QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative treatments, and he knew he could trust them for his chronic knee pain.
And thankfully, with QC Kinetics, I was able to go through this, and my activities are the same as it was. I'm able to coach my kids in sports. I can play golf. I can go run.
QC Kinetics patients like Bobby don't miss a beat. No surgery or rehab, just freedom from debilitating joint pain. Ready for lasting relief from joint pain? Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582. Bronco Sport 245938. F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Officials in Minnesota say there's still no motive for the deadly mass shooting that happened today at a Catholic school in Minneapolis. An 8-year-old and a 10-year-old were killed. 17 others were injured. The shooting took place at the school's church during a service marking the beginning of the new school year. This 10-year-old was in the church when the shots were fired.
My friend got hit in the back.
Did he go to the hospital?
Yeah, he went to the hospital.
What went through your mind when you saw that?
I was super scared for him. I was like 2 seats away from the stained glass windows. So they were like, the shots were like right next to me.
Tonight is the Common Ground, a teen safety forum event in Chandler, where police will talk with local authorities, advocates, and you about youth-based violence. It's at the Chandler Public Safety Training Center near Dobson and Queen Creek Roads, and it runs from 6 to 8 p.m. tonight. Immigration advocates say deportation flights are hitting record numbers.
One advocate who has been monitoring the flight says there were 1,214 immigration-related flights in July, the most since January 2020. But the advocates say it's been difficult to monitor the flights because airlines are hiding tail numbers and using dummy call signs to disguise the flights. That means the aircraft don't show up on public flight tracking sites. Advocates have been monitoring airports in person or by video cameras. Chris Havlick, KTAR News.
Today, the FDA approved Pfizer-BioNTech's COVID-19 vaccine targeting the latest variants ahead of the fall-winter season. The leading pediatrician group in the country called the narrowed age ranges, quote, deeply disturbing. The CDC still has to sign off.
The FDA authorized Pfizer's updated dose of the COVID vaccine for use by adults 65 and older, along with those with underlying health conditions ages 5 to 64. The American Academy of Pediatrics says the FDA's scaled-back range could limit availability for key age groups. Last week, the lead pediatrician group recommended children as young as 6 to 23 months should receive the COVID vaccine to help protect against serious illness, as well as anyone under 18 who is at high risk or never vaccinated against COVID. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Let's check the road home with John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, we've got a spot of slow and go southbound 101, the Pima Freeway right at Via de Ventura, and then you've got moderate slowing all the way down to the 202 into Tempe this evening. Southbound Loop 101, the Isla Fria Freeway, that crash near Cardinals Way, actually right near the Camelback off-ramp. That has cleared away. Same thing with that crash on the southbound 101 Price Freeway, right at the 202 Santan transition ramps. Crash 7th Avenue in McDowell, and a crash in Tempe this afternoon, Broadway Road and the Loop 101 Price Freeway, not on the main line on Broadway Road. Traffic is brought to you by the Beatitudes Campus. Our summer of super savings is on. Your parents can save big and enjoy a senior community like no other. Schedule your tour at beatitudescampus.org. John Roller, KTAR News.
Cloudy and 82 for the low tonight. Partly cloudy and 103 on Thursday. But right now in Phoenix at Sky Harbor, it is 99 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Now, back to the War Room. Insight and analysis about the biggest political stories in AZ and DC.
All right, second half of the War Room on today's panel. Let's see. We got Jenny Clark, founder and CEO of Love Your School. We've got KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson and Arizona GOP chairwoman Gina Swoboda, who made my day earlier, calling Jake Hoffman a pill. Well, agreeing with me that he's a pill.
Agreed you with a pill. Yes.
I think Barry said he was a pill, and I said he was a low-rent grifter.
There is that.
Just for the record.
I just wanted to hear her say it again.
Straight.
All right, let's turn our attention to what's happening in Washington, D.C. So we've got, I don't know if you want to call it a takeover, but we've got, National Guard troops there. They've been deployed to Washington, D.C. This is something that Trump wants to do. I'm not for this. I think it's a lot of show. I don't think that these National Guard troops are able to really do anything. Really, if you look at the law, they're only allowed to watch certain buildings. I mean, they're not allowed to go into neighborhoods.
Well, they're not police,
right?
Right.
So can we
by law?
Why is he doing it? What is the reason? Is it I want to keep people safe, or is there something else? Barry, let's start with you.
Well, it's totally a show. But if you really want to be concerned about something, we'd all agree that drugs coming over the border here and the drug situation in Arizona is dire. Would we agree on that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Drugs are a problem.
Trump literally pulled 60 DEA agents out of Arizona so they can go patrol in Washington, D.C. You okay with that?
Yes.
I mean, that's literally what he did.
Gina,
Yes.
why are you okay with that?
So I think that it's important to have a show of force as a deterrent. I think when there are no law enforcement anywhere, or local law enforcement is absolutely prohibited from acting, you're going to get out immediately as soon as you commit a crime. There is a cap on how much you can shoplift before they even attempt to apprehend you. I think it makes a difference. And I know you're going to talk about the Reuters poll in a minute, but there was another poll from AP NORC that showed that the majority of respondents supported the president's movements to nationalize, right? So they said 81% of Americans agree crime's a major issue. That's 96% of Republicans, 68% of Democrats, and 72% of independents, and 53% of Americans approve of the methods by which he's combating crime. So sometimes, having a show of force is important. I appreciate what you're saying, Barry, but we've seen the number of people crossing over the border dropping, crashing.
Agreed.
So, yeah, if we can keep people from being murdered on the streets of the Capitol, I'm for it.
Well, I'm all for that too. And the one thing I agree with what Gina said, and this is where Democrats have messed up in my mind. The stuff they've done in these major cities, not arresting people who shoplift $995 worth of stuff, not letting people out without bail. They don't have bail anymore, so you're arrested, you're just let go. Those are bad things, and I think the public is recognizing that, and the Democratic Party is recognizing that. In San Francisco, they ousted the DA.
Mm-hmm.
They've done this. Yeah, I mean, what happened in Portland and Seattle? It's ridiculous, and I agree with that. It's a place where Republicans are doing better, and I think Trump's trying to cash in on that. Basically, he sees that fighting crime is never a bad thing politically. I agree with that, but pulling 60 agents who are working on major cartel drug issues here in Arizona so they can be the show force there. I'm not seeing the value in that. This is short term. And by the way, none of these folks are patrolling in the really bad parts of D.C. where the crime is happening. Trump's on TV saying no one's going to the restaurant, everything closed. Like, that's not true. It's the same in Chicago. I was in Chicago this summer. Chicago's bustling. People are out. They're doing things. Are there bad parts of Chicago that I'm not going to? Absolutely.
That's bad parts of Phoenix I don't want to go to. Are you kidding me?
There's a couple places in Scottsdale I won't go to either. But it's
Thursday night at Scotts Vegas.
But the question is, what does this do? Really, what we have to do is have a change in how law enforcement performs in those cities. And I'm not blaming the police. I'm blaming the policies.
It's the local policies.
This is temporary. This is not a real long-term solution. It's a show. And it's not going to. 6 months from now, these guys aren't going to still be there. They're going to be gone.
Jenny?
Yeah, I just want to put the human element to it, right? I mean, I've been to D.C. several times this last year. In January, I had the opportunity actually to have lunch with President Trump and a group of others and spend some time in the Oval Office. While I was there, I did not go out of my hotel room after dark. Okay, I was there by myself, female. I didn't go out of my hotel room after dark. And so I think the idea that our nation's capital should be safe, should be secure, should be an example for the rest of the country. I think the show of force, as Gina said, is a really good thing. And let's not forget the story that kind of led to all this bubbling to the surface. A man jumped in and was nearly beaten to death by a gang of, what was it, guys, like 22 people? And finally, everyone went, whoa, this is happening in the Capitol? Enough is enough.
You heard about Big Balls?
The young man from Doge.
Yeah.
Young man
Love
from
Doge.
But
that's what it took, by the way. Washington, D.C. at one point was the murder capital of the United States. It's not anymore. I'll give them that credit. St. Louis is. St. Louis is the murder capital of the United States. But that's what it took, apparently. But they were fine with other people killing each other.
Here's the bigger issue, and it becomes this authoritarian part of it, and that's what really scares me here. Are you going to be okay when there's a next Democratic president and he sends troops into Mississippi because they're having a huge heroin problem there, and there's so much heroin abuse?
Well, Hattiesburg, Mississippi has a higher murder rate than Washington, D.C.
And that's the point I'm making. Imagine if Obama had said, I'm sending the National Guard into a state because they have a huge problem there, or he said, I'm sending the National Guard into Dallas because Dallas is having a crime problem.
I would have supported that during the Summer of Love where everything was on fire.
Okay.
Like, there was a big movement. People were like, call in the National Guard, call in the National Guard. And they didn't call in the National Guard. And people were killed,
who was
it just got worse. It was President Trump.
Yeah, it was Trump.
I'm not. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I believe this is learning from the first administration that, at a certain point, if you don't draw a line, it's just going to snowball. And I've been
Washington,
in D.C.
the crime rate has been going down. There was no emergency that led to this.
Right.
Well, you call the National Guard in. It's supposed to be for an official emergency.
Yeah.
Is there official emergency in Washington, D.C.?
I think we've been at a red level crime in urban cities for like 20 years.
Why are there still troops in L.A.?
Well, that's a great question. I would posit that.
Because Trump likes
having... Do you
having...
think it's... Go ahead. Why do you think?
I think that Trump wants to start to nationalize things. I think it's a power grab, and he wants us to get used to having troops on the street. We're not supposed to have troops on the street. We have laws about these things.
Posse comitatus.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
I love it when somebody mentions posse comitatus.
I don't think that. I heard someone say today, a person I respect very much, that they had a concern that these troop placements were something to do with the midterm election. Okay.
Yeah.
And I would like, just for my own personal view, to disabuse everyone of that opinion. To your point, they're not going to be there in 60 days, much less in 18 months.
Trump has actually made comments that we may not be able to have elections in certain areas because of crime and other things. We somehow managed to do it all during COVID.
We did it in the Civil War.
But
had
the President of the United
troops
States
on the battlefield.
But the President of the United States is literally saying we may not be able to have a midterm election.
I have not heard that.
Crime.
I have not heard that, and I do not think that will be the case. I think the United States of America will have an election no matter what happens.
Imagine if Obama had said that.
All right.
Imagine if Obama had
We got to leave it on that.
We're inside the war room. We've got our guests with us, Barry Markson, Gina Swoboda, Jenny Clark. Coming up next, are ICE officers getting burned out by aggressive immigration policies? We'll talk about that. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, America Roofing, we've had some rain over the last week. How is your roof holding up? Are you starting to worry? Are you seeing a brown stain on top of the ceiling, and you're saying, I think some rain got in here. We got something in that attic, and I don't want to go up there and check it. Well, here's what you do. You call my friends at America Roofing. You tell them Gato sent you. They come out to your house for free and evaluate your roof. They are the best in the business here. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, family owned and operated, and they love this community. How do I know? They were at Phoenix Children's. Goodness, they gave $50,000 to the kids. Go and get your roof checked by the experts at America Roofing. Maybe it's one minor problem area. Maybe they get there and everything is fine. Well, that's great, but peace of mind. That's why you bring them over. AmericaRoofingCo.com. Here's their number, 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
Have you noticed lingering cognitive changes after a COVID-19 infection? Or have you been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease? You could help researchers learn more about the impact of COVID on the brain. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 55 and 90 for a research study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
You know what? We get it. In today's real estate market, it really feels impossible to know when to finally get off the fence. And the pressure of making the right decision at the wrong time could cost you some real money. Well, here's the deal. Lund Mortgage makes it very easy with their free mortgage rate tracking tool that tracks real interest rates to fit your specific situation. Then when the right rate hits, you're going to get the heads up so you can move forward with confidence. You owe it to yourself to visit lundmortgage.com today.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Plus free premium delivery with any smart bed and adjustable base. Ends Labor Day. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
KTAR News Flash.
5:45. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. An 8 and a 10-year-old both dead today following a shooting at a Catholic mass for a school in Minneapolis. 17 others who were inside the Annunciation Catholic Church. 14 kids, 3 adults were also hit by the bullets fired through the stained glass windows from the parking lot. Minneapolis Chief of Police Brian O'Hara provided the latest information on the alleged gunman in a press briefing this afternoon.
There was a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. All 3 had been lawfully purchased by the shooter. At this stage, we believe that the shooter had acted alone.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a look at traffic now with John Roller, who is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Well, it's downtown, Becky Lynn, where we've got slowing on both sides of the I-10. Westbound I-10, your slowing starts at the mini stack, stays stop and go right on through the deck park, all the way out to about 67th Avenue. Then you are good to go until you get to the 101. Then again, right at Bullard Avenue, a tap of the brakes there. Eastbound I-10, right as you approach the Deck Park Tunnel, you've got slow and go all the way over to the mini stack, and we were able to clear that crash on the southbound 101 Agua Fria Freeway right at Camelback. That was at the off-ramp there. That is out of there. And one crash on the board right now, 7th Avenue and McDowell. Traffic is brought to you by AMWA. From 10 Valley cities to millions of taps, delivering the water security that Arizona communities depend upon. John Roller, KTAR News.
All right, if you have broken or missing teeth, let me send you to Aria Dental Implant Center. Let's get your life back on track. Okay, you don't have to live like this anymore. Technology is incredible, especially at Aria. So, Aria Dental Implant Center, they are able to provide you world-class care at reasonable prices. Now, how is that even possible? Here's why. They're here in Arizona. They're local. All right, you can go and see their business, 32nd Street in Cactus. Since they're local, they don't have all this overhead like these other big monster companies. They got to pay a lot out. Doesn't happen at Aria. At Aria, they're focused on you. They're focused on you, the patient. They don't have to report back to investors at some corporate office, who knows where. They are right here in Phoenix, Arizona. They are affordable. And you have Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe is the best surgeon in town, and he is going to help you. You're going to sit down, have a consultation with him. If there are any other questions, he'll probably give you his cell phone. You can text him later. That's the kind of guy that he is. So just go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Now, back to the War Room. Insight and analysis about the biggest political stories in AZ and DC.
We are back inside the War Room with our special guest today, the founder and CEO of Love Your School. That's Jenny Clark over there. KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson and Arizona GOP chairwoman Gina Swoboda. All right, so there is some new information out there, I guess, and it depends on, maybe it's who you ask. But it quoted current and former ICE officials with ICE, talking about burnout and frustration as they struggle to keep up with the aggressive immigration policies. Is there any concern about this? Is this also, do you think ICE likes being asked to do some of this? It is different.
Look, I think some of them probably like it. I'm sure some people like being active, and if you're a lawyer and you're at a law school and you're working for a public defender or prosecutor and you're in court every day, you're probably enjoying it, right? You're getting experience, you're doing the things you like to do. But the issues here for me are constitutional issues. If they're arresting people who are here illegally, if they're breaking crime or committing crimes, I think that most of the country agrees with that. Mm-hmm. But what they're doing now is simply trying to make a quota. I mean, they've literally come out and said, we want 3,000 deportations a day, and you've got a bunch of law enforcement officers running around without a plan, just saying, let's go over to Home Depot and try to find some more because we got to make our numbers. And that's not a cogent.
That's a violation of the Fourth Amendment.
And that's a problem. So what we're really going to see is, as this ramps up, because the new big beautiful bill provides the most money ever for a law enforcement agency. Understand, ICE's budget is going to be more than the FBI, ATF, name a whole bunch of others combined. Yes. So we have now decided that deporting these people, not keeping them from coming in, not blocking the border, not border security, but deporting people who are in the United States is the number one law enforcement goal of this country. That's what ICE is doing now.
Mm.
Well, I just want to say thank you to all of our ICE officers. I think that we forget also what they're going through every single day, and thank you to all those ICE officers that serve. And I just want to say, as an American, I support this. If you come into the country, I saw your note here with no criminal record. If you come into the country illegally and you are held because you are in the country illegally, you are breaking the law. And I'm not a legal expert. I don't run any, fancy political parties. I'm just a parent that hears that and goes, you know what? That sounds right to me. Yeah. I don't want people who are living in this country illegally to be here anymore.
It's a civil infraction, misdemeanor. It's a civil misdemeanor to be in this country illegally.
I want it dealt with. And so I'm thankful
that
we
speeding
are
ticket.
finally dealing with it.
Yeah. So, Jenny, and I understand what you're saying. A lot of people feel that way. There was a business owner in Peoria, a woman of Chinese descent who's been in the state for over 20 years. She has a business. She owns
one of our legislative district chairs is supporting her.
Yeah, and
is
she
that right?
is, and she's been picked up by ICE. She's been in the country illegally. She has now married an American.
She went to her meeting, got picked up at her check-in.
She went to her immigration meeting. She was trying to do the things to get to citizenship, and she was arrested and picked up, and now she's in a queue to be deported. This is a person that has American children here. She's married to an American. She has a business. She employs people. Is that the person that should be deported?
Well, how long was she in the country illegally?
20 years.
20-something
And why
years.
didn't she try to get legal status before that?
She
Listen,
has.
I don't know the details of the story, but if you're in the country illegally for 20 years, I mean, gosh, there might be a time where you have to own up to that and deal with the consequences.
So you're okay with a person like that?
Difficult, unfortunate situation.
So a person who's been here, and it's okay if you are, but a person who's been here.
She put herself in that situation, though. I didn't. I didn't put her in that situation.
We have talked about this on previous shows.
Yeah.
There's an aperture. There's a priority. I think if there is a quota and people get burnout, anyone that's working in law enforcement, and I agree with Jenny, God bless our brave law enforcement. You've got to get rotated, man. Even on the trading desk at the brokerage houses, they rotate you off the desk from stress. This is life and death adrenaline rushes day and night. So they've got to get rotated. If you were there for a long time and you were checking boxes and you're not okay with that, there are other careers for you. They are, we see the very Frank Capra-esque kind of posters of Americana, like, come back, join ICE, we want you, we want you. And so
they're recruiting.
And I appreciate the increase in the budget. I think it's urgent, and I think we've had more than 15 million people come in. I can't get through a single without seeing a story about an illegal killing an American. So maybe the public will have more of an appetite to talk about keeping people here.
Last word, Barry.
I just don't understand why my wife won't let me get rotated out. She wants me working every single day. Every day. No stopping.
He's Barry Markson. She's Gina Swoboda. Markson. She's Jenny Clark. Thank you guys all for being inside the War Room today. We sincerely appreciate it. All right, we do it every Wednesday at 5 o'clock. If you missed any part of it, you can go back and listen on the podcast. You can check it out on the KTAR YouTube channel. Coming up next, do we need bulletproof glass for churches?
It's awful.
Horrible shooting today. We'll give you the latest. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, our health starts with the air we breathe, right? Especially here in Phoenix. Well, check this out from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. How about a free whole home air purifier right now when you install a new high-efficiency AC unit? Yep, Paul Calvisi here. This is exactly what we did just recently. Got new high-efficiency AC from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, just like 3 of our neighbors went with Day and Night. And we got the free whole home air purifier. We're talking a $1,500 value at no extra cost. Think of it as our shield against allergens and dust and airborne germs, so our families can breathe cleaner, healthier air every day, not to mention help reduce pet odors and cooking odors. Think of it as Day and Night. Comfort and clean air done right. Call Day and Night at 480-344-0082 or visit dayandnightair.com and schedule that free estimate. A free estimate at dayandnightair.com. Limited time offer, conditions apply. Financing available for qualified customers.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or at newnordicusa.com.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Phoenix summers are not great for painting, so do what Don did. He called Rhino Shield.
Well, the home was built in 1948. Paint on the aluminum siding was peeling, and I couldn't find anyone who would repaint it until I called Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield ceramic coating beats the Phoenix heat, and the crew
Painted all my aluminum siding, and I've got a front porch that runs the whole length of the house, and all the pillars and everything. And once they were gone, I couldn't even tell that they were there.
With Rhino Shield's 25-year warranty, you'll never have to paint your home again. And right now, get Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price.
Well, I've told a lot of people, do the Rhino Shield. It's really a great product, and if you don't want to paint the house, that would be the way to go.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4-U-RHINO.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Is it me, or is it musty?
Oh, damp. Check the bathroom.
Damp! Wait!
Yeah?
I'm ordering Damp Rid!
Get rid of the damp by trapping excess moisture with Damp Rid.
Representative David Schweikert stopped a massive tax hike by voting to make the 20% small business tax deduction permanent. This means Arizona's small businesses can grow, hire, and invest in our communities.
Visit smallbusinessdeduction.com and thank Representative Schweikert for protecting America's small businesses. Paid for by the National Federation of Independent Business.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR News now.
It's 6 o'clock. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. Bullets pierced the stained glass windows of Annunciation Catholic Church in Minneapolis, Minnesota this morning. Inside, the students who attend the elementary school on that campus were celebrating a back-to-school mass. An 8-year-old and a 10-year-old were killed. More than a dozen others inside, including 14 children and 3 adults, were injured. ABC's Alex Perez reports now from Minneapolis.
A community in anguish.
And I heard something really loud, I thought it was fireworks in the church.
5th grader Clarissa Garcia.
And then I saw the shooting, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so scared.
After a mass shooter killed 2 children and shot many more as they prayed in church. The police chief breaking the tragic news.
The coward that shot these victims took his own life in the rear of the church.
Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry angry and emotional.
And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying.
The White House confirmed that Governor Tim Walz and President Trump did speak after the incident.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company is building its own industrial reclamation water plant so it can be less reliant on the City of Phoenix water supply. Sarah Porter with ASU's Kyle Center for Water Policy tells KTAR TSMC needs ultra-pure water without minerals to wash the chips.
They've talked about magnesium and calcium or other substances that are perfectly safe in tap water, but they don't work if you're making semiconductor chips.
The water reclamation plant will allow TSMC to reuse about 85 to 90% of the water needed for the chip manufacturing. It should be operational by 2028. And a new semiconductor packaging and testing facility is a step closer in Peoria. The city has won an auction for 834 acres of state land near Loop 303 and Lake Pleasant Parkway. If the city council approves, part of that land will be used by Amcor Technologies, creating an estimated 2,000 new jobs. The city's buying the state land for $47 million. Mesa police say an employee of a juvenile rehab center offered to sell drugs to a 17-year-old former patient. The boy's mother contacted the facility after finding text messages between her son and 39-year-old Ashley Lutton. Lutton was arrested and charged with several felonies. Police say she offered to sell Adderall to the teen. A search of Lutton's home found drugs packaged for sale and guns. 2 Colorado residents are pleading guilty to charges they defrauded Arizona's Empowerment Scholarship Account program.
Attorney General Chris May says the pair submitted phony birth certificates and other documents to get over $110,000 in ESA funding. They were charged with filing fraudulent applications for over 40 children, both real and fictitious. State School Superintendent Tom Horn took credit for his agency discovering the fraud last year and referring it for prosecution. Sentencing for the couple is scheduled for next month. Chris Havlick, KTAR News.
No charges for the D.C. sandwich thrower. ABC's Jay O'Brien says the prosecutor's case just didn't cut it.
A Washington, D.C. grand jury refusing to indict the man who set off a viral firestorm. The man hurling a Subway sandwich at a Customs and Border Patrol agent patrolling during the president's law enforcement surge.
We charged him with a felony, assault on a police officer.
But the grand jury didn't buy it, refusing to bring charges.
Turning to Wall Street, the Dow today was up 147 points, closing out the day at 45,565. S&P up 15, NASDAQ rose 45. And if you need more money news, we've got it at the Business Center at KTAR.com. Checking traffic now for us, it's John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Well, Becky Lynn, we have cleared away the mainline crashes. Right now, we are left with our normal afternoon slowing coming westbound on the I-10 starting at the mini stack. and you've got slowing all the way out to 75th Avenue. You'll reload again about Avondale Boulevard as you head west. Once you hit the 303, you are good to go. Grand Avenue heading out of town right near 51st Avenue and Bethany Home Road. We've got a spot of slowing there. East Valley, not too bad. The 101 southbound from the 202 to the 60 looking good, and the eastbound 60 out to the East Valley looking good as well. One surface street crash in the clearing stages, 7th Avenue and Van Buren. Traffic is brought to you by Earnhardt Buick GMC. Shop local at Earnhardt Buick GMC, a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years, in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade. John Roller, KTAR News.
Tonight, cloudy and 82 degrees for our low. Tomorrow, climbing to 103. We should be partly cloudy. And then the return of mostly sunny skies by Friday as we continue to warm up. 105 Friday, 108 on Saturday. But right now in Cave Creek, it's 96 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Isn't it great that I'm always right?
Speaking up for Arizona.
I do not share that opinion.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Third and final hour of the show.
Oh, a lot of people tell you the last hour of the show is the best hour.
We get these guys off the air quicker.
Yeah. Thank you for joining us for the War Room.
Yeah.
Again, if you missed any part of it, you can go back, listen on our podcast, or even you can check out the video version on our KTAR YouTube channel.
Yep. Great discussion, heated at times. I thought it was very interesting, as always. The War Room is must listen to. Every Wednesday for 1 hour, you got to listen, because there's nothing like it anywhere else.
Fair, very fair. All right, hey, I don't know how we get away from it. Are we wrong to talk about the shooting that happened at the school, church, the religious school? Or are we better to ignore it and not talk about it? Because that's kind of one of the debates we're going through. Is that a good way to put it?
Listen, I think what happened today was disgusting.
Horrible.
I think when you have little children that are praying in pews in a Catholic church.
Literally.
And two of them are dead.
An 8-year-old and a 10-year-old.
And the horror show person on the outside of the church shooting into the church, just disgusting. But, Bruce, I've said it for a few years now that, if it were up to me, and I don't want to sound callous, I don't want to sound unfeeling, I would ignore these stories. And I know that...
No, I get it.
I know that some people are like, wait a second. Because and there's a reason for it. I think that these people who want to turn themselves into someone that the media talks about for 24 hours or maybe a week.
Oh.
They take their own life after they kill people. They kill themselves like the cowards that they are, but they do it because they know they're going to get attention. And so everyone is talking about, whether you're us here at KTAR or you're a cable news station, and everybody's social media, everybody's talking about this. And what we're doing is we're giving the shooter exactly what the shooter wanted, and that's attention.
Well, you say that, and there's appears to be actual evidence of that, where it appears on either the weapon, one of the weapons, or the magazine was a list of previous school shooters.
Right.
I saw Adam Lanza. That was the Sandy Hook and others on there.
Right.
So this shooter apparently, what do you want to use the term? Idolized other school shooters?
It looks like it. And wanted the same attention in death. And so we're giving them that every time. And, for a while, like you and I have the same, we have the same understanding. We don't usually say the shooter's name.
Try to stay away from that.
Doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter if we use the name or if we don't use the name. Like for a while, it was like, hey, in respect to the families who lost their kids, let's not say the name of the shooter. Okay.
Does that,
what does that do anymore? And so my thing over the many years is,
can I say this?
I just think that what if all the media decided, you know what? We know that there's not a solution in the White House. Doesn't matter who's the president. Or the Congress. Doesn't matter. There's no solution to the school shootings. But what if the solution is we never talk about it? Never.
I understand the argument.
We ignore it. I know how bad that sounds, but then that shooter is going to know the next time you're not getting talked about and you're not going to be on cable news for a week. We're not doing it anymore.
You say that, and I think you're using rational thought to do that, Gatos. I don't know if they're thinking rationally.
Who?
The shooters. Do you see what I'm saying? Like,
okay.
I understand your argument is that's how rational people would think. Well, if we never talk about it, well, then they won't get the idea to do it. I feel like the cat's out of the bag, the toothpaste out of the tube. And if you're that radicalized, and apparently, again, the FBI is investigating, law enforcement investigating. There's one report I was reading that the shooter in this case was on some internet sites where they glorify these other shooters.
Right.
So it has no bearing whether KTAR, CBS, or Fox News covers it. They found a community online of other sick individuals who celebrate school shootings. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if not covering them stops it.
I don't know that not covering them doesn't stop it. Maybe it does. Maybe in some cases, maybe they really do want this type of attention because they're such sick people that they do want the attention. I'm just saying there's a second part to this, okay? If we're going to talk about it now, what's the point?
What comes of it?
How are we going to fix it? Because I don't like talking about like things that without a solution. There is absolutely no solution. Unless you take everybody's gun away, and I don't think anybody wants that. I don't want that. I know you don't want that. You tell me how to fix it because I don't think this is fixable.
Well, I would say, and in this case, I think there's been some where I think it was important to talk about all of the missed red flags. You know what I'm talking about. We've had some of these.
That, though?
Well, but because hopefully. We know there's been laws that have been changed. There's red flag laws. We're trying to intervene. I don't know if we've stopped any of these shootings because we've intervened with somebody before they could go and do it. I can't disprove the negative. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know if it didn't happen.
Right.
But with this specific one and some others, there's no criminal history.
So what?
There's no background.
Yeah, but
there was no. Where would you have intersected this person?
Parents. You don't think mom and dad knew something was off about this kid?
I don't know.
They have to, or you're just ignoring it.
What do you say? He's off or she's off.
Let's get him some help.
You go to the
and maybe that happened. I don't know.
Maybe, and then many times parents don't want to believe it. They look at their kid.
They see their kid in a different light than maybe the rest of us would.
I understand that, but also as a parent, I think if you're looking at your child growing up, and this kid was 23.
Correct.
You don't think there was any warning signs to mom and dad? I find that really hard to believe. So the question is, what do you do with it?
Was living at home with his father.
What do you do with the warning signs? Because they had to have warning signs. My child
but is your warning sign?
My child is not right. There's something that's not right, and I have to get my child help.
Okay. This isn't me arguing with you. You understand, right?
No, we can argue. It's okay.
No, but that's not what I'm doing.
Right.
I'm saying, let's say you say, I think there's a problem with my kid.
Yeah.
Maybe they have anger issues. Maybe they are confused about who they are.
I'm not saying you think your kid is going to shoot up a church.
Well, that's my point. Right. How do you think it goes from that to I need to step in or else they're going to become a mass shooter? Like, I don't think any parent thinks their child's capable of that.
Well, I mean, we have parents, who have in the past decided to call the authorities on their child,
literally,
or take their gun away. Or I know it's tough to do that because
but that's what some of the red flag laws are supposed to be about.
Yeah. I just this kid did not go through life. This kid did not go through life without any warning signs that something was going to happen.
I think we're going to, we'll find out more.
Yeah.
But even if we find out more, like we have in others, will we do anything because of it? Yeah.
Well, I ask it all the time. Every time we have a shooting, what do you want to do?
Yeah.
Is there a single person that can give me an answer?
The guns were legally purchased.
Right.
No criminal record.
Right. What do you want to do?
As I've said before, and this is so frustrating to say, the first crime that this person apparently committed was when they shot through the window of that church. That was the first crime they committed.
Right. So it's got to start, with a school counselor noticing something or a parent noticing something. It has to. It can't just be, well, the kid didn't have a record. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, does now. And every time we talk about it, I shake my head, and I'll be honest, I feel bad for a second. I'm, say a prayer for these little kids that died.
And
then
17 people injured today.
And then I'll cover the next one in a week. And we still don't know how to stop it because we can't. It is how we live in America.
It's uniquely American.
Right. And
the rest of the world looks at us and go, that's crazy.
We have shootings, and it's not going to stop because there isn't a solution. And so I do feel like I've given up on it. I get it. That's what it sounds like. Listen, I could tell you this. Look in the newsroom right now. 1998, I'm sitting in that newsroom.
Yeah.
Columbine comes down. I'm here. Yeah. I sat right there. I looked at the TV. I go, I can't believe this.
Can't believe what I'm seeing.
Never did I ever think that all these years later, 27 years later or what have you, that this would become the norm. But It is the norm. It is horrible. We'll mourn it, and then we're going to move on. And
I can't argue that.
Doesn't make me feel good.
No.
Doesn't make me feel good.
I get it.
All right. Coming up next, still got a bunch of stuff to get to. So we're going to tell you the story about a Zoom call that took place at the absolute worst time ever next.
Hey, I'm going to tell you about another awesome listener. Shout out to Bo, all right? He reached out to Life Changer Loan, heard us talking about Life Changer Loan. Said, I wonder if it's for me. I mean, okay, I'm about 3 years into a 30-year mortgage. I've got a decent rate. My goodness, I'm at 3.75%, right? Does a Life Changer Loan make any sense to me? Okay. Went to lifechangerloan.com, made his appointment, sat down. Let me tell you how a Life Changer Loan is going to change Bo's life. Instead of 27 more years of payments, Bo is going to pay that house off in 5 years and 9 months and save $231,333.97 in interest. That's how a Life Changer Loan works in the real world with a real person right here in the Valley. You can find out for yourself. Go to lifechangerloan.com. You got great credit? You good with money? You don't like the idea of paying all that interest to a bank? You want access to your equity? Lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com. Remember, it's not magic. It's just math.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The Minneapolis community gathering at Holy Angels Academy in Richfield tonight for a vigil in honor of the 2 children killed in a mass shooting during a Catholic school mass today. 17 others were injured in this shooting. Police say the shooter died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. And Minnesota Governor Tim Walz had this to say this afternoon.
So I ask the rest of the folks around the country who are watching, keep us in your thoughts and prayers, but also keep us in the thoughts for action. Keep us in the ideas that we can work together.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check the road home tonight with John Roller. He's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, main line's not looking too bad at all, Becky Lynn. Just moderate slowing on the westbound I-10 in the downtown area, heading to the West Valley. Not bad at all. You have a spot of slowing right there at the 202 transition, and then again right at the 101 just up ahead. Bethany Home Road and 55th Avenue, you've got a crash there, and a crash at Broadway and Avondale Boulevard. That's just now coming in, and a crash at Indian School Road just east of 75th Avenue. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. If you are thinking about getting an annuity, go to AssetPreservationWealth.com. Schedule an appointment to learn about the good and the bad about annuities to make sure they are right for you. John Roller, KTAR News, back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, Gatos, we got free stuff to give away.
We're giving away WNBA stuff, and as you well know, I'm a WNBA fan.
You're
now.
a huge.
It took
you're a
It took
Caitlin
Caitlin Clark for me to like the WNBA, but I'm a big fan now.
Do you like all the WNBA or just the Caitlin Clark part?
I like a lot of the Caitlin Clark part.
Well, we'll tell you what. We've got a pair of tickets to go see the defending WNBA champions. Apparently, there's something called the New York Liberty.
Yes, I know.
And they are be taking on your Phoenix Mercury.
She's elevated all basketball in the WNBA.
I think that's fair. Honestly.
I agree.
I think that is a very fair.
I'm agreeing with myself, yes.
Yeah. I need a number for you. Come on, give me a number.
Number
1
one.
and 10. Yeah, you did that yesterday. It has to be a different number.
1.6.
Gatos.
You're asking me for a number. 2.
Caller number 2. Caller number 2 right now. You give us a ring, the number. 602-277-KTAR. 602-277-KTAR. Get through right now. That's
Can you please give it once more?
602-277.
Because I think people are missing it, and I want you to slowly give it.
602-277 5827.
That was too slow.
There we go. You are going to get yourself a pair of tickets to go and check out your Phoenix Mercury taking on the defending champs of Liberty. That game Saturday night. This Saturday night. So
love it.
You got no plans for Saturday? You do now. Caller number 2. Good luck.
Enjoy. Go to the game on us.
Yeah. So we've all been on, what is that? Like some of these bad conference calls and like things you wish you weren't on. Gatos, I saw this and I thought this is possibly the worst conference, Zoom, whatever call you want to call it, in the history of conference calls.
Are you taking out the CNN one?
Check this out. I seem to remember this. You know, the F-35, which we fly out of Luke. Shout out to our F-35 pilots and crews.
Fantastic.
It's an amazing aircraft. $200 million a pop. We lost one. We lost it in Alaska. Thankfully, the pilot was okay. But we're now learning what happened before the pilot ejected and crashed.
Yeah.
The pilot was on a 50-minute long conference call with engineers, right, from the airplane's manufacturer, Lockheed Martin, trying to fix the landing gear, which was trying to kill the pilot.
Oh, my gosh.
He spent 15 minutes on a conference call with 5 nerd engineers in mid-flight, trying to run through things, check systems. He'd gone through his checklist already.
Yeah.
And eventually he had to eject because the airplane continued to try to fly itself into the ground.
I think the worst part of that story is he spent 50 minutes on a conference call and couldn't get it done.
With engineering nerds.
Right. And that was like, that took up 50 minutes of his day.
I could have punched out of this thing a while ago.
Seriously.
Why did I have to sit around for practically an hour?
I have no idea. Can't they do like the hydraulic lines or whatever it is? Couldn't they do that? God. Like the technology? Couldn't they do that from on the ground?
You would think. This story is crazy. So the landing gear got stuck.
Yeah.
Is what happened.
Not good.
And it was affecting, obviously, the way the aircraft was flying.
No, I've seen that in Top Gun, and that is it's a tough one.
Okay, so let's use your Top Gun thing. This pilot, who, by the way, I hope there's a medal in it for him.
Okay.
He actually, this is one of the things they told. He was performing touch and goes, trying to knock the landing gear back into.
Oh, my goodness.
Like back into alignment.
Right.
That didn't work.
No.
At one point, though, the landing gear became so cattywampus. That's a technical term.
I've never heard it.
Cattywampus.
Okay.
And the way these planes work, like the computer system, the landing gear was stuck down, and the plane thought it was on the ground.
Oh, yeah.
So the plane became uncontrollable in flight because it thought, oh, you're on the ground. We're just going to taxi over, get some sandwiches, get a beer, right? And that is, after that 50 minutes, that's when the pilot had to punch out of this plane in Alaska, and $200 million of F-35.
Does the pilot get in trouble for ejecting?
No.
Because it's a $200 million fighter jet?
He spent an hour on the phone with these guys.
Well, I'm just saying, maybe he missed something.
Maybe, no.
Yeah.
God,
I
that's the worst conference call. Come on, that's a pretty bad conference call.
It's not a good one. No, it's not.
You're flying along at God knows what, trying to talk to a bunch of guys with pocket protectors.
Are you circling? Can you circle in those things? I mean, you're going like 1 billion miles an hour.
Well, I don't think he was going at full speed. Now,
well, still.
He did say that...
Can you hover in those things?
There's no hovering in an F-35. That because the landing gear was stuck down in a weird way, that the plane kept wanting just to turn in circles.
There's no backup landing gear? You got to make those, though.
That's what they need.
Hold on a minute. You got a $200 million plane and no backup
landing gear. Only one
gear.
set of landing gear?
It's silly.
Somebody didn't think this through.
I think it's silly.
We should have a conference call with the Lockheed Martin guys and get them on that, all right?
Yeah.
Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us. And then coming up next, is your younger coworker lazy? Maybe there's a reason behind it. We'll tell you about it. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by Rias Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Hey, I want you to call my friends over at Aria Dental Implant Center. If, you're ready to go out to dinner tonight, you're going to meet some friends, maybe some family, you're going to a restaurant, and you know that as soon as you sit down and they bring out that delicious warm bread, you can't eat it. You have broken teeth. Some of your friends or family, they order some appetizers. You can't chew those appetizers. You're sitting there watching everyone else eat. So what do? You call my friends at Aria Dental Implant Center. They change your life. This will be a life-changing phone call that you make. All right? You have painful teeth. You have missing teeth. And you don't know where to start. Start at Aria. Aria is a local company. It's going to be, when you talk price, only a fraction of the cost, compared to those corporate dental implant centers. And you will meet my friend, Dr. Joe. No one will take better care of you. Dr. Joe rocks. Just go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The heat is here, and your home should be your happy place. Rias makes sure your home stays cool, your energy bills stay low, and your family stays happy. Right now, Rias is offering our signature Refresh AC Maintenance, a $1,000 value for just $89.99. It helps your system run better, last longer, and avoid those sweaty midsummer breakdowns. With Rias, it's not just cooler, it's happier. Visit Rias.com/happy to schedule today.
Rias, call Rias, REEIS. You'll be happy too. CS.
It's another hot Arizona summer, so keep your home cool by blocking out the heat with my friends from Window World. If your windows or patio doors are hot to the touch and warming up your home, then it's time for new Solar Zone Sun Shield glass windows and doors from Window World. According to Window Nerds, these windows have a 0.14 solar heat gain coefficient, which means these windows keep the heat outside where it belongs. Plus, every Window World window is backed by a true lifetime warranty. And this summer, Window World will install 6 large premium sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, tax included, for one low upfront price of only $4,725. No gimmicks, no hassles, just the best value in replacement windows and doors, period. Call or schedule online at WindowWorldPhoenix.com. That's WindowWorldPhoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
When was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back screaming at you? Or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning, step by step? Let me guess, this is in the back of your mind. Maybe it'll disappear. I'll just tough it out. But nothing changes. It's time to call and schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics. There are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turned around their lives with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills. Bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Give QC Kinetics a call for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
D-backs fans get the best seats at the best prices and access to exclusive events. 2026 Advantage memberships are on sale now. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Plus free premium delivery with any smart bed and adjustable base. Ends Labor Day. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:30. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. Investigators are searching multiple residences linked to the 23-year-old suspect in today's shooting at a Catholic church that was filled with school children in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Here's ABC Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas.
Investigators searching multiple residents linked to 23-year-old suspect Robin Westman, including the family home less than a mile from the church. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem saying the words "Kill Donald Trump" were found written on a rifle magazine. There was a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. All three had been lawfully purchased by the shooter. We're also learning that Robin Westman was born a male with the name Robert, but in 2020 identified as a female, and a Minnesota court approved his name change to Robin.
The Intel plant in Chandler could be shedding more jobs. The troubled chipmaker told state officials about 100 employees could be laid off this month after announcing nearly 700 layoffs last month. The U.S. government recently took a 10% stake in Intel, making it one of the company's biggest shareholders. A major shakeup in the Trump administration, just weeks into leading the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The director of the nation's top public health agency is out. ABC's senior political correspondent Rachel Scott explains the new director had the job for less than a month.
The Department of Health and Human Services, led by Robert F. Kennedy Jr., posting, "Susan Menars is no longer director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. We thank her for her dedicated service." Menars, a staunch supporter of vaccines, and her ouster comes as Kennedy, a vaccine skeptic, moves to reshape the government's approach.
A woman was arrested in connection to the seizure of 12 dogs from a property in Tonopah. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office says the woman, Brittany Rose, kept the dogs in horrific conditions with no access to food, water, or medical attention. We have more details at KTAR.com. Turning to sports tonight, the Arizona Diamondbacks looking to turn things around in Milwaukee after they dropped 2 straight to the Brewers. We're in the bottom of the 7th now, and the D-backs are up 2-1. Catch all the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. And the Phoenix Mercury taking a day off after last night's win over the LA Sparks. They'll host the Chicago Sky tomorrow night. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Checking on the roads for us now, here's John Roller live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, Becky Lynn, new crash in the East Valley, not where we wanted it. Southbound Loop 101 right near Indian School Road, and this is blocking multiple left lanes. Lean to the right, you're only getting by on the far right lane there, and that means you've got slowing as you approach Chaparral. Once you're down to Thomas, you are good to go into Tempe. It's going to take a little while to get this crash off to the right. Also working a crash, Bethany Home Road and 55th Avenue, Broadway and Avondale Boulevard, a crash out west this evening, and also a crash Indian School Road just east of 75th Avenue. Traffic is brought to you by AMWA, from 10 Valley cities to millions of taps, delivering the water security that Arizona communities depend on. John Roller, KTAR News.
Cloudy skies tonight, 82 degrees for our low temp. Partly cloudy tomorrow and a high of 103, but we are climbing to 108 by Saturday. Right now in Tempe, 97. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
LaDonna here. Today we told you about how Valley rent prices could drop soon and why. Tomorrow might be getting more affordable as well. Find out why tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News with Jim Sharp and me, right here on KTAR.
Hey, Gatos, maybe AI is going to kill us all.
Oh, goodness.
Here's the latest thing that has me concerned. So this is coming out of Wall Street. So these are number nerds that are concerned about things. And they're specifically concerned about Elon Musk's AI chatbot, Grok.
Yes, on Twitter.
Going rogue.
Okay, because there was an incident a couple weeks ago that it went all Nazi, didn't it?
You're not exaggerating.
No, I know.
Like it talked about killing Jews.
That's what I thought it was. Okay, and I didn't know if it was a glitch or I'm not. I don't understand all this stuff. But okay.
Right, so neither do I. But now we found out. They went through and found about 300,000 conversations with Grok. And they found that the AI assistant, whatever you want to call that answer, is interesting. For example, it offered up detailed plan on how to assassinate Elon Musk himself. In another exchange, it helpfully pointed people on instructions on how to make fentanyl at home and build explosives.
Probably get some of that from Google anyway.
Yeah.
YouTube.
Okay. But this is... Using AI is different than Googling.
I get it.
It kind of finishes the sentence for you. Do you know what I'm saying?
I got it. I know. Yeah.
And so they were a little concerned, saying, if this is your version of it, these are investors that are concerned about, I think, long-term viability. They're concerned about making money. This is their argument. They don't care if you make fentanyl at home. They care the impact it's going to have on stock price.
Yeah. And you're right. I mean, you want to talk about Google versus AI. It's not close. I'll give you another example.
Okay.
There's a big story out over the last few days about AI writing suicide notes for kids who want to kill themselves.
Literally.
And so AI, if you use it for a period of time, if you're using ChatGPT gets to know you. If you tell, put
it takes information and crafts the answers back customized for you.
If you say to ChatGPT, what should I do for my 15th birthday? Okay. In a year, ChatGPT is going to know you're turning 16.
For example.
Okay. So that's just an example.
Right.
And I know there is a difference.
No, I get what you're saying. Right.
But this is the way that the world is going, and there's going to be some disturbances. It's not all going to be good.
Yeah.
It's not all going to be good.
It is kind of crazy, though. And again, I just don't think we can predict what's next.
Well, we can predict. Well, we can predict a few things. I'll give you another example of how AI is so crazy. Okay. So we had that massive dust storm the other day.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
if you're living in New York and you see a picture of our dust storm, part of you is going to think, what? It's AI.
That's from the movie Mummy.
It's not.
And they just put it over Phoenix.
Correct.
Right?
So what AI does is you're not sure what you're looking at. You're not sure if it's real. You're not sure if it's fake. Is it AI or is it real? We can't tell. There are I see some on social media, some commercials, these little commercials. I can easily tell that is not a real person. That's an AI figure.
Do you know what I've learned? A lot of the videos you watch have AI commentary. I can tell it's not a real person talking.
Right.
It's AI.
Yeah.
It's close.
The narrator.
The narration, yes. Sorry.
It's not a real person.
It's close.
Why would you pay for a real person when you can have AI do it in a better voice than you?
In a variety of different voices. You want an English accent, you want a guy, you want a girl, whatever. Right. Yeah. And so I've started to notice that more. But you're right that we now have to look at everything and say, is that real?
Right.
Is that a real thing? Even videos of people speaking, famous people, Trump, Biden, whatever. You're like,
was it real?
Okay, is that really happen or is that AI?
And the world has gotten so crazy that if you watch Trump and Zelensky from a couple months ago in the Oval Office, I think a lot of you, if you saw that for the first time, you'd be like, that's AI. That can't happen.
That's not real.
And so that's the kind of weird thing. It, of course, was real, but you could make an argument that if you were just some regular person on that day watching the internet, scrolling through social, and you saw Trump and Zelensky come and they were yelling at each other and all that, you're thinking, yeah, that's AI. So you don't, it blurs the lines. You don't know.
And let me go even darker and deeper. I was watching a discussion of a bunch of people about like the next world war. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Like, game theory, and playing this out.
So you're talking like World War III.
World War III.
Not like Russia against
the next World
Ukraine.
War. Whatever it's right. The next World War.
Several countries got it.
Will an AI-generated video or audio be the thing that sets it off? Will there be something that at just the right time, right place, does the right thing and tricks, I'm going to use the term tricks, another country, another leader into acting upon it, thinking it's real?
I can't see that as being, yes, I can't see that.
Really? I think that's completely plausible.
Do you have an example? I know I'm putting you on the spot. I'm trying to think of an example.
Like some sort of an AI video of a world leader.
Somebody slaughtering Putin and
threatening.
Somebody in Russia thinks it's real and hits the button.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I tell you, I think I was gonna say,
or let me. I'll go even darker.
Oh, you're gonna outdark me?
I'm gonna outdark you.
I'm ready.
So that certain video that you're talking about that maybe tricks a world leader, maybe the world leader thinks, I know that's AI, but I'm gonna still push the button.
Still gonna do it. It gave me an excuse.
Yep.
I can blame it on AI.
Yeah.
Will wars be started because people will use AI for nefarious reasons, and our enemies can use it to pit us against others? It's like 4D chess now. Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for us. She'll get you up to speed on everything. And then coming up next, okay, think about this. If you could only have one app for the rest of your life, which one would you choose? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. I want you to look at your faucets when you get home tonight. Are you noticing the buildup and the water spots and the etching on your glasses, okay? Look at your faucet, look at your glasses, and I'm telling you right now, if you look at your toilet, there's a ring around it. Here's the reason. You don't have a Kinetico system. If you had a Kinetico, no ring around the toilet. If you had a Kinetico system, there's no buildup on your faucets. If you look at your glasses and you had a Kinetico system, there's no etching. And so I want you to do what I did so many years ago. Just buy a Kinetico system. It is the best on the market when it comes to a water system, a water softener. 602-910-6570. Ask them about trials and ask them about trade-in allowances and, have a conversation with them. One of the great things you can do is you mentioned Gatos. They'll come to your house for free. They'll check your pipes. They'll give you, they'll do a test on your water. They'll show you what's in your water. You're not going to like it. 602-910-6570. You can check out Kinetico at aquazona.com.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
So your dream of buying a home has been on the back burner for way too long, right? Let's be honest, it's tough to know when to jump in. And making the right decision at the wrong time could really cost you. But not when you work with Lund Mortgage. They are so good at making that decision easy with their free rate tracking tool that tracks real interest rates tailored to your specific situation. When your ideal rate hits, you're going to get the heads up. So if you're serious about buying and you want to do it right and on your timeline, you owe it to yourself to visit lundmortgage.com today.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:44, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The Minneapolis community gathering at Holy Angels Academy in Richfield tonight for a vigil in honor of the 2 children killed in a mass shooting during a Catholic school mass today. 17 others were injured in the shooting, and police say the shooter died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Later this afternoon, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz had this to say.
So I ask the rest of the folks around the country who are watching, keep us in your thoughts and prayers, but also keep us in the thoughts for action. Keep us in the ideas that we can work together.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Let's get you home now. John Roller is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, Becky Lynn. One main line crash still causing some slowing. Southbound 101, the Pima Freeway. This crash happened right at the Indian School on-ramp, was blocking left lanes. This is now off to the right, but you've got leftover slowing. Once you're down to Thomas, you are good to go for the rest of the evening. Bethany Home Road, just east of 55th Avenue, we've got a crash there, and a crash at Broadway and Avondale Boulevard, a crash in the clearing stages, Indian School Road, just east of 75th Avenue. Traffic is brought to you by Rhino Shield. Rhino Shield's unique 3M ceramic technology reflects UV rays away from your home's exterior. It's also backed by a 25-year warranty. If you'd like a free estimate, visit rhinoshieldaz.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Want to remind you why I love Bulldog security screens. Here's why they're my top choice in home security. Bulldog security screens are custom made to fit your home. Not only do they help block out the sun, they keep out the heat, they also are tough as nails. Trust me. I personally went to their factory right here in Arizona. I tried to break through all of their security screens, and I couldn't. The screens are the real deal. Handmade with military-grade steel, keeping intruders outside and withstanding Phoenix's harshest weather. Plus, they look amazing. They fit your home's design without eyesore, ugly bars, or giant rolling shades on your windows. Take the vacation worry-free, knowing Bulldog security screens are guaranteed to keep your home safe. And isn't that what this is all about? Real home protection. Get all the details and schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Hey, folks, this is Vince Marotta letting you know Earnhardt Cadillac is open during their remodeling, and to make amends for a little dust, they're rolling out truly incredible opportunities. Shop now through Labor Day for top offers on the full line of Cadillac models. And as Labor Day gets closer, remember that Cadillac is committed to American manufacturing and proud to assemble more models in the U.S. than any other luxury brand. Shopping now gets you outstanding low payments and low rates on the 2025 Cadillac XT5, 2025 XT6, the ever-popular Escalade, even the incredibly popular Lyriq, and all-electric SUV. Just hurry in because special offers are only good for a limited time. And get the experience you deserve because the Earnhardt No Bull way of doing business is something that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in the Valley since 1951. Hurry into Earnhardt Cadillac on Frank Lloyd Wright in North Scottsdale or buy online with No Bull Express at EarnhardtCadillac.com.
Cadillac models assembled with U.S. and globally sourced parts. Visit EarnhardtCadillac.com for details. Offers in 9/2/25.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, let's go to KTAR.com and see what we got cooking with the Gatos Big Q poll question of the day.
What you got cooking, Gatos?
All right, just I'm going to put a warning out. Once again.
A trigger warning?
Well, yeah, because I don't want to trigger the old, white, bald guys who hate Taylor Swift. So we'll just spend a minute on it, fellas.
Why do they all have to be bald?
Because they are. That's a
thing.
That's the guys who hate Taylor Swift.
I'm just checking.
So the Q is on Taylor Swift. Don't worry. We'll get back to something boring that you guys would like. Don't worry. Q.
All right.
What were your thoughts when you heard Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce got engaged. A, this will be America's first royal wedding. B, it's the best love story of the century.
Yeah, there is that.
C, Taylor Swift has more rings than the Dallas Cowboys do in the last 29 years.
Praise be.
What a great
Taylor
one.
Swift has more rings than the Dallas Cowboys do in the last 29 years, 72%.
There you go, 68% runaway winner. Remember when the last time the Cowboys won the Super Bowl?
No. I don't. I absolutely don't.
1996, Tempe, Arizona.
I was there.
Oh, were you at the Super Bowl?
Against the Steelers.
The Steelers. Name dropper.
Here's what I remember. Neil O'Donnell.
Yeah, the quarterback.
Was the quarterback for the Steelers. He threw an interception right in front of me. Okay?
Yeah.
He threw a ball I was closer to the ball than any Pittsburgh Steeler player. He threw it directly to a Cowboy player, and to this day, I believe he was paying off a debt. I still believe he threw the game. Unreal. I watched it happen in front of me. I go, who did you just try to throw that to?
I remember the game. I remember it really well.
It's horrible because I hate the Cowboys.
Did you get a free ticket? Did you mooch off somebody rich?
Oh, God, I didn't pay for that.
You didn't pay for that?
No, I've been to 4 of them and never paid for a ticket.
I've been to 1.
Yeah.
You've been to 4. No, I've been to 2. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Becky Lynn, you've been to 0, I'm guessing.
I have been to 0, but...
Ouch.
I'm sorry.
No,
will you go if the Tennessee Titans are in it?
Of course I would.
Okay,
I would go, whoever's in it.
Oh.
We've had some tickets, but my husband always gets to go and take somebody else.
Wow.
And I don't get to go.
You guys buy your own tickets?
No, he gets them for free.
Wow.
I'm not buying tickets to the Super Bowl.
Oh, Julia, what do you got?
I've been to Super Bowl.
You've been to a Super Bowl?
Yeah.
And
I went to one of the worst Super Bowls ever.
Which one?
MetLife.
Oh, God.
MetLife?
Broncos, Seahawks.
Oof. What year was that? Which one was that one?
That was 2013.
2013.
Yeah, that was the one. It was supposed to be the biggest, boldest, coldest Super Bowl.
Okay.
And everybody thought it was going to get canceled because of the
Because of the weather, yeah. Because that's why they stopped holding them outdoors.
Right.
Oh,
well,
that must have been
obviously. My mom was still
miserable.
convinced she was going to take us to school the next day. Luckily, the snowstorm hit at like 2 a.m., so I didn't have to go to school.
Yes! Wow! You got the Monday after the Super Bowl off.
I did.
Denver, Seattle?
Yeah.
Seattle win that one?
Yeah.
Which
Remember,
one
it was
did-
like 48
which
to
one did you see?
12?
Was that Hasselbeck as the quarterback?
Russell Wilson.
Russell was quarterback? Okay.
Yeah, remember Peyton Manning
Yes.
pitched it over his head?
Which one did you go to? Candace?
I went to one in Miami, which was
it obviously stuck with you.
Denver, Atlanta.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then I went to the one out here with the New York Giants.
Yeah. Got to bring that up. Hey, look, he's got a smile on his face with that one. I tell you, I did get to see what I thought was a pretty neat one. I saw Green Bay, Denver in San Diego.
Green Bay, Denver.
That was Elway versus Favre, which I thought was kind of cool to see.
It's pretty good.
That's kind of neat. I got a chance to see that.
That is pretty good.
Yeah. And then I saw Kurt Warner win with the Rams. That was in Atlanta, I think. Yeah.
What are Super Bowl tickets going for?
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know. What's the biggest number you can think of?
Yeah, I know. It's really crazy.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Okay, all the old white bald guys can listen again.
We're talking football. They were already back.
Not if they show Taylor Swift on TV.
Okay, then they're back out again.
Because as soon as you saw 3 seconds of Taylor Swift, it's ruined their experience.
Ruined.
Their day is done.
Do you know there is college football this weekend?
I don't like college football.
Fair enough. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide.
You know who's playing this weekend?
I have no idea.
Tennessee and Syracuse.
I don't care.
Well,
I know.
How will you be able to tell them apart?
I know.
Two teams wearing orange.
I thought about that.
It's going to be all orange everywhere. No one will know anything that's
I'll
going
be
on.
blind,
This is
yes.
ridiculous.
Everybody does love their alma mater.
Yeah.
Except you.
He doesn't care about Syracuse.
That's why I hadn't brought it up until now. I knew you didn't care anyway. So.
No, I mean, if they like basketball, maybe. You know, like Bruce's U of A, he's not watching football. They're not going to do anything.
We're not watching football.
He's going to watch basketball.
We care
I'm
about
watching
basketball.
Yeah,
we care about
that's
basketball.
Right.
That's when it gets good.
Are we playing in Syracuse or no?
No, we're playing in Atlanta.
Nah, we're going to lose then.
Oh, you will. Absolutely.
And this is the last weekend without
The
pro
NFL.
football.
Yeah. So the NFL starts Thursday, right?
Next Thursday.
Thursday and Friday.
I think the Friday game is in Mexico. Did I get that part right?
Let's go to Mexico. What part of Mexico? Is it Rocky Point? Because I'm there.
I most certainly am sure they're not playing in Rocky
That'd be
Point.
fantastic. That would be unbelievable.
We're just it'll be beach football. We'll just have beach football.
Play on the beach.
That'd be great.
It'd be terrific.
What is Nostragatos saying about the Cardinals this year?
I got them winning the first 5 games of the year.
Going 5-0.
Yeah, they're gonna roll. They're gonna roll for the first few games.
Starting off 5-0.
I'll give you my prediction, the Nostradamus prediction. Remember, it just comes to me.
Well, you can't call upon it. It just happens.
It blur during the show. It'll blurt out. You'll hear this heavenly music.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, I've heard it before.
And then I go into a trance, and then all of a sudden I'll tell you what the Cardinals' record
Okay,
is.
so
but
we have to look forward to that.
Right. I do think that they're going to win their first 5 games. I think they're going to be – it's not even that they're going to be great. I just think that their schedule is very good for the first 5 games. They should be able to win all of them.
I saw a ranking of the most delusional fan bases.
I saw it too. Let's not talk about it. We're out of time.
I was going to say, you are exceeding the over-under for delusional Cardinal fans.
Did I have them right last year?
I don't remember.
I mean, neither do I.
Hey, thank you guys for spending time with us today. We appreciate it. Even if you're bald, follically challenged, you're allowed to listen.
You're back now. It's okay. No Taylor Swift.
None. You just said her name again.
They're out. It's triggering.
We look through the double pane bulletproof class. We've got our DJ over there. This is not Taylor Swift.
No.
At all. This is the new one. Is this off the new album?
It's
new
not.
Taylor?
No.
She's really changed her sound up.
This is
Good
not
for her.
Taylor Swift.
DJ just in time. Super producer Jules, 2 thumbs up from her. The pride of Tennessee. That's Becky Lynn with all your news and info.
Go Orange.
And the roller. John Roller with all your traffic. Thanks, guys.
Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Thanos, you're lucky I put up with you.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Jamie West here with Connie, one of the amazing Life Plan residents at Beatitudes Campus. What do you love about the Life Plan at Beatitudes Campus?
I can have continuity of care. I can have activities. I can do whatever I want. I can stay in. I can go out. It's just a really exciting place to be.
And this is the place you want to be.
I knew for years that I would be at Beatitudes.
Learn more about the Life Plan community by visiting beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
It's another hot Arizona summer, so keep your home cool by blocking out the heat with my friends from Window World. If your windows or patio doors are hot to the touch and warming up your home, then it's time for new Solar Zone Sunshield glass windows and doors from Window World. According to Window Nerds, these windows have a 0.14 solar heat gain coefficient, which means these windows keep the heat outside where it belongs. Plus, every Window World window is backed by a true lifetime warranty. And this summer, Window World will install 6 large premium sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, tax included, for one low upfront price of only $4,725. No gimmicks, no hassles, just the best value in replacement windows and doors, period. Call or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live